Chapter 481. With Xunli escaping, the target of those two gigantic devil claws was Yuan Zhengfeng at the same time. On the purple demonic claws, black chains shot out continuously from under the skin. As the chains crisscrossed, it was like an inescapable net that enveloped Yuan Zhengfeng's body. The surrounding baleful aura of the 9 underworlds in the form of black mist also became even more ferocious. It surrounded Yuan Zhengfeng and formed a huge whirlpool wanting to devour him. "Thank you, junior brother, junior sister Li." Yuan Zhengfeng sucked in a deep breath, a pained look appearing in his eyes as he looked at the longtime elders of Broad Creed Mountain who had entered the Earth domain. In the end, the two of them had also perished beneath the massive black claws of the evil devil. He had wanted to save them, but had been obstructed by the enemy, even being in danger of not being able to save himself. The human martial arts experts who entered the abyss of the Earth domain died one by one. At this point, there were only demons dancing wildly in the abyss. "Master, be careful." Directly above the great golden sun, Fang Zhuan, surrounded by golden and black streams of light, was the only surviving human martial practitioner besides Yuan Zhengfeng. He was entangled by the power of the baleful aura of the 9 underworlds and the great golden sun down below, and couldn't move his body. But at this moment, there was a tall figure standing behind him, holding a sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light passed, it was as grand as the sky, as heavy as the earth, as boundless as the sky. After many years of cultivation, having analyzed the concept contained within the Crimson Pagoda of the East Sea that Yan Zhaoge had obtained, Fang Zhuan had now successfully broken through the shackles that had always been holding him back, successfully stepping into the Transcending Mortality stage, stepping into the Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmaster realm. It was precisely because of this that he was able to persist even though he was entangled by the power of the seal and the baleful qi of the 9 underworlds when he went deep into the Earth domain to monitor and guard the seal. It was just that at this moment, the evil devils were about to break through the seal, with Fang Zhuan's situation becoming even more precarious. The tall spiritual martial avatar behind him, the limitless heavenly avatar, was still standing, but its body was also wrapped in black chains. As the power of the seal weakened, the entangled sides lost their equilibrium. Faced with the onslaught of the devilish qi, Fang Zhuan was also under immense pressure. Seeing Yuan Zhengfeng in danger, a worried look vaguely appeared in Fang Zhuan's gaze as well. He suddenly closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. The true essence around him fluctuated but didn't erupt. It was as if he was nurturing something, waiting for something. The baleful qi of the netherworld was getting stronger and stronger, and the power of the seal was getting weaker and weaker. As the flow of golden light on Fang Zhuan's body grew lesser and lesser, finally disappearing completely, leaving behind only black light, he suddenly opened his eyes. Yuan Zhengfeng sensed something in his heart. While defending against the demonic claws, he turned his head and saw his disciple's eyes shining like stars. A cold light flickered in his eyes, calm yet resolute, cold yet bright. After Fang Zhuan's gaze met Yuan Zhengfeng's, he smiled slightly. "Master, this disciple is untalented. Back then, I advanced recklessly without regard for the consequences, finally resulting in a great disaster. Although the decimating abyss was founded by Xian Dongping, the origin actually lies with me. Because of me, I caused a series of disasters, and even caused eldest senior brother and many other fellow disciples to perish. Now that the seal in the Earth domain has been worn away by the passage of time, it's gradually crumbling. The true demons of the 9 underworlds are about to be born. Fortunately, my research on the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds can be put to good use today and stop the 9 underworlds from descending. So many lives have been lost. It's hard for me to repay them with my life alone. I can only hope to make up for my mistakes in the past." As Fang Zhuan spoke, the limitless heavenly avatar above his head suddenly transformed into spiritual light, retracting into his body. The black streams of light entwined around the limitless heavenly avatar also entwined around Fang Zhuan's body. Fang Zhuan's face paled somewhat, but his gaze grew even brighter. He let out a long, low roar, the black streams of light entwining around his body suddenly beginning to rapidly revolve and converge around him. Fang Zhuan sat in the meditative position within the air. Below him, above the great golden sun, the black streams of light converged as space began to distort intensely. As the space distorted and intersected, a hole actually gradually opened up in space, numerous streams of black light surging madly within. The space around Fang Zhuan was also trembling unceasingly. His body slowly descended, gradually sinking into that vortex formed of black light. Seeing this, Yuan Zhengfeng's body shook. "Fang Zhuan, you Fang Juan's expression was calm and peaceful. "Master, please lend me a hand. Perhaps this matter can still be done." Sadly, this method of mine is a method that will allow one to rise from the jaws of death, and is even more likely to destroy the original seal. Otherwise, there would not have been so many fellow disciples and martial practitioners of the other sacred grounds sacrifice themselves. Yuan Jingfeng gazed at Fang Juan. Ever since young, this disciple of his had not required him to spend too much effort on him. Whatever it was, he would do it to the best of his abilities, satisfying everyone. As Yuan Jingfeng saw it, other than sometimes being too radical in his thinking and easily taking an unconventional path, Fang Juan was virtually perfect, handling everything in an orderly manner. Ever since he was a child, Yuan Jingfeng had virtually never seen Fang Juan in a flustered state. He seemed to always be that calm and indifferent, composed and unruffled. And now, even sending himself onto the path of death, Fang Juan's expression was still calm, half his body gradually sinking into the black hole. Looking at Yuan Jingfeng, a faint smile even appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yuan Jingfeng was silent. Then he let out a clear roar. Surrounded by countless black chains, Yuan Jingfeng still managed to separate himself, his palms crisscrossing as space shook. Within the deep abyss, the heavens and earth seemed to be overturned, space breaking and changing. The great golden sun was not affected, while the darkness of the deep abyss down below was instead being sucked into the black hole beneath Fang Juan. Strangely enough, the more 9 underworld's baleful qi that was sucked in, the larger that black hole became, the stronger its suction force as well. Some fallen practitioners wanted to attack Fang Juan, yet were hard-pressed to resist the suction force of the black hole as they were directly sucked in. Seeing all this, a strange smile suddenly surfaced at the corners of the mouth of the East Rising Lord. He did not attack Fang Juan or Yuan Jingfeng, instead lunging towards the great golden sun down below. Led by him, the other evil devils did the same as well. Due to its spirituality having been whittled away by the passage of time, the great golden sun currently appeared silent, the power of its seal growing weaker and weaker as it seemed on the verge of collapse beneath the onslaught of the evil devils. However, if anyone dared to touch it, a powerful destructive force would immediately be emitted from within the great golden sun, directly reducing the evil devils who dared to approach it into ash. His expression not changing, the East Rising Lord raised his hands, the black light vanishing as golden light appeared. The direct lineage martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan, executed at this moment, more or less having some connection with the concept of the Great Golden Sun. Some fell to the dark side, some were refined into clones by the evil devils. The Sunset Lord and the other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners all laughed strangely as they did the same. They also did not hope to be able to enter the world within the Great Golden Sun like Yan Zhaoge, only hoping to shake the Great Golden Sun a step further from the outside, causing the seal that the Great Golden Sun supported to completely collapse. Seeing this, the gazes of Yuan Jingfeng and Fang Juan both hardened. While they did not understand the principle behind this, they had all seen Yan Zhaoge vanish amidst the infinite golden sunlight earlier. Not finished yet. Chapter 482. In the heavens and earth within the great golden sun, Yan Zhaoge stood on its surface, witnessing that great golden seal that seized all radiance and occupied the center of the world. Just as he was thinking of a way, he felt the entire heavens and earth shake and shake. Stabilizing himself, Yan Zhaoge gazed towards the great seal. Suddenly, all-encompassing golden light converged by the side of the seal, actually gradually condensing into the figure of a person. Meanwhile, in the deep abyss outside, the great golden sun shook mightily at this moment, as though it had been affected by the East Rising Lord and the others. The great sun itself had not been damaged much, but streams of golden light coiled within the air, shaking the surrounding space as well. The black hole beneath Fang Juan's body rippled, sweeping in numerous streams of black light. However, these streams of black light were connected to those numerous black chains. At this moment, affected by the surrounding chaotic space, everything appeared chaotic. The intersecting black chains resembled a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped and bound Yuan Jingfeng. Guided by a majestic force, Yuan Jingfeng was shockingly dragged towards that black hole as well. The two devilish claws that danced within the air clawed towards Yuan Jingfeng. Yuan Jingfeng spread his palms apart, moving forward together, one on each side as he blocked the two devilish claws that were attacking him. However, that majestic force still pressed down on Yuan Jingfeng, sending him tumbling towards the black hole. Yuan Jingfeng knit his brows tightly as he could tell that these two evil devils actually wanted to use him to seal up the black hole. The surrounding 9 underworlds' baleful chi transformed into a vortex, the bottom of the vortex being sucked in by the black hole. However, the vortex also swept Yuan Jingfeng's body along with it. Beneath the effects of multiple forces, Yuan Jingfeng was sucked into the black hole along with the jet black chains and the black vortex. Half of his body having fallen within, he actually sunk even deeper than Fang Zhuan. Fang Zhuan formed sword seals with both hands, his left hand pointing towards his forehead while his right pierced towards the black hole down below. Streams of light attempted to break apart the devilish qi surrounding Yuan Jingfeng. Yuan Jingfeng's entire body surged with true essence, also resisting the dual devouring power of the 9 underworlds' baleful qi and the black hole down below. However, he could only helplessly watch as the 2 massive devilish claws pressed down simultaneously from above. Yuan Jingfeng raised his hands with the momentum of a heavenly king bearing a pagoda, blocking the 2 devilish claws. Feeling that immense pressure, a resolute look appeared within Yuan Jingfeng's eyes as his palms that had originally been blocking outwards suddenly changed direction. His hands abruptly turned into claws and he stopped resisting. Instead, he firmly grabbed onto the 2 devil claws and pulled them towards him with all his strength. The speed at which Yuan Jingfeng was sinking into the black hole suddenly increased, but the strength of his hands increased to the extreme, and he began to drag the 2 evil spirits with him. It was obvious that he was going to perish together with them. Even if he was trapped in the black hole of the spacetime turbulence, he would drag these 2 demons into it. The great golden sun was shaken. At this moment, the seal had almost completely collapsed. The 9 underworlds' baleful qi grew fiercer and fiercer, the terrifying devilish aura of the 2 massive devilish claws growing more and more distinct and stronger as it looked like it was truly about to descend upon the 8 extremities world. At this moment, Yuan Jingfeng had already completely disregarded his own life and death as he wanted to drag these 2 evil devils directly from the 9 underworlds into the black hole before him through the 8 extremities world, not giving them a chance to remain in the 8 extremities world. The smile on the face of the East Rising Lord vanished, becoming cold and dark. Yuan Jingfeng's expression was resolute and fearless. This world is indeed very good, so all the more I can't give it to you. The Sunset Lord had not been possessed. Instead, he had already fallen to the dark side, his eyes turning yellow as they shot out a blood-red light. He looked at Yuan Jingfeng. Yuan equaling heaven, why do you have to risk your life like this? Look, Xin Qinglei is just a little smarter than you. Yuan Jingfeng shook his head. Here, with the seal blocking the descent of the true devils, it is already so difficult for us to fight them. If the 9 underworld's true devils are allowed to truly descend into the 8 extremities world and display their full power outside, how will we be able to fight them then? There are far more than just 2 9 underworld's true devils. If the seal cannot be repaired and the passageway is opened as time passes, more true devils will pay attention to this world, right? This old man sincerely hopes that Xunli has some special intentions in leaving this time. Otherwise, while it is easy for him to escape now, after a large number of evil devils have entered the 8 extremities world in the future, where will he run to then? Hide in the flame devil world? Hearing his words, the Sunset Lord laughed loudly. So you also know that there are many truly powerful evil devils. It is just that there are only 2 who are currently paying attention to this dimensional passageway. When more and more evil devils are paying attention to this place, what can you do? You are nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You, Xin Qinglei or the others, it is just a matter of whether you die sooner or later. The fate of the 8 extremities world has already been decided. Why don't you just open your heart and be like us? You will discover that this world where you can do as you please has a different kind of brilliance to it. Yuan Jingfeng's expression did not waver in the slightest. If we can drag these 2 true devils into the chaotic flows of space, they will not be able to immediately set foot on our 8 extremities world and wreak havoc there. Without their mischief, before the other true devils have noticed this place, this great golden sun may be able to once again seal the entrance to the great 9 underworld's door. He looked at the Sunset Lord and the East Rising Lord. With just puppets and fallen practitioners like you 2, it is still insufficient to shake this great golden sun. This old man will gamble on this possibility now, striving for a chance of survival for our 8 extremities world. A look of ridicule appeared on the face of the East Rising Lord. With just you? The difference in our strength between only descending with a single arm and descending with a complete arm is far greater than the difference between the heavens and the earth. Yuan Jingfeng smiled calmly. Do what you can and leave it to fate. Only having exerted your utmost effort can you calmly face fate. In one's life, all one seeks is to have a clear conscience. Beside him, Fang Zhuan was silent upon hearing his words before he soundless laughed. He raised his hands, the index and second fingers of his right hand forming a sword as he lightly slashed across the meridians on his left wrist. Essence blood spurted out, guided by Fang Zhuan's sword technique, transforming into numerous threads of blood that traversed the air. The threads of blood resembled ropes as they trapped those two massive demonic claws, one black and one purple. The two evil devils were greatly enraged, their demonic claws trembling as a majestic force emanated, wanting to shatter the threads of blood. Now Fang Zhuan guided the sword technique on his right hand once more, pointing straight towards the black hole down below as a blood-red light also shot out from the fingertips of his right hand, landing within the black hole formed of the chaotic flows of space. Instantly, the speed at which Fang Zhuan was being devoured by the black hole suddenly increased as well. The threads of blood that were connected to his left hand and binding those two demonic claws were now reinforced by a formless force, the space around them distorting unceasingly as the two demonic claws were actually unable to break free for the time being. As Fang Zhuan's descending speed increased, he also brought along a tremendous force, helping Yuan Zhengfeng to drag along those two demonic claws, wanting to suck them into the black hole as well. In the secular world, it is often said that when fighting a tiger, blood brothers fight, father and son fight. Fang Zhuan said, "Master and disciple are fine as well." Yuan Zhengfeng looked at his disciple with pity. After entering the space-time turbulence, it was hard to predict whether one would be lucky or not. One might be killed by the space-time turbulence or one might enter an unknown world. However, the technique that Fang Zhuan was currently using caused him to lose a great deal of his essence blood, igniting his own life force. It was very likely that without the evil devils acting or the chaotic flows of space killing him, he would perish first. "This child, you've always been like this since you were young. You look gentle on the outside but you're the craziest and most intense on the inside." A worried look flashed across Yuan Jingfeng's face. He laughed loudly and said, "All right, let's go together." The master and disciple shouted in unison, increasing their strength to the extreme, forcibly dragging the two nefarious devils. As their bodies fell into the black hole turbulence, the two demonic claws, one purple and one black, gradually began to be engulfed by the black hole. The East Rising Lord, and the others roared together, the devils within the deep abyss howling madly. Chapter 483. For a moment, demons danced wildly in the abyss. There was someone who attempted to sever the threads of blood entangling Fang Zhuan's devilish claws. However, just as he exerted force, he seemed like a mosquito stuck to a spider's silk, unable to move as he was drawn along by those threads of blood into the black hole, devoured by the chaotic flows of space. Having attempted to attack and disturb Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhuan, they immediately followed in the footsteps of their companions, also being sucked into the black hole. The roars of the demons rang out one after another. The golden sun seemed to have stopped moving in the void. However, in that extreme darkness, the terrifying aura became denser and denser. In the darkness, a red light suddenly burst out and dyed the entire abyss red. It was just like the previous times when the devilish domain Great Formation was opened and the door of the 9 underworlds descended. At that time, the Great 9 underworlds door had never been completely opened. However, at this moment, a true crevice to the 9 underworlds had appeared within the 8 extremities world. Two huge figures squeezed together, side by side, and peeked out from the terrifying door. A powerful aura swept through the abyss, almost causing everyone to suffocate and become paralyzed. Amidst the vicious cackling, the two devilish claws grew even more majestic, as if they were filled with boundless power. The blood threads that entangled it began to snap one by one. Yuan Zhengfeng also felt that his hands were about to lose the grip of those two demonic claws. The old man's expression was as resolute as ever, without the slightest change. He turned to look at his disciple with a gaze filled with pity. Fang Zhuan's expression was serene, his face pale without the slightest hint of blood on it as he slowly closed his eyes, seeming to have fallen into a deep slumber. The two of them sank deep into the black hole formed by the space-time turbulence and were gradually devoured. Streams of black light and 9 underworlds' baleful qi, as well as some fallen martial practitioners, were also sucked into the black hole. The two giant devil claws tried to pull out of the black hole. But at this moment, the golden sun that seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber suddenly shot out boundless light. Sunlight instantly filled the abyss and swept away the evil red demonic light. The golden sun began to expand and engulf everything in its path. Outside the deep abyss, in the 8 extremities world, looking down from the sky above, one could see the numerous black patterns of light beginning to be extinguished as golden light lit up. The entire region, the vast territory at this moment, had golden sunlight shooting up into the sky. In the bright sunlight, a large crimson seal that flashed with golden light was located in the center. It was breathtaking. Around the large seal, there were figures appearing. As Yan Zhaoge appeared, he gazed towards the other side of the great golden seal. Just now, the boundaries of the heavens and earth manifested with this great golden seal as its center had actually begun to grow blurry, a portion of the heavens and earth on the verge of collapsing as it connected with the eight extremities world outside. At the same time, 10,000 rays of golden light gathered together to form a human figure. One could barely make out the silhouette of a young man. He stood there quietly and raised his fist. As he punched out with this fist, Yan Zhaoge felt as though all the light in the world was concentrated on this man's fist, the sun in the sky, its light illuminating all. Everything else was fabricated. Only this light was real. Everything else was insignificant. Only this sun was the sole ruler. Domineering and majestic, exquisite and vast, the powerful fist intent principle was exactly the same as that of the great scarlet gold seal that was like the sun star. It was the most authentic sun god's canon. This was not a real person. Instead, it was the owner of this great golden seal, the manifestation of the fist intent left behind by the person who had left behind the seal. Everything before Yan Zhaoge's eyes was bright gold. The golden sunlight was no longer so piercing as the scenes of the deep abyss in the earth domain outside reappeared. Chaotic flows of space formed, a massive black hole appearing before them. Half of the bodies of the 9 underworld's true devils had already emerged from the great 9 underworld's door, a devilish claw each reaching into the black hole as they were currently attempting to extricate themselves. The martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world had already been decimated. Even those fallen practitioners and evil puppets were virtually all dead, with only the East Rising Lord and the Sunset Lord remaining. The group of devils looked dazedly at Yan Zhaoge and the great golden seal, unconsciously feeling threatened. Not seeing his seniors, Yan Zhaoge's heart was heavy. He sucked in a deep breath, forcibly stabilizing his mind before punching out with a fist as well. Radiance gradually flickered on Yan Zhaoge's fist. As the acupoints of his entire body pulsed, sunlight shot out. The numerous rays of sunlight transformed into numerous golden talismans, a powerful aura emanating from within. The golden talismans gradually formed a complete talisman within the air, enveloping Yan Zhaoge's entire body. In an instant, Yan Zhaoge also seemed to have transformed into a bright golden humanoid silhouette. The fist intent left behind by the original owner of the great golden seal mightily erupted. This fist intent was incomparably powerful as it instantly swept through the entire area. The fallen Sunset Lord did not even have the time to let out a tragic howl before he resembled darkness that had been dispelled by light, his body dissipating amidst the infinite radiance. Those 9 underworld's true devils roared in unison, already having emerged from the great 9 underworld's door and appeared within the spacetime of the 8 extremities world, dense smoke rising from the surface of their bodies. Bolstered by the fist intent of the seal's original owner, the great golden seal shook, seeming to have regained its spirituality. The majestic power contained within the seal began to display its effects. As the seal descended, the spacetime within the deep abyss shattered unceasingly. Immeasurable golden light mightily struck the open great 9 underworld's door, which instantly distorted. The demonic red light gradually vanished, infinite golden light transforming into a massive sigil within the air, vast and boundless as it enveloped the heavens and the earth. As the golden sigil descended, the great 9 underworld's door was sealed once more. The 2 great true devils roared in unison. Half of their bodies in the 9 underworlds and the other half in the 8 extremities world, they were shockingly bisected at the waist by the distorted, shattered power of dimensions at this moment. A moment ago they had still been domineering. Now their bodies had been directly bisected into 2. While it had been powerful earlier, the great golden seal that had appeared calm and inactive, even a little stiff, now erupted with a ferocious might that surged to the heavens. The violent seal descended, shattering the bodies of those 9 underworld's evil devils mightily. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that the entire 8 extremities world seemed to be shaking as a result. How great had the power of this great golden seal originally been? It had still been fine when it had been in a silent and peaceful state earlier. Now that it had finally revealed its ferocious might, it instantly seemed about to surpass the tolerable limits of the 8 extremities world. Within the deep abyss of the earth domain, The baleful qi of the 9 underworlds as well as the streams of black devilish qi were unceasingly dispersed at this moment. The East Rising Lord let out a tragic howl, having been gravely injured just by being affected by the golden light. While he did not die instantly like the Sunset Lord, streams of black qi surged from his body as it seemed about to break apart. His true body having been ripped apart, the upper half of his body completely shattered. With such heavy injuries, this clone was virtually on the verge of collapse as well. With the great 9 underworld's door already sealed, he dared not hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly rose upwards, only hoping to leave this place as soon as possible. The fist intent left behind by the original owner of the great golden seal gradually dissipated after having erupted. That great seal regained its calm as even its radiance was retracted, turning somewhat dim. While the East Rising Lord rejoiced, his entire body suddenly felt a chill. Beside the great golden seal, the golden light on Yan Zhaoge's body faded as well, a purple bow appearing within his hands. A jet-black arrow was knocked on the bowstring, flickering with a faint golden light. Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, "Where are you running off to?" Chapter 484. Yan Zhaoge drew his bow to the fullest extent, his gaze fixed on the East Rising Lord, who was attempting to flee. His fingers loosened and the bowstring trembled. The devil-shattering arrow left the bowstring, instantly piercing through the void and piercing through the chest of the East Rising Lord. The East Rising Lord wanted to dodge, but having been affected by the power of the great golden seal earlier, he was unable to move due to his heavy injuries. The devil-shattering arrow shot straight through his back and out his chest, piercing right through him. The gaping hole in his chest began to expand unceasingly, causing the body of the East Rising Lord to seem like it was about to be devoured by the wound on his body. Nothing more than an avatar. He snorted coldly. His body stopped struggling as if he didn't care too much. He only felt a bit regretful. However, the next moment, the East Rising Lord's face changed drastically. Devil-shattering arrow? There's someone in this world who knows how to craft the devil-shattering arrow? It wasn't just the East Rising Lord's body that was constantly breaking apart. Passing through layers of time and space, in a distant and unknown land, there seemed to be something else that was collapsing and being destroyed along with it. The door of the 9 serenities, which was suppressed by the golden talisman, even shook a little. On the other side of the door there seemed to be a violent impact. Anger, hatred, pain, and despair seemed to have traversed through time and space. After shooting the arrow, Yan Zhaoge kept heaven shocker, no longer looking at the East Rising Lord, as he directly turned and shot towards the black hole on the other side. Behind him, the final howls of the East Rising Lord could be heard before everything instantly returned to silence. There were still scattered 9 hell's baleful qi scattered in the surrounding abyss, but the rampaging demons from before had already dissipated. The golden light on the surface of the golden seal disappeared, and the powerful aura converged. It quietly floated in the void, like an ordinary red copper seal platform. Yan Zhaoge couldn't even be bothered to look at this seal as he lunged before the black hole. A huge suction force came from the black hole, wanting to suck Yan Zhaoge within as well. Yan Zhaoge took out the lofty prestige mirror, infusing his true essence within as a streak of mirror light shot out. The mirror light fell on the black hole and for a moment the black hole seemed to be still. After stabilizing himself, Yan Zhaoge hurriedly gazed within the black hole. The figures of Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhuan had fallen into a formless vortex, still sinking unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge's heart ached. Unlike those evil devils, the two had entered the black hole of their own accord, having already long since fallen to an irreversible state. The lofty prestige mirror's light locked onto the entrance of the black hole, but the two of them continued to sink. It looked like they were about to disappear into the boundless spatial turbulence. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at that seal. This seal was too powerful, making it difficult to activate. The fist will incarnation left behind by the original owner of the seal was specially used to reseal the door of the 9 serenities. Now that it had been used up, it disappeared. The seal also fell silent again, and it was even more silent than before. Amidst the chaotic flows of space, streams of clear qi extended outwards from Yuan Zhengfeng's clear qi robe, entangling with the black hole. The old man's expression was tranquil as he smiled at Yan Zhaoge, being able to feel that the devilish qi outside has been cleansed completely. I believe that it was not Baldi Shen who returned, but rather your handiwork, Zhaoge? Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. Returning after leaving? What's going on with Shen Li? Yuan Zhengfeng said. He ran away. If he hadn't run, we might not have needed to use this method of mutual destruction, still being able to persevere until you succeeded. However, with him running away, he indeed didn't have to bear any risk at all, even having no future threat from the 9 underworlds. Yuan Jingfeng smiled self-mockingly. From the looks of it, Baldy Shin is indeed smarter than this old man. Yin Zhaoge's face sunk. Shin Li, being a little stupid is being a little stupid. This old man does not regret it, Yuan Jingfeng said. This old man entering the chaotic flows of space is not a situation where death is certain. I might still have a chance to return to the 8 extremities world in the future, or we might meet again in another world one day. He looked to the side. Fang Zhuan's eyes were closed, already unconscious as he seemed to be in a deep slumber. However, your second apprentice uncle can't hold on any longer, his essence blood collapsing. If he doesn't enter the chaotic flows of space, he might even perish. Looking at Fang Zhuan, the scene of that youth entering Broad Creed Mountain and entering his tutelage many years ago surfaced within Yuan Jingfeng's mind. The clear qi surged as the clear qi robe suddenly detached from Yuan Jingfeng's body, enveloping Fang Zhuan's body. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge was shocked. Grand Master. Yuan Jingfeng smiled. While this old man can't get out, I can still send my disciple out at the end of the day. Amidst his laughter, Yuan Jingfeng's left hand suddenly exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. The mist of blood flew upwards, transforming into streaks of blood-red light, first severing the threads of blood on Fang Zhuan's body that were entangled with the black hole before transforming into a large hand, lifting the clear qi robe and Fang Zhuan upwards together. Accompanied by Fang Zhuan's ascent, Yuan Jingfeng's body descended at an accelerated rate. Yin Zhaoge's heart tightened, but he didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest, lest Yuan Jingfeng's efforts go to waste as he hurriedly caught Fang Zhuan with all his might. Looking at Yuan Jingfeng again, his figure was already blurry amidst the chaotic flows of space, appearing incomparably far away. The old man smiled amiably, waving his remaining right hand. Take good care of yourselves, my children. Yin Zhaoge could only feel a surge of injustice surging within his chest as he suddenly let out a long howl. Above his head, a silhouette flickered. Within that silhouette, 9 spirit leaves flickered with radiance, profound runes inscribed on their surfaces, all of them different yet all containing profound principles. Outside of the 9 spirit leaves in the air, a 10th spirit leaf appeared, seemingly located in an immeasurable place, hard to describe. Open. The 10 spirit leaves shook together. Streams of radiance lit up on Yin Zhaoge's body, streams of ice blue refined qi one after another, streams of golden sunlight one after another, all flooding onto the spirit leaves. As the spirit leaves swayed, bright light agglomerated on their surfaces, forming a ball of light which slowly rose into the air. The small ball of light hovered above the spirit leaves before its light abruptly illuminated the surrounding area, resembling flowers blooming together. The 9 spirit flowers were the first to bloom simultaneously. Illusory light enveloped Yin Zhaoge's entire body, forming a massive pillar of light which shot into the skies, piercing through the entire universe. Within this pillar of light which seemed real whilst illusory, myriad scenes changed, the stars in the sky circulating as it seemed to be projecting the changes of prehistoric times. Within the deep abyss of the earth domain which had previously been gloomy, the singing of the great Tao of the heavens and the earth resounded unceasingly. This was the scene of a martial practitioner attaining the pinnacle of spirituality, advancing from the mid-essence spirit martial grandmaster realm to the late-essence spirit martial grandmaster realm, the blossoming of spirit flowers from the spirit leaves, resonating with the principles of the heavens and the earth. This step established a foundation for the martial practitioner to continue climbing towards greater heights, determining what heights they would be able to reach in the future. It was a once-in-a-lifetime achievement for every martial grandmaster. 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers was precisely the pinnacle scene within. Therefore, the singing of the great Tao of the heavens and the earth was exceptionally clear, vast and distant, lasting for a long time. Meanwhile, in the air above Yin Zhaoge's head, that illusory 10th spirit leaf also blossomed with light at this moment. The light was not bright nor dazzling, instead being even more profound and indiscernible. The 10th spirit flower blossomed above Yin Zhaoge's head, enveloping him within the illusory pillar of light. All the colorful phenomena completely vanished, a chaotic scene appearing instead. It was as though the world's creation had instantly returned to before the primordial world had opened. With the essence blood of the ice dragon as a foundation and having comprehended the changes in the light of the sun, having received the enlightenment of the true martial intent of that great golden seal, Yan Zhaoge had successfully stepped into the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late essence spirit stage. True martial soul, 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers. Perfect and flawless. Seeing this scene, after being stunned for a moment, Yuan Jingfeng began laughing joyfully. Within the air, the old man laughed as he headed towards the infinite unknown. While his life and death were uncertain, his attitude was carefree. Chapter 485. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head to look at Fang Zhuan, whose skin was pale as paper, as though he was in deep slumber, before looking at the black hole once more. The lofty prestige mirror's light was gradually losing its grip on the black hole. Having lost the intentional effect of Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhuan, the entrance to the black hole gradually began to close. The endless space-time turbulence presented a chaotic scene. Yuan Zhengfeng's figure gradually moved further and further away, disappearing within it. The old man wasn't tall and was even a little thin. He had always been towering and majestic, and at this moment, it was as if he was the center of the world. Standing within the air, Yan Zhaoge lifted Fang Zhuan's body with his true essence, bowing solemnly towards the vanished Yuan Zhengfeng and the black hole. Maintaining his bowing posture for a long time, Yan Zhaoge said softly, "Grandmaster, please take care. We will definitely meet again." With a swipe of his palm, his true essence surged, enveloping the faint mist of blood remaining on Fang Zhuan's body before collecting it. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, looking at his second apprentice uncle once more. Probing with his true essence, Yan Zhaoge could feel that Fang Zhuan's situation was indeed extremely terrible. Sacrificing his own essence, blood and will to form a sword had caused Fang Zhuan to suffer a great blow to his vitality, almost causing him to perish. Yuan Jingfeng's words were not wrong. Even if he was not devoured by the black hole, the current Fang Zhuan could still perish at any time. The reason why Yuan Jingfeng had gone all out in sending Fang Zhuan out was actually because he had held on to the slightest hope that Yan Zhaoge and the others would be able to save Fang Zhuan. They especially hoped that Yan Zhaoge, who was currently present, would be able to save them at the first possible moment. Yan Zhaoge did not disappoint Yuan Jingfeng as he retrieved 6 long thin golden needles from his shadow-shrinking pouch, wielding them like the wind as they quickly landed on 6 of Fang Zhuan's major acupoints. Then his true essence poured unceasingly into Fang Zhuan's body. The true essence of Yan Zhaoge's entire body was currently extremely abundant, just that it had yet to be refined. At this moment, using it to stabilize Fang Zhuan's condition was naturally not a problem. At the same time, another 9 golden needles landed on Yan Zhaoge's body. Yan Zhaoge once more applied the needles, leaving them on Fang Zhuan's body, not removing them. Finally, Yan Zhaoge brought his palms together, the clear qi robe enveloping Fang Zhuan's body once more. A golden thread extended from each of the 15 golden needles, connecting with the clear qi robe, guiding the streams of clear qi robe to augment Fang Zhuan's body. Yan Zhaoge observed carefully, only letting out a sigh of relief when he saw that some color had finally returned to his second apprentice uncle's pale face. For the time being, his condition has been stabilized and will not worsen. However, a long period of recuperation is still required before he can awaken. He cannot do without the protection of the clear qi robe, requiring this sacred artifact to constantly watch over second apprentice uncle. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, the spiritual light behind his head vanishing. He looked at the surroundings of the abyss. Although the black fog still lingered, it had already returned to its original state. Even though it was still a land of death, the 9 underworld's baleful qi and terrifying devilish qi had finally become much fainter. He lowered his head and looked down. After the huge golden talisman had sealed the door of the 9 underworlds once again, it had already gradually disappeared and was once again hidden in the black fog. The blood-soaked battle between him and his grandmaster and the others had not been in vain. Barring any major accidents, this seal would last for a very long time. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly, swiveling his head to look at that great golden seal amidst space. Not to mention the fact that the seal had been used to seal the 9 Serenities Gate for so many years without being broken, the original owner of the seal had left behind a fist avatar that had actually resealed the 9 Serenities Gate in this place. While it was far from being able to stand against the entire 9 underworlds and the numerous evil devils within, the door of the 9 underworlds here was an actual dimensional passageway. A fist-intent incarnation that had remained for so many years had directly sealed the dimensional passageway between the 2 worlds. What level had the cultivation base of the original owner of the Great Golden Seal been at? Logically speaking, such power should not have been tolerated by the 8 Extremities world. While those 2 underworld's true devils had gradually broken the seal earlier, rushing into the 8 extremities world, after seeing them, Yan Zhaoge had been able to feel that even if they had come to the 8 extremities world in their complete form, their strength would actually still not be complete. While they would still be extremely powerful, they would be suppressed to a state equivalent to the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Yan Zhaoge felt that the true strength of those 2 martial saints had been even greater than this. Connecting this with the message left behind by his mother, Shui Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge speculated that if one's cultivation base surpassed the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, they would likely not be able to remain in the 8 extremities world any longer. In the 8 extremities world of post-Great Calamity times, no expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm had been confirmed to have appeared. The exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge with the greatest combat strength had perished at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm. The Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao with the highest cultivation base had been at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm when he had gone missing. However, according to the speculations of the other experts, the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo included, when he had last appeared in front of the world, Zhang Chao should still not have reached the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. In other words, it was still not time for him to attempt to break through into the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Still, this was just the guess of others. The exact situation of the Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao had always been a mystery. While there were mortals who had said that the Sacred Sun Saint Zhang Chao had ascended, the Sacred Sun clan had always kept this a secret, not giving a clear explanation. Therefore, the question of whether the 4th level of the martial saint realm could remain in the 8 extremities world could not be verified now. However, after having seen the situation of those 2 true devils today, Yan Zhaoge felt that this guess was true. A fist intent that has been left behind for so many years is already able to seal the great 9 underworld's door that has truly been opened. Such power is not simple at all. How was he able to remain in the 8 extremities world back then? Yan Zhaoge gazed at that great golden seal. This thing of yours is not simple either. The eruption of the great golden seal earlier had shaken the entire 8 extremities world as if it could not be tolerated by the heavens and the earth. Yan Zhaoge would not overlook this. And the power of that eruption had still been far from the limits of this treasure. It had been able to remain in the 8 extremities world precisely because it was in a slumbering state, its power never fully unleashed. Yan Zhaoge had still seen such an existence in the current 8 extremities world, just that there had only been one of them, the Extreme Yin Crown. While this sacred artifact looked mighty as it possessed great power when wielded by a maiden of Extreme Yin of the martial scholar realm, the Extreme Yin Crown was actually in a slumbering state as well. Stimulated by Meng Wan and the others, it was like opening its eyes slightly in its sleep as it could not even be considered a lazy stretch. After all, Meng Wan and the others' cultivation levels were still low. Extreme Yin Crown. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Extreme Yang Seal. Just now, as Yan Zhaoge had circulated his profound art, executing the Extreme Yang scripture that he was still not proficient in and communicating with that fist-intent incarnation, in that instant when the great golden seal had been unleashed, a bizarre scene had suddenly appeared within his mind. Colorful illusions of light and shadow finally condensed into a consciousness. Sacred artifact, Extreme Yang Seal. What Yan Zhaoge took note of was that amongst those numerous scenes of light, a female figure actually appeared within one of them. His entire body was shrouded in clear light, and he wore the supreme Yin crown on his head. When Yan Zhaoge had been refining the pillar of the Divine Palace, he had viewed the past memories of the pillar of the Divine Palace. The woman he had seen appeared here once more. To be continued. Emotion. Small. Ne. Chapter 486. Within the image, that woman suddenly appeared before the Extreme Yang Seal. She seemed completely unafraid of the radiance and heat of the sun as she walked neither hurriedly nor slowly on the surface of the sun. The Extreme Yin crown on her head emitted streams of clear radiance, the moonlight resembling water. As it came into contact with the radiance of the Extreme Yin crown, the Extreme Yang Seal seemed to be affected slightly. That woman's gaze was condensed to the point of being tangible as 2 streaks of light shot out from her eyes, landing on the Extreme Yang Seal. The Extreme Yang Seal suddenly shook. Then, all-encompassing radiance condensed as the true martial intent of the Extreme Yang Seal's original owner that was concealed within the sacred artifact appeared. Looking at the figure condensed of sunlight, the woman was silent for a long time. While her face was enveloped by moonlight and her features could not be clearly seen, Yan Zhaoge could still vaguely feel her disappointment. Fist intent incarnation? No wonder you left the Extreme Yang Seal here. So it was to substitute it? The woman sighed lightly. You really managed to fool many people. I wonder where you are now. Looking at the extreme young seal, she shook her head. Forget it. Since you have made such arrangements, I will not spoil your plans. The extreme young seal shall remain here, awaiting its fated person. The woman turned and left, her voice lingering in the air. I will leave the extreme crown in this world as well. Yan Zhaoge regained his wits from his contemplation, thinking of that woman's words from earlier. There were experts who survived the great calamity. Yan Zhaoge exhaled. That woman was indeed no ordinary person. It is just that I had not thought that she would have actually come to the Earth domain before, even being an old acquaintance of the original owner of this extreme young seal. Birds of a feather flock together. Her cultivation base should not be low either. Even if it is, it should not be much lower than the original owner of this extreme young seal. She can also remain in the 8 extremities world. Is it that my deduction of 4th level martial saints being unable to exist in this world is wrong, or is there some other reason? Or perhaps, having surpassed a certain cultivation base, one is instead no longer restricted, being able to freely enter and exit worlds like the 8 extremities world? Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before he retracted his thoughts, gazing at the extreme young seal once more. Whether it was the extreme young seal or the extreme crown, they were both stronger than sacred artifacts like the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, the Clear Chi Robe and the Heaven Cleaving Axe. It was just that it was very difficult for the current people to activate the complete power within it. They could only activate a very small part of it. Yan Zhaoge enveloped Fang Zhuan with the Clear Chi Robe, then approached that great golden seal. The fist intent of the extreme young seal's original owner had now completely transformed into a seal, sealing the passageway between the 9 underworlds and the 8 extremities world. The extreme young seal could leave as well, no longer having to remain here. Substituting for the peach corpse, left for the fated one. Yan Zhaoge ruminated on the meaning of those words. With that fist intent incarnation having vanished, the substitution of the peach corpse, the operation of deceiving others has come to an end. The great 9 underworlds door has also been sealed. Therefore the extreme young seal can also be taken away? At this moment the extreme young seal resembled a very ordinary seal platform. It was completely crimson, resembling both copper and jade. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm, sunlight being emitted as he grasped the extreme young seal. The extreme young seal shook slightly, golden light flashing as it instantly regained its tranquility. When a maiden of extreme reaches the martial scholar realm, she will be able to wield the extreme crown. This extreme young seal, however, seems to require me to have a higher cultivation base. After frowning, Yan Zhaoge relaxed. The extreme crown can only be wielded by women of the extreme physique. This extreme young seal doesn't have any special requirements, just requiring one to cultivate in the extreme young scripture. Thinking of the extreme young scripture, Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips a little. While he had more or less completed the extreme young scripture through his comprehension of the concept of the extreme young seal, however, the extreme young divine canon obtained through this method only contained the true meaning of power. While it was extremely pure, it was also extremely primitive, fitting in with the great Tao of heaven and earth. He still needed some time if he wanted to make it his own and understand all the profound essence within. Like cracking a code, he was able to decipher the mysteries of the sun god's canon. Holding the extreme young seal, Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, attempting to place it within his shadow shrinking pouch. Placing it down, the extreme young seal actually showed no reaction at all as it just landed stably within the shadow shrinking pouch like an ordinary copper seal. The divine artifact concealed itself, falling into a state of slumber, its power completely retracted within, not leaking outwards in the slightest. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. Even the spirituality of the dragon corpse that had already died earlier had not been stable. Without the suppression of the pillar of the divine palace, it would have been hard to keep within the shadow shrinking pouch. A sacred artifact like the Clear Chi Robe was also unable to be kept within the shadow shrinking pouch. Therefore Yan Zhaoge now had to bring Fang Zhuan and the Clear Chi Robe with him all the way out. Rising up, leaving the deep abyss, Yan Zhaoge lowered his head and looked down. The earth domain was still hell, enshrouded by chaotic streams of baleful chi as humans and beasts were hard-pressed to approach. However, it was already no longer as devilish chi that surged to the heavens as it resembled the descent of the end of the world. The threat of the 9 underworlds had been temporarily resolved. In this human realm, There was no longer any need to worry about the 9 underworld's evil devils flooding in and plunging life forms into misery and suffering, no longer having to worry about hell continuing to expand, turning the entire world into a land of death. However, all of this had been established on the foundation of the 8 extremities world's martial practitioners paying an immense price. His Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng had been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space, and his second apprentice uncle Fang Juan had been heavily injured and on the verge of death, falling into a deep slumber. Broad Creed Mountain, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Sacred Sun Clan, the numerous experts of the 4 great sacred grounds were buried here forever. Among the people who had entered the Earth domain to prevent the seal from breaking and the 9 underworlds from descending, other than Huang Guanglie and Qinglin who had left to reinforce the Eastern Sea, and Xunli who had fled midway, only he and his second martial uncle had returned alive. Because it was too dangerous, the experts of the 4 great sacred grounds who had entered the Earth domain other than Yan Zhaoge were all Essence Talisman martial grandmasters. Experts of this level were all peak figures of the 8 extremities world. But now he was in eternal slumber in the Earth domain, and even his corpse was hard to find. Yan Zhaoge's heart was heavy. Having experienced the previous great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, having experienced the great battle against the Flame Devils on the East Sea, his Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had already suffered a great blow to their vitality. Having entered the Earth domain this time, their longtime elders had been completely annihilated, causing all of Broad Creed Mountain to be greatly pained. Currently, other than the various first-seat elders of Broad Creed Mountain, the other longtime elders of the clan were virtually all dead. Such a great loss was something that Broad Creed Mountain would not be able to make up for within a period of time. The other 3 clans, other than Turbid Wave Pavilion, were all in roughly the same situation. Yan Zhaoge left the deep abyss, arriving at the borders of the Earth domain. There, Hu and some people of the clan were currently anxiously awaiting news. Seeing that the abnormalities in the Earth domain had vanished, they had been rejoicing. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and hearing the general situation of the matter, their moods had all sunk. That old baldy Xunli. Hearing that Xunli had fled midway, Hu let loose a torrent of abuse. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold. There will be a time to settle the score with him. He looked at Hu. How is the East Sea? Awakening, Hu hurriedly said, Young master, family head has left seclusion, having transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's spirits rose greatly. Amidst the good news, Hu hurriedly told Yan Zhaoge of what he currently knew. Family head and the others are currently locked in a stalemate with the flame devils near the entrance of the dimensional passageway. Locked in a stalemate? Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, I will go to the East Sea. You guys escort second apprentice uncle back to the mountain. After giving some instructions, Yan Zhaoge immediately left for the East Sea. Chapter 487. The East Sea was still filled with smoke. At the entrance of the dimensional passageway leading to the Flame Devil Great World, the experts of the human race and the experts of the Flame Devil Great World were engaged in a heated battle. With the Great Flame Devil King at their head, the numerous Flame Devil experts gathered, guarding the entrance of the dimensional passageway to the death. In the vicinity of the entrance of the passageway, the heavens and the earth were all enveloped beneath white light. Yan Di, Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglie and Song Wuliang, the 4 great experts of the human race, wielded the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation together, their attacks pressuring towards the Flame Devils with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, wanting to repel them along with the corrosive power of the Flame Devil world. Wielding the Extreme Yin Crown, Meng Wan and Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin also relied on the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to assist them in attacking the Flame Devils together. Other areas of the outer East Sea were also engaged in fierce battles. The other human martial practitioners on Verdant Pill Island, the descendants of the Art Saints lineage included, slaughtered those Flame Devils who had not been able to follow the Flame Devil Kings back to the dimensional passageway entrance in time. Amongst these Flame Devils who had invaded the 8 extremities world, there were many experts like the great Flame Devils whose ferocity was stimulated as they engaged in a bloody battle with the human martial practitioners on the spot. A bright sword light flashed across the sky, slaying a Flame Devil. The sword light disappeared and a woman appeared. She had a beautiful face and a sharp temperament. Lowering her head, she saw 2 figures on the surface of the sea killing some lower-level Flame Devils as well. Seeing this, the woman nodded slightly, Yunxing Luhua. The 2 figures on the surface of the sea were precisely Broad Creed Mountain's 2 maidens of extreme Yin, Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua. They simultaneously bowed towards the woman in the air. Master. Fu Enshu descended, looking at Yin Luhua. Luhua, are you sure that the person you met was the Sacred Sun Clan's Huangjie? Yin Luhua answered, this disciple has only seen images of him before. Seeing him from afar this time, after feeling that he seemed to be the world-illuminating young master, this disciple hurriedly avoided him. Still, I should not be mistaken. She was a little perturbed. Master, we are very far away from each other and he didn't look at me. It should be okay, right? Hearing her words, Fu Enshu pondered for a moment before saying to Yin Luhua, normally speaking, you Luhua should not have been exposed to the eyes of the other sacred grounds as you should not have been recognized. But it's better to be careful. Don't act alone from now on. Yin Luhua hurriedly replied, yes, master. Fu Enshu nodded, considering whether she should first send Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua back to the clan. Just as he was pondering, waves of fire surged before him, and yet another flame demon attacked him. Fu Enshu could only suppress her thoughts and deal with the enemy in front of her. The experts of the flame devils had been intercepted by her. Some of the flame devils with lower cultivation bases, equivalent to human martial scholars, had slipped through the net as Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua went up to receive them. Fu Enshu took a closer look and could not help but frown. After dealing with the flame devil in front of her, Fu Enshu said, Luhua, you still have to put in more effort in your usual cultivation. Yin Luhua muttered, yes, master. When Feng Yunxing saw this, she sighed and sent a voice transmission to Fu Enshu, Master, give junior sister Yin some more time. Fu Enshu glanced at her. The homework that has been given to her is already much lower than your standards, yet she is still slacking off. I can finally tell that this child is like a spinning top, only willing to move after being whipped. If I give her too much homework, she will only be able to complete 70 or 80% of it with all her might. If I give her less homework, she instead slacks off, still only completing 80% of it. If I keep a closer eye on her, she will still work a little harder. However, after just 2 days she will revert to her old ways. Does she think that I can't tell? As Fu Enshu spoke, she felt a little angry. Returning to the clan this time, we will have to raise her homework. That way she will be able to put in more effort. Feng Yunxing hesitated for a moment before saying, Master, as soon as junior apprentice sister Yin entered the clan, she was raised as a maiden of extreme Yin, with the requirement that she improve by leaps and bounds within a short period of time, catching up to me and Mengwan. However, none of us have asked her what her own expectations and goals are. Feng Yunxing's cultivation base and strength far surpassed Yin Luhua's, while Yin Luhua had currently not displayed any potential to threaten Feng Yunxing at all. Therefore, Feng Yunxing's words did not cause Fu Enshu to think otherwise. Fu Enshu furrowed her brows. Her problem lies in her love of ease and abhorrence of work. She usually does not put her heart and soul into her training. Even if she is not a maiden of extreme Yin as a martial artist, she is still unqualified. Feng Yunxing sighed. Fu Enshu snorted, Luhua is a solitary practitioner. Solitary practitioners have few resources and are in great danger. They have to rely on themselves to fight for opportunities. Generally speaking, their sense of danger and desire to improve themselves are even stronger than disciples from large sections. As she spoke, Yen Zhaoge's words suddenly flashed through her mind. Maybe junior apprentice sister Yin just wants to live a little easier. Fu Enshu knit her brows, pondering as she swiveled her head to look at Yin Luhua by the side. As the two had been conversing via sound transmission earlier, Yin Luhua, who had not heard the contents of their conversation, could not help but be at a loss as she met Fu Enshu's gaze now. Master? Fu Enshu was silent for a long time before she finally sighed softly, her gaze that was on Yin Luhua gradually turning gentle. Seeing her master's benevolent expression, Yin Luhua relaxed greatly. She was vaguely worried that Fu Enshu might be completely disappointed in her. Of the disciples of the same generation in the clan, she was one of the few who received the best treatment, even far surpassing that of the other core, direct disciples like Su Fei and Lu Wen. Who else would receive the same treatment as her? Yen Zhaoge, publicly acknowledged as the number one of the 8 extremities world's younger generation. Accurately speaking, Yen Zhaoge was already no longer receiving the clan's resources. Instead, he himself had become one of the people distributing the resources, no longer being the same as Yin Luhua and the others. Feng Yunxing, the reason did not need to be stated. Ing Long Tu, breaking Yendi's record as the youngest martial scholar of the 8 extremities world of post-Great Calamity times. Currently 15 years old, he was already at the late outer aura stage, virtually destined to break Yendi's record as the youngest martial grandmaster as well. Other than that there was nothing else. Xikong Qing, who was under the same master as Yin Luhua, her martial potential and diligence far surpassed Yin Liuhua's. However, in terms of resources and treatment she was also inferior to Yin Luhua. Yin Luhua was well aware that this had never been because of her outstanding performance or any great contributions to the clan. It was only because she possessed a unique extreme Yin physique. It was because of this that she had been able to enjoy the best resources and treatment whilst living more and more comfortably till now. If the clan no longer continued to groom her as a maiden of extreme Yin, first not mentioning whether or not she would be able to maintain her status as a core direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, her resources in various areas would definitely plummet. Yin Luhua had still had some thoughts of chasing after Feng Yunxing and vying for the extreme Yin crown when she had just entered the clan. However, such thoughts had long since faded away. To her that was no longer a goal. Instead, it was a tool that allowed her to obtain the excellent living environment and treatment she currently enjoyed. While having a strict master who was constantly nagging and nitpicking at her was not a good thing. However, due to the many conveniences brought about by the extreme Yin bout and her extreme Yin physique, she was incomparably satisfied as she found it hard to part with them. In terms of martial talent she could still be considered outstanding. However, with her lazy personality, it was inevitable that she would be a little wasted. While she was not outstanding amongst the core direct disciples like this, she was also not at the bottom. A large part of this was because of the abundant resources of the clan. Just thinking about how her future days would be after leaving all of this, Yin Luhua felt flustered. Now, seeing Fu Enshu's gentle expression, Yin Luhua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This time I should have passed. Chapter 488. Yin Luhua was currently feeling rather relaxed when Fu Enshu sighed. Teaching in accordance with one's aptitude is easier said than done. Even if your master and the clan give you time, the other maidens of extreme Yin of other clans will not. This burden may indeed be too heavy for the current you. Speaking of which, core direct disciples also have a portion of the right to choose their masters. However, because of your uniqueness, I have directly arranged for you to come under my tutelage. I am too impatient. Perhaps it would instead be more beneficial for your growth if you were to come under someone else's tutelage. Bearing the heavy burden of competing for the extreme Yin crown and taking me as your master are all things that we have placed on you. We only hope that your talent will not be wasted, yet we have neglected some other issues, neglecting your feelings. Fu Enshu spoke emotionally, her tone gentle. Hearing her words, however, Yin Luhua felt her heart palpitate. She hurriedly said, "Master, this disciple is slow and has disappointed you. This disciple will definitely cultivate diligently." Her cultivation base being much higher than Yin Liuhua's, Fu Enshu could see Yin Liuhua's body's condition as clearly as the back of her hand. Fairly speaking, while she had been rather lazy when she had just entered the clan, she had actually been rather steady. However, as time passed, she had become increasingly lazy. Still, Fu Enshu's mood was much calmer now as she just said, "You should really put your heart into it. If you are too lazy, not only will it affect your cultivation as a maiden of extreme Yin, it will also be very difficult for you to reach the peak in your future path as a martial practitioner. It is not just for maidens of extreme Yin. Laziness is a great taboo for every martial practitioner." Looking at Yin Luhua, Fu Enshu sighed, "Luhua, you are not a mediocre person. Your talent is really not bad. If you call yourself slow-witted, most people beneath the heavens would be fools. However, even Han Longer's talent would not be able to withstand endless squandering." Looking at Yin Luhua, she said, "Having been under master's tutelage for some time, you should know that I am a straightforward person. What I said just now was all based on my feelings. I might indeed have been inappropriate in teaching you. You are slow and lazy, clashing with the pressing situation of the extreme Yin bout. This conflict is very hard to resolve." Greatly shocked, Yin Luhua composed herself before hurriedly saying, "Please don't say that, master. This disciple was too lazy earlier. This disciple will definitely correct herself." Her tone was sincere. "Ever since I entered the sect, master has treated me well, and I will always remember it in my heart. Being able to become your disciple is the greatest blessing and fortune of my life. When I cultivate, I often remind myself that I have to cultivate seriously. However, once my body gets tired, my willpower becomes unstable, and I am unable to persevere. Master, please give Luhua a few more chances. Luhua will definitely train well." Fu Enshu frowned slightly. "Luhua, do not let your imagination run wild. Even though I have been strict with you, but what I said just now all came from the bottom of my heart. I'm not being sarcastic and forcing you to take a stand. There is no disciple of mine, Fu Enshu, who is useless. I am eager to be strong and impatient, these are all true, but since haste makes no good steel, I also have enough patience and time to slowly polish you into something useful. Yin Luhua directly knelt down towards Fu Enshu. How can this disciple not feel Master's utter sincerity? This disciple is also sincerely repentant. Please, Master, give this disciple a chance. Fu Enshu sighed. The cultivation of you maidens of extreme Yin is not even sufficient to describe how intense it is. There really isn't much time left for us. These past years, as the cultivation bases of Mengwan, Fanqiu and the others rose higher and higher, the power that the extreme Yin crown can wield has always been gradually increasing. Currently, all the maidens of extreme Yin are still at the martial scholar realm. However, if someone attains the martial grandmaster realm, the power unleashed by the extreme Yin crown will be completely different. Yin Luhua said softly, Master, didn't you say earlier that after Chief transcended mortality and entered sainthood, he surpassed many seniors, already being the #1 person in this world? There is also Grand Master. Our clan's current strength is already fully deserving of being the #1 of the 8 extremities sects. Since that is so, what is the point of competing in the Extreme Yin bout? Our clan can directly wrest the Extreme Yin crown from the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. Fu Enshu said, that is indeed the truth. However, in planning for the future we cannot just look at the advantageous side. First, not speaking of how forcefully occupying the Extreme Yin crown would easily incur the wrath of all the sacred grounds, junior apprentice brother Yen having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, while his strength far surpasses those of the same generation, already stably surpassing the Sacred Sun clan's Huangguanglia, the Sacred Sun clan might not just have Huangguanglia. The Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhangqiao. Let alone you, even I, your master, am already rather unfamiliar with this name. However, no one knows exactly what situation this person is currently in or where he is. These past years, even when the Sacred Sun clan has suffered some losses, he has not appeared. However, it might not really be that he is no longer in the 8 extremities world. While her personality was unyielding, Fu Enshu was not a reckless person. Purple Sun Zhang was an expert of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm that year. So many years have passed, his current strength is hard to predict. Perhaps the possibility of him still being in this world is very small. However, when it truly comes to a life and death battle with the Sacred Sun clan, our clan has no choice but to guard against this. Fu Enshu's gaze swept across Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua. At such a time, if a maiden of Extreme Yin steps into the martial grandmaster realm and wields the Extreme Yin crown, it is very likely that the overall situation will be decided. Yin Luhua lowered her head. She was still very far away from the martial grandmaster realm. Looking at Yin Luhua, Fu Enshu said in a gentle tone, Luhua, you started off late. However, this does not mean that the contest for the Extreme Yin crown is unrelated to you. Your senior apprentice sister Feng and the Sacred Sun clan's Mengwan were both injured before the Extreme Yin bout that year, affecting their competition. And when wielding the Extreme Yin crown in battle, the maiden of Extreme Yin similarly has the possibility of being injured. If our clan really obtains the Extreme Yin crown and Yunxing is injured in battle, we will need you to wield the Extreme Yin crown then. This was precisely the reason why, whether it was the Sacred Sun clan or Broad Creed Mountain or the other clans, all of them strove to groom more than one maiden of Extreme Yin as much as possible, sparing no resources. The so-called double insurance wasn't just limited to the Extreme Yin bout. Fu Enshu said earnestly, with a clan having 2 maidens of Extreme Yin, while there would naturally be internal competition, with the most outstanding one being able to win back the Extreme Yin crown for the clan, your true opponents would forever be the maidens of Extreme Yin of the other sacred grounds. Yin Luhua said in a low voice, this disciple will definitely do her best, going all out, to overcome her own inadequacies. Looking at Yin Luhua, Fu Enshu sighed softly, nodding, Luhua, the strong are aided by the heavens. If you work hard, in the long run, the one who ultimately benefits will still be you. Yin Luhua hurriedly bowed, yes, master. This disciple understands. She lowered her head and heaved a sigh of relief. I've finally passed today, but what about the future? As she thought of this, a myriad of emotions surged in her heart. I started late in the first place, and senior apprentice brother Yen is biased towards senior apprentice sister Feng, intentionally keeping the secret arts to himself and not imparting them to me. This way, senior apprentice sister Feng can complete those assignments, but I can't, and it will always seem like I'm not doing my best. No matter how hard I try, it will be useless. Master will never be satisfied, losing patience with me one day. As she thought about this, Yin Luhua could only feel incomparably vexed. What exactly should I do? Chapter 489. While Yin Luhua was troubled, she did not dare to show it on her face. Looking at Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua, Fu Enshu pondered whether she should first send them back to the clan. But at this moment, intense energy fluctuations suddenly emanated from the sea where the dimensional passageway leading to the Flame Demon Great World was located. Fu Enshu's gaze froze. She saw waves of fire rolling over from the horizon, instantly engulfing the world. She hurriedly protected her two disciples. Wherever the waves of fire swept through, the fire pith vein in the depths of the sea seemed to vibrate along with it. Streams of fire gushed out and exploded through the deep sea, turning into thick pillars of fire that shot towards the sky. Fu Enshu was shocked at first, but after carefully sensing it, she calmed down. The earth vein had only been shaken by the fire chi of the flame devils, and it had not changed on its own during the great battle of the East Sea. However, this chaos was similarly violent and long-lasting, and it nearly affected the entire outer East Sea. And the surging waves of fire that had caused this chaos were similarly ferocious, causing Fu Enshu to be alarmed upon seeing it. Is the flame demons fighting like cornered beasts, fighting with their lives on the line? Thinking thus, Fu Enshu hurriedly brought Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua along as they traversed the sea of flames, avoiding the fierce flames. Now that the ground was full of fire, they could only pick the places where the fire was weaker, but for the time being, they could not send the two disciples out of the East Sea. Due to the change in the terrain, the rampaging of the flame devils in the East Sea, especially in the outer East Sea, had reignited a little. In such an environment, the flame demons' combat strength increased, and the injured flame demons' injuries were even gradually recovering. They seized the opportunity to launch a wave of counterattacks. Fortunately, most of the human martial practitioners did not panic in the face of danger. Although they were attacked by the blazing flames, they still stabilized their footing, beating back the momentum of the flame devil's counterattack. Fu Enshu was also patiently traversing through the sea of fire, ensuring the safety of the master and disciples, and at the same time defending against the attacks of the flame demons. The chaos this time was different from when the flame devils had invaded and boiled the East Sea and caused the earth veins to change. If the problem with the earth veins wasn't resolved, the anomaly at that time would continue. This time, as long as they could hold on for a period of time, the chaos would gradually subside. Fu Enshu gazed towards the region of sea where the entrance of the dimensional passageway was located. She was currently more concerned about the battle situation there. After all, it was there that would determine the direction of the battle over at the East Sea, as well as the future fate of the Eight Extremities world. At this moment, it was a tragic scene. Boundless white light shone intensely, covering the sky. Below them was a crimson world that was constantly trembling under the pressure of the white light. The surging waves of fire were forced to scatter in all directions. At the center of the world formed by raging flames was the entrance to the Flame Devil Great World. At this moment, the entrance was constantly spewing lava and raging flames. The lower half of the Great Flame Devil King's body had completely merged within the sea of flames, with only the upper half of its body exposed outside. Terrifying devilish fire flickered unceasingly on its massive bull head and two tiger claws. The other Flame Devil Kings mostly surrounded this Great Flame Devil King as well, similarly having the lower half of their bodies merged into the sea of flames. The group of flame devils continuously let out wild roars. Amidst their roars, the flames that filled the sky condensed into scarlet runes one after another. Countless scarlet runes formed a screen of light that covered the sky and blocked the white light from above. Within the white light, the human experts with Yen Di at their head similarly mustered their remaining courage, continuing to attack the flame devils down below. Under the operation of the Tai Imperial Breaking Array, the flames were fixed in place by the white light and dissolved into nothingness. Meanwhile, the attacks of the human experts descended like a torrential rain, mightily striking that crimson screen of light, causing it to shudder like ripples on water. The crimson screen of light shattered one after another, numerous runes replenishing it as it recovered. The two sides did not give in to each other, fighting for every inch of territory. In the surrounding heavens and earth, even as the other human martial practitioners dealt with the flame devils before them, most of them were also paying attention to the battle situation here. More than 10 great golden suns rose into the sky, their dazzling sunlight illuminating the nearby crimson sea of flames into pure gold. The group of Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners moved together, slaying a few great flame devils that were attempting to head towards the dimensional passageway entrance. The one at their head was shockingly the current chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, Huang Su. With the simultaneous changes occurring in the East Sea and the Earth domain, the simultaneous assault of the flame devils and the 9 underworlds, the 8 extremities world facing an unprecedented crisis, the peak experts of the various sacred grounds were mostly unable to sit still as they respectively hurried to the East Sea and the Earth domain to participate in the battle. After slaying the great flame devils before him, Huang Su gazed towards that world of white light that enveloped the sky. What exactly is the situation over at the Earth domain now? Huang Su asked as he gazed into the distance, not shifting for even a moment. A longtime elder of the Sacred Sun Clan beside him answered in a heavy tone, "The specific situation is unknown. Up till now, none of the elders of my Sacred Sun Clan who entered the deep abyss of the Earth domain have returned. The situation of Broad Creed Mountain and the other sects is unclear as well. However, observing from the outskirts of the Earth domain, the abnormalities in the Earth domain earlier seem to have already calmed, the baleful chi gradually weakening, returning to its previous normal level. The various demonic beasts that fled from the Earth domain also seem to be showing signs of returning. We are already preparing to send people into the depths of the Earth domain to observe the specific situation there." Listening silently, Huang Su pondered for a moment before saying, "From the looks of it, no matter what, there is temporarily no need to worry about the Earth domain." He gazed at the entrance of the dimensional passageway. "The crux now lies here." Huang Su swiveled his head to look behind him. "Make another divine lamp. While your grandfather already has one, this will be the decisive battle now." Behind him stood a youth who seemed ordinary and unremarkable, his existence easily overlooked, resembling a shadow beneath the sunlight. It was precisely Huang Su's son, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie. Huang Jie nodded calmly, "My intentions exactly." A streak of light extended from the fingers of his right hand, resembling a sharp blade as he lightly sliced the vein on his left wrist. Fresh blood spurted out, the streak of light on Huang Jie's fingertip abruptly growing thicker, transforming into a pillar of light that enveloped his entire body. Within the pillar of light, the crimson fresh blood turned a pure golden luster, before actually gradually condensing into a golden lamp. Huang Jie's skin turned pale, the light in his eyes dimming as his entire person appeared extremely dispirited. However, his expression was calm as he sighed lightly with his finger, the golden lamp drifting through the air towards his father, Huang Su. Huang Su's expression was solemn as he kept the golden lamp carefully. Huang Jie said mildly, "With the current chaotic situation, there are many things that can be done. Let's not waste this chance." "Still, we cannot blindly be greedy," Huang Su said. "The other matters will be left to you. I believe that you will be able to grasp them well." Huang Jie nodded slightly, bowing towards the higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun Clan beside him. "I will be troubling you." Those experts nodded towards Huang Su, before bringing Huang Jie along as they left. Huang Su and the others stared at the distant world of white light. There, the experts of the human race and the experts of the flame devil race were engaged in a great battle, growing more and more tragic as time passed. Yin Zhaoge, on the other hand, had traversed numerous layers of flames with great difficulty, finally arriving here. Father should have brought the thing over? Gazing in the direction of the dimensional passageway, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Chapter 490. Gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoge pondered as he approached the dimensional passageway. Many of the Saint Plane powerhouses pushed their power to the extreme, setting off an incomparable battle. Just the aftermath alone was enough to make the great Grandmaster powerhouses unable to withstand it, and they didn't dare to approach. Now that Yin Zhaoge had suddenly appeared and approached the center of the battlefield, the surrounding human experts could not help but stare at him. Yin Zhaoge also felt that with his current cultivation base, it would be hard for him to withstand the surging waves of fire. Almost in an instant, his body seemed to be on the verge of burning and being annihilated. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as his hands simultaneously moved forward, drawing numerous strange patterns in the air. The pattern flashed with white light, transforming into a white line that streaked across the horizon, falling into the world of white light formed by the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. A white pillar of light instantly descended from the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, enveloping Yin Zhaoge before guiding him into the formation. Only now did the numerous experts of the Outer East Sea recall that Yen Di had once said that this powerful battle formation which had shocked the entire Eight Extremities world had been unearthed by Yen Zhaoge. Entering the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, Yen Zhaoge saw his father, Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglia and Song Wuliang stably guarding the core of the formation, controlling the Grand Formation. Within the formation were also Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin as well as Meng Wan who wore the Extreme Yin Crown. Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Chu Yen was heavily injured and on the verge of death, his sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, also having been heavily damaged. Chu Yen had already been escorted back to the mountain domain by Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners earlier. While the Heaven-Cleaving Axe had been left behind, wielded by an Infinite Boundless Mountain expert, it had not entered the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. This rather heavily damaged sacred artifact was currently left outside the formation, guarding the core and assisting the other human martial practitioners in exterminating the flame devils that had invaded from the East Sea. Seeing the Extreme Yin Crown, Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change, but his heart jolted slightly. He could sense that the Extreme Yang Seal that had remained in a slumbering state ever since he had obtained it and remained completely unmoving actually trembled slightly at this moment. From this sacred weapon, there was a clear human-like emotion, as if an old friend had reunited. Wielding the Extreme Yin Crown, the gaze of Meng Wan similarly flickered as she seemed to feel an unusual disturbance emanating from the Extreme Yin Crown. Still, such a tremor only lasted for an instant as the Extreme Yang Seal quickly fell silent once more, so calm that it seemed like everything that had just happened had been an illusion. Yen Zhaoge reined in his thoughts, first focusing on what lay before him. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di ignored the joy of meeting father and son as he asked, "Zhaoge, how is the situation over at the Earth Domain?" "The Earth Domain is no longer in danger. The abnormalities have subsided, and the invasion of the 9 underworlds has been suppressed and sealed once again. There will be no worries for a short period of time." Yen Zhaoge quickly said, "It is just that the senior martial practitioners of the various sects have suffered tragic casualties, and the losses of our 8 Extremities world have been great as well." As Yen Zhaoge said this, a cold light surfaced within his eyes, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shunli, fleeing in the face of battle. Yen Di and the others first heaved a sigh of relief before their hearts tightened. Yen Zhaoge did not mention how Yuan Zhengfeng was doing. Still, observing Yen Zhaoge's expression, Yen Di and the others could basically guess that Yuan Zhengfeng's life should be fine at the very least. However, Yuan Zhengfeng didn't rush to the East Sea's aid even though the Earth Domain disaster was quelled. This meant that his situation wasn't optimistic either. Shunli similarly did not rush to the Eastern Sea, which inevitably caused everyone to feel depressed. The current battle with the Flame Devils had reached a critical juncture. If Yuan Zhengfeng and Shunli could rush over and participate in the battle, the human race would be able to firmly secure victory. Yen Zhaoge looked at Yen Di. "Father, congratulations on transcending mortality and entering sainthood, stepping into the martial saint realm." The youngest martial saint of the 8 Extremities world in post-Great Calamity times was also the strongest martial saint of the same cultivation level. "It's just another new beginning." Yen Di wielded a saber in his right hand, his saber rampaging as he attacked towards the flame devils down below. He raised his left hand lightly, a crimson pagoda with blue dragon patterns on it appearing before him as he sent a sound transmission to Yen Zhaoge. Being able to emerge from seclusion so quickly, this treasure's contribution cannot go unnoticed. I hope that it can perform another miraculous feat now. Looking at that crimson pagoda, Yen Zhaoge could not help but smile. You indeed brought this thing along. Grand Master is fine, but having fallen into chaotic space, it is unknown which world he has gone to. Second apprentice uncle is heavily injured, but fortunately protected by the clear chi robe, his life is not in danger. As Yen Zhaoge flew towards the crimson pagoda, he briefly explained the situation to Yen Di via sound transmission. Landing on the crimson pagoda, Yen Zhaoge clapped his hands together on its top, numerous red chains instantly appearing on the crimson pagoda. Yen Di and the others circulated the grand formation, numerous chains of white light extending from within, corresponding to each other as they entangled with the red chains. Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, taking out a dark red ring. This ring was clapped onto the top of the crimson pagoda by him, blazing flames instantly blazing within the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. The gazes of Yen Di and the others flickered, but they did not stop him. Meanwhile, the flame devils down below suddenly fell simultaneously silent, their violent roars abruptly halting for an instant. The next moment, an even crazier roar resounded. That great Flame Devil King included, all the Flame Devil experts seemed to have gone berserk as they charged towards the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation up above. The Flame Devil world on the other side of the dimensional passageway also seemed to have turned into a living being at this moment, becoming even more violent and violent. Yan Zhaoge's expression was stern as he clapped his palms together once more, that crimson pagoda transforming into a streak of crimson flames, smashing downwards. Guided by the numerous red and white chains, the massive world of white light formed of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation descended downwards as well. All of a sudden, the sky seemed to have been drawn together, even space and time distorting and folding unceasingly. Seeing the pagoda with the dark red ring embedded within it descending, the Flame Devils did not even have time to rejoice when they discovered that with that ring as their center and the pagoda as their crux, the earth veins of the entire outer East Sea were flowing in reverse. The footsteps of the Flame Devil world that had originally been unceasingly invading the Eight Extremities world were forcibly cut off. The sky above smashed downwards, the sea and the earth below wanting to overturn together. The entire Eight Extremities world seemed to move at this moment, forming a massive, distorting force that strongly repelled the Flame Devil world and the Flame Devil experts. The power of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was also unleashed to the maximum at this moment, countless streams of light intermingling between the heavens and the earth, imprisoning and slaying the Flame Devils together with the chaotic space, sweeping away the devilish fire. In an instant, the scales of victory and defeat were tipped in favor of the human race martial artists. Now, the power of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was condensed and concentrated like never before, forming a massive repulsive force. Meng Wan, the Extreme Yin Crown and Qing Lin were all flung out of the formation. Yan Zhaoge and the other four continued to wield the Grand Formation, borrowing the power of the heavens and the earth to suppress the Flame Devils. Having been warned by Yan Zhaoge beforehand, Meng Wan and the others were not surprised by this as they just gazed at that descending world of white light from the outside, anticipating their final victory. The other human martial practitioners were all in high spirits as well. Similarly focused on this scene, Huang Su said in a low tone, "It's time." At the same time, within the Grand Formation, Huang Guanglia's expression did not change as his movements were composed. He suddenly spread his hand, a golden lamp lighting up. Chapter 491. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation circulated to the maximum, projecting the profound variations between movement and stillness, turning extreme movement into extreme stillness. Beneath this extreme stillness, even the Flame Devil Kings supported by the power of the Flame Devil world would gradually lose their vitality. Other than that, drawing on the massive power of the heavens and the earth with the help of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, the powerful force would even pour into the Flame Devil world, causing an unprecedented counterattack by the human martial practitioners. If this succeeded, even if they could not destroy the Flame Devil world, it would greatly weaken the pure flame chi and destructive aura within. This way, the Flame Devils would not be able to cause any trouble for a very long period of time at least. However, this required the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to be maintained at the dimensional passageway entrance for a rather long time, forming a powerful sealing effect. Yan Di and the other three who were in charge of the formation would also be temporarily sealed, unable to extricate themselves for many years to come. As compared to the results, such a method would bring the least losses to the Eight Extremities world. While the four of them were temporarily sealed, they would slowly whittle down the numerous Flame Devil experts bit by bit, leaving them with no ability to retaliate with their lives on the line, reducing the danger greatly. The human martial practitioners would not be like the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Donga and the others in the past, sacrificing 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. Now, however, a golden lamp suddenly appeared within Huang Guanglia's hands. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and the others could not help but look over. Of those present, Yan Di, Old Man Mo and Song Wuliang all possessed extraordinary cultivation bases, and Yan Zhaoge was knowledgeable as he could all feel that a unique concept seemed to be contained within that golden lamp. Huang Guanglia lifted the golden lamp into the air, its light expanding, enveloping Huang Guanglia's entire body. He brought his palms together, a spiritual light shooting into the skies from the top of his head, shooting straight into the heavens. The light of the golden lamp bobbed and sank within the spiritual light. That spiritual light that led to the entire universe was exceptionally unique as it broke through space, leading to an unknown land. That was not space being broken through. Instead, it seemed to be rising towards a higher level of the world. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated as he could only feel that the scene before him greatly resembled that of before the Great Calamity, when the divine palace had yet to be destroyed, looming high above the 9 heavens. At that time, the world of the heavenly court where the divine palace was located had seemed to exist above the sky, lofty and unattainable to the myriad life forms of the universe. Looking at the place where the spiritual light above Huang Guanglia's head led to, many strange feelings arose within Yan Zhaoge's heart. He came to a realization: that place, could it be the world beyond worlds? Could it be that the Sacred Sun clan and Huang Guanglia had grasped a special method to the world beyond worlds? Carefully sensing it, Yan Zhaoge rejected this possibility. That spiritual light had connected to an unknown land above the 9 heavens. However, it was not a passageway to the world beyond worlds. Instead, it seemed more like it was temporarily drawing in some other profound power from within. Raising their heads and gazing over, they saw that at the boundary between the 8 extremities world and that mysterious, inscrutable, unknown land, a person was indistinctly visible. That person's entire body was shrouded in light, as if he was sitting cross-legged in meditation. The light shrouding him made it hard for others to see him clearly. Huang Guanglia extended a finger and tapped towards his forehead, the other pointing towards Yan Di and the other 2. His figure gradually disappeared from the eye of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, leaving the pull and influence of the Grand Formation. Instead, a golden figure appeared where Huang Guanglia had been standing. It had the same facial features as Huang Guanglia. This golden figure supported the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation in Huang Guanglia's place, numerous golden chains suddenly flying out from its body. These golden chains also penetrated deep into the world of white light formed of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, entangling with the other chains of white light. Accompanied by Huang Guanglia's will, the golden chains began to retract, actually drawing the world of white light towards its center as well. The white light shook, resembling a collapse. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was still circulating, but the world of white light was collapsing as a whole. Its power began to gather at a high level, pressuring towards Yan Di, Old Man Mo and Song Wuliang at its center as well as that golden figure. The Grand Formation was currently in its final struggle against the flame devils down below. Everyone's power was being restrained as they were hard-pressed to suppress the internal changes of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. Old Man Mo frowned. What does the East Rising Martial Saint mean by this? With an external enemy before us, we should be working together as one. The flame devils have yet to be purged, yet you are already so impatient to turn your blade towards us. Don't you feel that it is a little too early? We've let the flame devils laugh at us for nothing. As Song Wuliang wielded the Jade Sea Pillheart sword, he snorted coldly, Sacred Sun Clan, it is indeed easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. You have always been so despicable. Huang Guanglia ignored Song Wuliang's fury, only looking at Old Man Mo as he said slowly, no need to worry, Old Mo. The Grand Formation circulation will still suppress and kill the flame devils. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. The only difference is that I will not be accompanying the 3 of you. Don't think that the 3 of you can just stand by and do nothing. Now that the Grand Formation is collapsing inwards, everyone's power tangled together. You are unable to extricate yourselves, only able to move forward. Song Wuliang was greatly enraged. At most we'll just die. I want to see if without us, can you, Old Man Huang, stand against these numerous flame devil kings alone? Just because you dare to do this, do you think that I dare not do the same? Huang Guanglia finally swiveled his head to look at Song Wuliang, saying mildly, it is very normal for you to have such thoughts. However, it is useless. There are many things that you do not understand. When facing the flame devils or even the 9 underworlds, the situation of my Sacred Sun clan is different from yours. Huang Guanglia said indifferently, to you the 9 underworlds and the flame devils are a great tribulation of life and death. But to my Sacred Sun clan it is a test. Not being able to pass the test would naturally be greatly disadvantageous to us, causing endless trouble in the future. However, there would not be the threat of death at the end of the day. Since that is so, why would this old man not dare to take a risk? Different situations naturally result in different angles of viewing problems. To this old man, the invasion of the 9 underworlds or the flame devils is more of a fortuitous encounter than a danger. Now that a fortuitous encounter has come, I naturally have to grasp it with all my heart. Such as now. Huang Guanglia spread his palms, streaks of golden light being released, resembling the great sun rising from the east as it enveloped Song Wuliang's head. Moreover, why do you think this old man is still standing guard here now? It is naturally to supervise the battle. If you want to shed your mortal body in the face of battle, then I'll just have to chase you back and continue to focus on dealing with the flame devils. While it is not a great tribulation of life and death, if the flame devils really cause too much of a disturbance, this old man will also lose face and be in a disadvantageous situation. Old man Mo frowned, not speaking. Song Wuyang's face was livid. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di raised their heads, gazing at that spiritual light that seemed to be connected to an unknown land. Able to guide a unique true intent of power into this eight extremities world from there, bearing it comes supplying it. This means that there is a backer in the world beyond worlds? Looking at that figure that seemed to exist between two worlds, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to a realization. So that's how that purple sun martial ancestor of yours is? Stuck at the peak of the third level of the martial saint realm, neither rising nor falling, unable to successfully ascend to the world beyond worlds. Yet, he inadvertently connected to the world beyond worlds, himself becoming a bridge-like existence. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that he is a mouthpiece? Yan Zhaoge gazed at Huang Guanglie. It is just that your relationship with the other party still does not seem to be firm enough. Aha, is it the other party who is measuring your worth? Does he need you to prove yourselves, whether you want to unify the eight extremities world, or is it enough as long as you can quell the chaos of the 9 underworlds and the flame devils by whatever means? Chapter 492. Looking at Huang Guanglie, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. The backer you found in the world beyond worlds, the eight extremities world, is like a temporary cave manor in their eyes. What they need is an obedient and capable guardian, acting as their spokesperson and helping them to manage this world. Because your Sacred Sun clan has established contact with them, you have gained the initiative. They will not be stingy in giving you some benefits. However, if you are not up to par, unable to hold up the wall, they would not mind changing to a more capable representative. At the end of the day, it is not important who the representative is. What is important is that their interests in the eight extremities world can be guaranteed. Of course, it is better to use someone familiar than the raw. If your potential and strength are similar, they would naturally be more inclined towards you. Still, you have to prove that you are worthy of their attention and support. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. My guess might not be completely correct, but it should not be too far off, right? Hearing Yan Zhaoge mention the world beyond worlds, Huang Guanglie's expression changed slightly. So you also know of the existence of the world beyond worlds? His expression quickly returned to normal, his gaze indifferently sweeping over Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. You father and son are indeed geniuses. This old man previously felt that this great battle with the flame devils and the 9 underworlds might be a massive fortuitous encounter. However, before you transcend mortality and enter sainthood, before your broad creed mountain displays such a powerful battle formation, I must say that this old man really did not think that this fortuitous encounter would actually be the final one. While I do not want to admit it, if I do not take care of you along with the flame devils this time, my Sacred Sun clan will be in great danger. Huang Guanglie's calm gaze finally fell on Yan Zhaoge. I will take care of you first, lest there be no end of trouble in the future. At this point in time, your rate of growth is even faster than Yan Di's. Everything that is detrimental to my Sacred Sun clan has your shadow behind it all. You cannot be left alive. As he said this, Huang Guanglie raised his palm, golden light obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it enveloped over towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he said leisurely, Huang Guanglie, your cultivation base of the 2nd level of the martial saint realm is high, and you are also rather insightful in the Tao of martial arts. However, do you think that my Tai Imperial breaking formation can be so easily comprehended by you? Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. Why can't you understand? Since he dared to give you part of the formation, he must have a way to deal with you. Before he finished speaking, the Tai Imperial breaking array rumbled and shook. The golden phantom that had replaced Huang Guanglie's position at the eye of the array was gradually invaded by the white light. The originally golden silhouette quickly turned white. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's composed expression, an intense feeling of unease arose within Huang Guanglie's heart. But before he could make his next move, he discovered that his body was also covered by a layer of white light. With a thought, Huang Guanglie wanted to forcefully break free from the Tai Imperial breaking array and rush out of it. But as the white light flashed, his body shifted, and he was dragged back to the core hub of the formation. The figure that had already turned white merged with Huang Guanglie's body. White chains wrapped around his body, pulling him along with the world of white light towards the entrance of the domain passageway at the center of the sea of fire below. Huang Guanglie roared. Golden sunlight shone around him, but under the effect of the formation, the golden light turned into white light, becoming a part of the formation's power. Yandi's expression had been calm throughout as he said mildly, "Huang Guanglie, do not forget that I am the one in charge of this formation." Looking at Huang Guanglie, Yan Zhaoge's smile turned cold. "We can slowly settle our debts in the future. Now, as you said, focus wholeheartedly on dealing with the flame devils." Huang Guanglie glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge, seemingly wanting to imprint his appearance into his very bones. Old Man Mo and Song Wuliang both had rather complex expressions on their faces. Old Man Mo appeared slightly out of sorts while Song Wuliang's expression changed unceasingly, his mental state having suffered a great blow. His expression was rather strange. "If it is as you surnamed Huang says, those of the world beyond worlds will not tolerate the 9 underworlds and the flame devils destroying this 8 extremities world unbridledly, and things having reached an irreversible point, they might make a move?" Huang Guanglie remained silent. Song Wuliang's mouth was astringent, first not mentioning how they might make a move if they really could do it. What meaning would there be in all that we are doing now, all those sacrifices? Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "There would naturally be meaning. What the other side cares about is that this world is not destroyed because of the 9 underworld's true devils and the flame devils. However, they might not care about who dies during this period of time. It is still that old adage. Against the Sacred Sun clan they might lend a helping hand in passing, but against others that might not necessarily be the case. The other side might hope to obtain some talents from the 8 extremities world, having them take them in to strengthen themselves, hoping to recruit some experts of the 8 extremities world who possess great potential, breaking through to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm and joining them, increasing their strength. However, such people are extremely rare at the end of the day. Still, for us there are many people we do not wish to lose." Hearing his words, Song Wuliang nodded silently. His Jade Sea city was situated between the Earth domain and the Outer East Sea, being most directly threatened by the 9 underworlds and the flame devils. Now that the shock from the world beyond worlds had subsided, Song Wuliang's mental state had already stabilized once more as he very naturally thought that living in this world, one ultimately had to rely on themselves. As a martial practitioner of his cultivation base, his mental state had always been firm. His mental state having been shaken by the news of the world beyond worlds, he rarely felt weak and dependent. Now that his mental state had stabilized once more, such thoughts from earlier no longer existed. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked up into the sky. Huang Guanglie was dragged back into the formation. Beneath the circulation of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, the spiritual light formed of the golden lamp above his head was extinguished as well. That seemingly unknown land within the sky vanished along with it. However, not long after this spiritual light had vanished, the sky suddenly shook as yet another streak of light actually shot into the sky. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated as he discovered that somewhere outside of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, another golden lamp that was exactly the same actually flew up. The golden light actually passed through the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, transforming into a spiritual light that enveloped Huang Guanglie once more. The pillar of light shot into the heavens, breaking through the sky once more. The unknown lands as well as the figure between the 2 worlds appeared once again. Enveloped by the radiance, Huang Guanglie roared, making use of this chance to attack. Now, however, he suddenly felt the sky above his head darken. As he raised his head, he saw Yan Zhaoge appear beside that spiritual light before he held a small black incense burner in his hand, directly extending his hand into the spiritual light. That vast ethereal spiritual light that was infinitely profound actually resembled 100 rivers entering the sea at this moment as it rapidly surged into that small black incense burner. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head, looking down at Huang Guanglie from above as he smiled. "I said I'll treat you and I'll treat you. Just stay here obediently." Chapter 493. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation circulated to the maximum, the world of white light enveloping the surrounding area. Outside the formation, and Qinglin and the others were obstructed by the white light as they were unable to see what was happening within. They could only see the surrounding dimensions of the heavens and earth roiling amidst the surging white light as space itself appeared distorted. A massive force that could overturn space expanded unceasingly into the surroundings. Those outside the formation could only retreat unceasingly into the distance, lest they be swept into the increasingly distorted space. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was currently forming a massive sealing force, suppressing and imprisoning the group of Flame Devil Kings as well as the dimensional passageway entrance to the Flame Devil world. The space here distorted unceasingly, gradually transforming into a formless cage, separating the heavens and the earth from the outside. While everyone was unable to clearly see what was happening within the formation, they all saw a profound spiritual light suddenly penetrate through the world of white light, heading straight for the heavens and breaking through the heavens. The heavens split open, infinite scenes seemingly surfacing within. Sadly, they were obstructed by the world of white light down below, causing those outside the Tai Imperial breaking formation to be unable to see it clearly. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, that spiritual light suddenly gradually faded, the hole in the heavens beginning to close up once more. While others did not know what that spiritual light was, the chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, understood it clearly. Seeing the spiritual light begin to fade not long after it had appeared, Huang Su could not help but knit his brows tightly. He rejoiced incomparably now that he had specially prepared an additional divine lamp. Huang Su flipped his palm, a golden lantern appearing before hovering in mid-air, traversing the dense white light as it entered the Tai Imperial breaking formation. Seeing this, the martial practitioners of the other sects all discussed spiritedly, guessing within their hearts. The next moment, a spiritual light shot into the skies once more, shooting straight into the clouds. However, before Huang Su could heave a sigh of relief, that spiritual light actually showed signs of extinguishing once more. Within that Tai Imperial breaking formation, there seemed to be a black hole which unceasingly devoured the golden lantern light and the radiance of the spiritual light. Huang Su's gaze was heavy as he stared fixedly at the world of white light. The world of white light descending into the crimson sea of flames down below. The collision between the two sides had reached its peak at this moment, causing the surrounding space to distort greatly. The space of the entire region of sea was unceasingly rippling, overlapping, stretching and overturning. It was not just the Eight Extremities world. Even the space of the Flame Devil world on the other side of the dimensional passageway was affected as well, bright at times whilst dim at others. Above the outer East Sea, with the world of white light and the domain passageway entrance as the center, surging, formless waves madly swept towards the surroundings. The destructive waves swept everything in the surroundings in a terrifying manner. Those below the martial sacred realm would not be able to resist it. Protected by their sacred artifacts, Mengwan, Infinite Boundless Mountain's longtime elder as well as the martial saint in Qinglin, while they wouldn't be killed, didn't have the heart to forcibly resist it as they all retreated. However, when the martial artists on the periphery saw the apocalyptic scene in front of them, they were shocked to the core and excited at the same time. If everything went according to plan, the Flame Devils would be sealed, unable to threaten the Eight Extremities world for a very long time. There were only the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Su and a few others who, looking at that second spiritual light that had been extinguished, felt unspeakably bitter within their hearts, as the situation was completely different from what they had expected. At this moment, within the Tai Imperial breaking array, Huang Guanglia was not in a good mood. The white light flowed along his body from bottom to top, starting from his feet and spreading upwards. The light became more and more intense, causing his legs to look like statues flashing with white light. This trend continued to extend upwards. The seal of the Tai Imperial breaking formation was about to be officially established. It was the same for Yan Di, Old Man Mo and Song Wuliang. As Yan Zhaoge devoured the spiritual light formed of the golden fire with the earth-devouring burner, currently within the Tai Imperial breaking formation, he could also feel the world of white light moving towards its final collapse. In that moment when the grand formation finally collapsed, transforming into the seal, the destructive power it would create would be even more powerful than the spatial distortions in the outside world. Huang Guanglia raised his head, looking expressionlessly at Yan Zhaoge. Destroying this old man's ritual, you will not be able to retreat from this Tai Imperial breaking formation in time. At that time the grand formation will completely collapse. However supreme a genius you are, if you are not a martial saint and do not have a sacred artifact to protect you, you will still be hard-pressed to escape death. If you want to escape, this old man will similarly have a chance to do so. Otherwise, this old man will just wait and see how you die. If you don't leave, then leave your life behind. At most, this old man will just admit defeat this time and guard this seal. His gaze swept indifferently across Yan Di. This time, your father won't be able to protect you. Yan Zhaoge held the earth-devouring burner in the form of a small black incense burner, extending it into the spiritual light and devouring it. Lowering his head to look at Huang Guanglia, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, As for you, obediently complete the seal here. Don't waste your time thinking about those useless things. As for what happens to me, you don't have to worry about it. Saying thus, a mirror suddenly appeared in Yan Zhaoge's other hand. Seeing this, Yan Di instantly smiled, recognizing that it was the lofty prestige mirror. Yan Zhaoge infused his true essence within, numerous patterns of light appearing on the surface of the mirror, coming together to form a small, intricate spirit formation. Where the mirror light passed, a path seemed to appear before Yan Zhaoge. This path extended into the distance, twisting amidst distorted space as it led somewhere unknown. Gazing over carefully, Huang Guanglia saw that the mirror light seemed to have opened a door to space. You. Huang Guanglia glared at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, "What about me? Huang Guanglia, I'll tell you plainly that this matter today is not over. Your Sacred Sun clan loves to stir up trouble. When you're free later we'll have a proper talk." The Tai Imperial breaking formation enveloped by the white light began to formally collapse, the chaotic phenomena outside the grand formation growing more intense. The white light on the bodies of Yan Di, Huang Guanglia and the other two gradually enveloped them completely. That spiritual light that connected to the heavens and the earth vanished completely as well. Yan Zhaoge kept the earth-devouring burner, preparing to step into the spatial door formed of the lofty prestige mirror's mirror light, stepping into this spatial passageway that had been temporarily established through traversing techniques. Suddenly his expression changed slightly. Swiveling his head, he saw a figure flying amidst the chaotic flows of space at the periphery of the grand formation that had already collapsed. That was someone who had been swept into the formless ripples of the formation outside. Gazing over carefully, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was a famed Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, his cultivation base having shockingly already reached the peak of the transcending mortality stage, only a step away from the martial saint realm. However, facing such terrifying, frenzied tides, his true martial avatar having been ripped apart, his life hanging by a thread. In another direction there was also someone present. What shocked Yan Zhaoge was that it was clearly Fu Enshu. How tyrannical and ferocious were the formless frenzied tides that those who had not entered the martial saint realm would be hard-pressed to withstand. While Fu Enshu had recently broken through to the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late essence talisman stage, she was still unable to withstand such frenzied tides as she had already been heavily injured. The chaotic flows of space formed by the frenzied tides even looked like they were about to rip her body apart. Yan Zhaoge frowned, the mirror light of the lofty prestige mirror circulating, temporarily stabilizing the chaotic space before he flew forward, catching Fu Enshu. Already heavily injured, seeing Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enshu was first shocked before she revealed a reassured expression. Her mind relaxing, Fu Enshu instantly lost consciousness. Yan Zhaoge had no time to think about it. The formation collapsed, the seal formed, this region of the heavens and earth was about to collapse. Keeping Fu Enshu's body within the shadow-shrinking pouch, Yan Zhaoge stepped into the passageway formed of the mirror light, his figure vanishing from the 8 extremities world. Meanwhile, the body of that Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan was completely shattered by the collapsing space. Where he had been, above the outer East Sea, at the entrance of the dimensional passageway that had originally led to the Flame Devil world, space was chaotic to the extreme before it abruptly fell strangely silent. A mountain peak that flickered with white light fell into the Great Sea, suppressing the seabed, its peak high above the sea's surface. In the air above the mountain peak, a vast, boundless sigil flickered with a gentle radiance. While the heavens and earth had still been overturned just a moment ago, everything was calm and peaceful now. Chapter 494. This was also Yan Zhaoge's first time using the mirror dimensional traversing art. Making use of this secret art, Yan Zhaoge strode amidst chaotic space, avoiding the final collapse of the Tai Imperial breaking formation on the outer East Sea of the 8 extremities world. Still, having stepped into that temporary dimensional passageway, he had already left the 8 extremities world, the mirror light having the effect of teleportation. Within the mirror light, Yan Zhaoge did not need to exert any force at all as the mechanism directly sent him forward. The space before him displayed an indiscernible, bizarre and incomprehensible state, causing Yan Zhaoge to recall the scenes of him heading to the floating life world through the 10-character heavenly rainbow earlier. Now he was about to head to a new world. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head to look at the lofty prestige mirror in his hand. A profound rune surfaced on the surface of the mirror, faint traces of blood gradually appearing amidst the rune. As these traces of blood merged with the mirror light, they did not have the feeling of old filth as they instead shone brightly like crystals. The mirror light merged with the blood-red light, vaguely guiding Yan Zhaoge in the right direction. A moment later, the scenes before him suddenly changed as Yan Zhaoge's figure halted as well. Sunlight illuminated the area before him, the sky clear for thousands of li gazing down. It was a jade sea, causing one to feel as though they were still on the surface of the Eight Extremities world's East Sea. However, feeling the spiritual chi flow of this world that was different from that of the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoge knew that while it was still an ocean before him, he had already left the Eight Extremities world, arriving in a whole new world. The mirror light that enveloped Yan Zhaoge vanished. Gazing back, that temporary dimensional passageway behind him had already vanished without a trace. Lowering his head to look at the lofty prestige mirror in his hand whose mirror light had dimmed once more, Yan Zhaoge knew that this treasured mirror would have to undergo a period of recuperation before it could be used again. Before the lofty prestige mirror recovered, he would have to remain in this world. I can only hope that the technique is correct. This is the vast ocean world. That way I can still look for senior apprentice brothers Su and little Jun in passing. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, keeping the lofty prestige mirror. Before he had parted with Su Fei earlier, Yan Zhaoge had specially kept his essence blood so that he could attempt to find the vast ocean world in the future. The Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world did not have a dimensional passageway that directly connected them. If the mirror dimension traversing technique wanted to locate them, it would require something to rely on. After having returned to the Eight Extremities world from the floating life world, other than cultivating and preparing to deal with the chaos of the Earth domain and the Flame Devils, Yan Zhaoge had been thinking of a way to bring back Su Fei and Shi Jun. Still, with the situation in the Eight Extremities world on the verge of erupting at any moment back then, Yan Zhaoge had been unable to spare any attention to it. Now, however, he had managed to kill two birds with one stone. However, this was also Yan Zhaoge's first time using such a secret technique. Whether or not it worked still had to be tested. If he could confirm that this was the vast ocean world, things would be much easier to handle. What Yan Zhaoge felt rather regretful about was that while his Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng had severed his left arm back then, sending his second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan and the clear chi robe to escape to the heavens, his essence blood had sadly been completely depleted amidst the chaotic flows of space. At that time he didn't have the time to leave any clues. Now he could only hope that the old man was blessed by the heavens. As Yan Zhaoge thought about this, his expression turned grave as he took out his accompanying shadow shrinking pouch. After releasing Fu Enshu from the shadow shrinking pouch, Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, supporting Fu Enshu's body with his true essence before unceasingly infusing it into the various major acupoints of Fu Enshu's body. A few golden needles landed on Yan Zhaoge once more, rapidly descending. As the golden needles pierced into the vital acupoints of Fu Enshu's body, light gradually lit up at their tips, the blue flames resembling candles as they flickered unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm, making a grabbing motion towards those golden needles within the air, the blue flames instantly growing brighter. After a long time, the blue flames at the tips of the golden needles gradually grew weaker before finally being extinguished. However, after the blue flames had been extinguished, the golden light of fire gradually lit up. Seeing the golden light at the tips of the golden needles, Yan Zhaoge's gaze gradually turned gloomy. It is indeed the Sacred Sun clan. Fu Enshu's injuries were not light, the heaviest naturally coming from the aftershocks of the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation sealing the East Sea back then. Other than that, a small portion of her injuries had been caused by the Sacred Sun clan's martial arts, and from the looks of it, they had been inflicted somewhat earlier than the power of the seal. Thinking of that transcending mortality martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan who had been trapped alongside Fu Enshu within the chaotic flows, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. It was most likely that the two sides had clashed, having been affected by the aftershocks of that frenzied tide and swept within. In the final moments of the seal, the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation had already collapsed. Those outside could enter the formation, but there were few who could withstand that terrifying power of the seal. Beneath the power of the seal, space distorted and folded, everything collapsing and congregating at the very center as Fu Enshu and Yin Yanan were swept all the way to the central region. Yan Zhaoge flicked his finger lightly, his true essence circulating as streams of icy cold chi shot out from his finger, landing on the golden needles and entering Fu Enshu's body through them. The golden light at the tips of the golden needles also began to gradually extinguish. While Fu Enshu had yet to regain consciousness, Her breathing had already begun to stabilize as the color of blood had also returned to her face. Seeing that Fu Enshu's condition had already stabilized and was no longer in danger, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. However, he did not relax in the least. Normally speaking, it had been Fu Enshu who had personally brought Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua over to the East Sea this time. Now that Fu Enshu had been attacked, he did not know how they were doing. Fu Enshu's opponent was a long-time martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan, of the same generation as Huang Guanglia and Pan Buotai. As a grand elder of the Sacred Sun clan, he had already been a transcending mortality martial grandmaster for quite some time. While Fu Enshu had successfully stepped into the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late essence talisman stage, facing such an opponent, the situation was still not optimistic. Under such circumstances, it would be very hard for her to protect the safety of Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua. Yin Zhaoge had already sensed that there was no one hidden within Fu Enshu's shadow-shrinking pouch. In other words, the three of them had been separated. Whether it was the attack of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster or that terrifying power of the seal, they were both not things that Feng Yunxing and the others could withstand. Lightly rubbing his temples, Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. As for the specifics, we can only wait for senior apprentice Aunt Fu to awaken before we can know. Sacred Sun Clan ha. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, a cold light shooting out from within. He retracted his thoughts, sending the slumbering Fu Enshu back into the shadow-shrinking pouch before speeding along above the sea's surface. As he traveled, he also felt and adapted to the spiritual chi flow of this world that he was currently in. After carefully feeling it, a smile gradually appeared at the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth. While the spiritual chi flow of this world was different from that of the Eight Extremities world, it was also extremely suitable for chi cultivators to cultivate in, being much more friendly than that of the floating life world. While he had not personally entered the vast ocean world, after having interacted with the martial practitioners of Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, Yin Zhaoge could confirm that the level of the chi cultivators of the vast ocean world was not low. The spiritual chi channels of the vast ocean world were definitely very suitable for chi cultivators to cultivate in. This was especially so for the Jade Sea down below. Yin Zhaoge could feel the abundant water vapor within, combining it with his previous experience of interacting with the people of Jade Sea City, the water domain's sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world. Roughly estimating the tides, he could vaguely feel that the sea here might be even vaster than that of the Eight Extremities world. While he was unable to verify this, such geographical characteristics still caused Yin Zhaoge to feel slightly invigorated. While this is my first time using a traversing technique, the results still seem pretty good. Chapter 495. As Yin Zhaoge flew above the sea's surface, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Halting in midair, Yin Zhaoge gazed into the distance, vaguely feeling that there seemed to be an existence like a barrier up ahead, blocking his path. Yin Zhaoge flicked his finger, a streak of light flying out from his fingertip and shooting into the distance. Just as the streak of light was about to vanish into the distant horizon, it suddenly exploded in midair. Accompanied by the scattering of the light, space could clearly be seen shaking slightly where the sea and the sky intersected, resembling a stone falling into water as numerous ripples spread out. Space surged like water, numerous ripples spreading into the distance, even passing by Yin Zhaoge's head. Swiveling his head, Yin Zhaoge saw that the ripples did not dissipate for a long time. I actually just happened to land within a barrier? Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Having brought him to this world with the mirror-dimensional traversing technique, it was still uncertain where exactly he would land. Even with Xue Fei's essence blood as a guide, he would not land near Xue Fei. Instead, he would land in the world where the void realms were the weakest. Or perhaps someone was using a similar method to shake the realm barrier. Then, with the two sides working together, he would land there. Landing within a large-scale barrier, Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Nearing the boundary of the barrier, Yin Zhaoge felt that it was not low. The person who had set up this barrier must have been rather powerful. The lofty prestige mirror had fallen into slumber, and the mirror-dimensional traversing technique would not be able to be used for a period of time. While Yin Zhaoge was worried about Feng Yunxing's situation in the Eight Extremities world, he knew that there was no use in being anxious. Therefore he could only calm his thoughts for now. If it were any other time, the audacious Yin Zhaoge would very much be interested in turning in the opposite direction, entering deep within the barrier to see what exactly was hidden here. However, Yin Zhaoge urgently wanted to know whether this world he was in was the vast ocean world. If it was, Where were Su Fei and his disciple now, and how were they doing? Arriving at the boundary of the barrier, looking at the barrier before him, Yan Zhaoge took out his blood devil plate. This thing was a consumable that had to be refined and replenished from time to time. Many of the treasures required came from the Sacred Sun Clan's fire domain, and were also extremely rare. Fortunately, in having interacted with the Sacred Sun Clan these past few years, Broad Creed Mountain and Yan Zhaoge had mostly been taking advantage of them, having gone to the fire domain to obtain many spoils of war. A crystal container was opened, and streams of sinister and ruthless crimson light soared into the sky and landed on the spirit formation barrier before them. The barrier was so powerful that even the sanguine light found it difficult to corrode it. The wave-like light screen was dyed the color of blood. It looked extremely filthy, but surprisingly it didn't shatter. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he extended a finger and tapped lightly on that screen of light. A gap finally appeared at the center of the barrier that had been tainted by the blood-red light, which then expanded unceasingly in all directions. Accompanied by the unceasing infusing of Yan Zhaoge's true essence within, the barrier also broke apart unceasingly, finally forming a circular gap of around 3 meters in diameter. Just as Yan Zhaoge was about to leave through this gap, he suddenly saw that outside the barrier, someone had shockingly arrived nearby as well. There were both men and women. The older ones were in their 40s, while the younger ones were only in their 20s. There were Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmasters, and even Martial Scholars. They had originally been in high spirits, talking and laughing amongst themselves. Some of them were even holding a small flag in their hands, seemingly eager to do something. Without exception, all of their gazes contained a certain emotion called anticipation. One of them, a girl, while her cultivation base was on the lower side, still only a martial scholar, was the happiest. Fang Min was currently filled with anticipation. Having coincidentally obtained a fortuitous encounter, she had first obtained the exact location of this barrier, then obtained the Zhongyuan spirit flag that could break through it. While she still didn't know what exactly was within the barrier, just looking at its scale, she knew that it was most likely concealing good things. While she was young and her cultivation base was on the lower side, with her senior apprentice uncle and senior apprentice brother of the same clan coming to help her, and with her unique identity, her fellow disciples wouldn't go to the extent of swallowing up her things. Even if there wasn't a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, at the very least, she wouldn't return empty-handed. There should be sufficient treasures to share with her senior apprentice uncle and senior apprentice brother, so that they wouldn't have made a wasted trip. When Fang Min saw that a hole had actually opened up in the barrier as soon as they arrived, she couldn't help but feel shocked whilst also overjoyed. However, seeing Yan Zhaoge's figure appear before the hole in the barrier, Fang Min and the others were instantly taken aback, wanting to speak yet seeming to choke on their words. Someone beat us to it? This was the first thought that popped up within the minds of Fang Min and the others. Yan Zhaoge had not thought that they would meet someone head-on. Appraising them slightly, they saw that after their initial moment of shock, the other party had quickly regained their wits as they looked warily at Yan Zhaoge. Meeting their gaze, Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment. Looking at the barrier around them, he understood what they were thinking as he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry for a time. The two sides just stood there, separated by the barrier that resembled a city wall yet had already opened up, staring at each other as no one moved. The person with the highest cultivation base amongst them was a late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, a middle-aged man at the 6th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. He strode forward, asking solemnly, "Spirit Rhino Island's Jianghu fan, I wonder how I should address you?" Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge instantly felt completely at ease. It was precisely the same voice as Changli Mountains by Jingkong and his wife back then, as well as the Blood Dragon sects Hai Jingjie and the others. This was precisely the vast ocean world. He had not been mistaken in using the mirror-dimensional traversing technique. "I am Yan Zhaoge, a loose practitioner of the Beyond the Seas. Greetings everyone," Yan Zhaoge said casually. He used the language of pre-Great Calamity times. The language of the vast ocean world was extremely similar to this ancient language. Conversing in this language, the other party would basically be able to understand what he meant. While the language of the vast ocean world was similar to the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times, having not interacted much with Bai Jingkong and his wife before, it would be very difficult for Yan Zhaoge to completely learn the language. Fortunately, the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times was already sufficient. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's extraordinary bearing and leisurely expression, Yang Chufan could not make up his mind for a time. It was instead Fang Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who were looking at Yan Zhaoge and the barrier before them. Anxious looks vaguely appeared on the faces of the people within the barrier. Yan Zhaoge was neither hurried nor slow as he said smilingly, "To tell you the truth, having come from beyond the seas, I am still not familiar with the situation here. I have come here this time to look for an old friend, having entered this barrier by accident. Not being familiar with the people and the place, I am indeed incomparably happy to have met you all here. I would like to ask for directions. I wonder if you all know how to get to Changli Mountain?" The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were doubtful. Just as Yang Chufan was about to answer, his expression suddenly changed slightly. On the great sea behind them, numerous streams of ferocious black chi shot through the air, shooting over in the direction of the barrier. The black chi transformed into sabers that were ferocious to the extreme, filled with killing intent. Chapter 496. The all-encompassing black chi transformed into countless sabers, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as they hacked over towards those in the vicinity of the barrier. While Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, the eyelids of Fang Min, Yang Chufan and the others twitched abruptly, people of the evil shifting sect. The faces of those of Spirit Rhino Island all looked rather bitter, because that all-encompassing saber chi clearly indicated that there were at least 2 late essence spirit martial practitioners on the other side. It was clear that the people of the evil shifting sect had specifically followed them here to take advantage of the situation. Waiting for them to find the barrier, waiting for them to break it, then making use of the situation to kill them and plunder their treasures. While Fang Min and the others felt indignant, they still did not feel too much fear. However, Yang Chufan was more experienced and thought more. The other side's attacks were filled with killing intent, actually seeming like they wanted to leave all of them here. Making a move under such circumstances, they most likely had absolute confidence in taking down all of their Spirit Rhino Island present. The 2 late essence spirit martial practitioners might not even be at their full strength. At this point, Yang Chufan's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he glanced at Yan Zhaoge from the corner of his eye. With time being short, he had not had the time to probe Yan Zhaoge's strength. While the other party looked young, he felt that he was not someone easy to deal with. Their group actually faced the danger of being attacked from 2 sides. Yang Chufan asked, "Are you friend or foe of Changli Mountain?" Yan Zhaoge appraised the saber chi assaulting from the distance through the hole in the barrier rather interestedly, saying casually, "Most likely friend, though I can't be sure." His casual tone caused Yang Chufan to choke as he pointed at the black saber chi that had already arrived before them, saying anxiously, "These are people of the evil shifting sect. The evil shifting sect is one of the 6 evil sects, a sworn enemy of Changli Mountain of the 7 pillars of good." Yan Zhaoge laughed, "I have no interest in the evil shifting sect. I just want to ask, how is the relationship between your Spirit Rhino Island and Changli Mountain?" Yang Chufan wanted to answer, but it was already too late. With a stern roar, he shot into the skies, brandishing his palms as streams of light flickered. Carefully observing, Yan Zhaoge saw a jade-green streak of light on Yang Chufan's palm, nimble and graceful as it traversed the horizon. That jade-green light seemed weak, yet was exceptionally agile as it specifically sought the flaws of the other party's saber arts, dispelling their ferocious attacks into formlessness. Wherever the green light went, it seized every opportunity. Not only did it neutralize the other party's attack, but it also went against the flow, trying to find the flaws in the other party's saber technique to counterattack. There were even a few times where it felt like the evil shifting sect martial practitioner was intentionally giving way to his opponent, allowing him to reveal his flaws as he wished. Or perhaps the 2 of them were familiar with each other and had a tacit understanding of each other. They were performing an orderly deduction with perfect coordination. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, having an idea of what was going on. The level of Spirit Rhino Island's martial arts was similar to that of the evil shifting sect before him, as well as Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect which he had previously seen, possessing some intricate aspects. The rejuvenation of the martial arts of this vast ocean world was indeed not weak. When the 2 evil shifting sect cultivators worked together but could not do anything to Yang Chufan, they immediately became enraged. Their saber chi suddenly became even sharper. At this moment, the black saber chi had turned blood red. At this moment, the blood-red sky solidified into a real sea of blood. The sea of blood was filled with white bones, piling up into 2 mountains of white bones. The mountains of bones and the sea of blood pressured down from above just like that, heavy and brutal to the extreme. The saber chi was like an iron plate at this moment, seemingly having no flaws at all. Even executing Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm, Yang Chufan was unable to break through the saber chi before him. Streams of light rose from Yang Chufan's body as the mid-grade spirit artifact that he carried with him played a role. However, the other party had mid-grade spirit artifacts as well, and 2 of them at that. Beneath the powerful pressure, the streams of jade light brought about by Yang Chufan's palm were gradually buried by the mountains of bones, devoured by the sea of blood. Fang Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners hurriedly came forward to assist him. However, other martial practitioners of the evil shifting sect had arrived as well, their numbers indeed greater. Surrounded and attacked by the evil shifting sect experts, the people of Spirit Rhino Island instantly fell into dire straits. Fang Min grit her teeth, clapping down on her left wrist with her right palm. A jade bracelet shattered, streams of light surging to form a barrier that enveloped her and her fellow disciples. However, as the 2 mountains of bones that towered above the sea of blood pressed down together, Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the others were instantly rendered unable to move. Yang Chufan clenched his teeth, glancing at Yan Zhaoge before roaring, "The evil shifting sect and Changli Mountain are mortal enemies. You won't be able to get any news out of them." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, his expression as per usual as he turned to look at the evil shifting sect martial practitioners above the mountains of bones and the sea of blood. With those 2 late essence spirit martial grandmasters at their head, the evil shifting sect martial practitioners all frowned as they looked at Yan Zhaoge who was within the barrier. However, none of them moved as they still attacked the people of Spirit Rhino Island aggressively, seemingly not worried that Yan Zhaoge would cause trouble. Paying attention to Yan Zhaoge, the other party was still somewhat distracted. At this moment, the people of Spirit Rhino Island rampantly exerted force, the light created by Fang Min's jade bracelet suddenly focusing on a single point, separating the 2 mountains of bones. Meanwhile, jade light flickered within Yang Chufan's pupils as his entire person flickered, seemingly vanishing amidst the air. A jade light that was as thin as a needle shot upwards unceasingly, traversing the sea of blood and piercing through the mountains of bones. While it looked as tiny as a speck of light, there seemed to be nothing that could trap it as it shockingly broke through the mountains of bones and the sea of blood. After repelling an opponent, Yang Chufan was about to attempt to lead Fang Min and the others away. With the situation being stronger than they were and the other party being stronger, they could only temporarily retreat now before finding a chance to exact their revenge. However, right at this moment, a black saber chi suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Chufan struck out with the Spirit Rhino Palm, jade green light shooting upwards. Who knew that ordinary-looking black saber chi actually seemed to exert a suction force as it sucked the green light into its blade. From the looks of it, it was like a green rope was entangled around the black saber. As the black saber descended, the jade green rope was instantly broken into several pieces. Yang Chufan's face turned pale. Chu Xiong? He could sense that the other party was also a late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, not an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. But for an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster to be able to cultivate the evil shifting sect's profound dark saber chi to such a level, there could only be a single person, Dark Evil, Jiang Xiong. The black saber chi condensed into a true black saber, its hilt held in the hands of a person who looked to be around 40 years of age. His lips were slightly pursed, his eyes clearly bloodshot. Jiang Xiong's lips carried a hint of a mocking smile as he stared at the people of Spirit Rhino Island with bloodshot eyes, an extremely dangerous light within them. Seeing him, Yang Chufan's heart instantly sunk to the very bottom. No wonder the other 2 late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters of the evil shifting sect had not paid any attention to those who were not from Spirit Rhino Island. No wonder the evil shifting sect seemed to want to keep them here forever. The other party indeed had the ability to completely devour them. "Thank you for leading the way," Jiang Xiong said nonchalantly. After cutting off the path of Yang Chufan and the others, those evil shifting sect martial practitioners attacked once more. Jiang Xiong pointed at Fang Min. "I want old man Fang's granddaughter alive. Everyone else, kill them all." After saying thus, he walked towards that gap in the barrier looking at Yan Zhaoge. "You want to find people of Changli Mountain?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's right." Jiang Xiong asked, "Are they friend or foe of Changli Mountain?" Chapter 497. After having seen the conflict between Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, Yan Zhaoge already had a general understanding of the relationship between the so-called 7 pillars of good and the 6 evil sects of the vast ocean world. Righteous and evil were relatively opposed to each other, but different sects of the same camp also had their own conflicts and grudges in private. From time to time they would fight. However, when the two camps collided, the forces of the same camp would mostly put aside their former enmity and work together. While Yang Chufan and the others had not explicitly said it, Yan Zhaoge was still able to guess a thing or two about it. Spirit Rhino Island was most likely also one of the 7 pillars of good, on par with the Blood Dragon sect and Changli Mountain, being enemies of the evil shifting sect of the 6 evil sects. However, the relationship between Spirit Rhino Island and Changli Mountain might not be all that harmonious amongst the 7 pillars of good. As Jiang Xiong walked towards the gap in the barrier, he gazed at Yan Zhaoge. His question was similar to Yang Chufan's earlier. Yan Zhaoge's answer did not change as he said casually, "Me and Changli Mountain? They're most likely friends, but I can't say for sure. I'll have to wait until I meet the people of Changli Mountain first." Jiang Xiong's face was expressionless as he continued walking forward. "What's inside the barrier?" Glancing at Jiang Xiong, Yan Zhaoge smiled, spreading his hands apart. "If I said that I was only passing by, not knowing what was inside, also not having obtained anything from this barrier, would anyone here believe me?" Jiang Xiong was taken aback as the other evil shifting sect martial practitioners all looked unkindly at Yan Zhaoge. While Yang Chufan and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were currently being surrounded and attacked by the evil shifting sect martial practitioners, their appraising gazes towards Yan Zhaoge were also filled with doubt. Everyone present clearly had one sentence written on their faces. "It would be weird if I believed you." Jiang Xiong said indifferently, "The barrier is still there, which means that the core treasure should not have been touched, but I can't be sure about the other things." Yan Zhaoge clapped his hands, laughing lightly. In this current world, no one would believe the truth. At this time, Jiang Xiong had already arrived at the gap in the barrier, just a single step away from Yan Zhaoge. Staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge with his bloodshot eyes, he suddenly bared his teeth in a smile. Whether it's the truth or not is no longer important. Before his words had landed, Jiang Xiong suddenly attacked, a blood-red saber light suddenly appearing as he hacked towards Yan Zhaoge. A shadow flickered above Jiang Xiong's head, presenting a fiendish scene. A black wind howled, a sea of blood and a mountain of bones. On top of the white mountain of bones stood a figure. He held a saber in his hand, and wherever the saber pointed, it slaughtered the common people. It was no longer the dark black saber chi that he had used before, but the evil shifting sect's blood sea saber chi, which was even more profound. At this moment, the vast sea of blood seemed to compress into a streak of blood light, condensed to the extreme. Wherever the saber light passed, the void seemed to be split into two by a bloody line. It doesn't matter if you really don't care or you're pretending to be calm. The fact that you're able to remain calm after seeing me make a move shows that you have some ability. Jiang Xiong sneered and said, "But your grandpa bear didn't use much strength to beat a waste like Yang Chufan just now." The distance between the two of them was already very close, and the blood-red saber light arrived in an instant. Seeing this, Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all felt a chill run down their spines. The martial arts of the evil shifting sect were big and bold, powerful and ferocious. However, the baleful aura was too heavy, and when it attacked and retreated, it was not as smooth and fast. However, if the evil shifting sect martial practitioners were allowed to get close and gain the initiative to forcibly attack, it would be extremely hard for their opponents to deal with. Amidst his words, Jiang Xiong arrived at the gap in the barrier in a few steps before suddenly erupting, wanting to catch Yan Zhaoge unawares. Yang Chufan and the others wanted to warn Yan Zhaoge, but were beaten to the point of being unable to catch their breath by the fierce attacks of the other evil shifting sect martial grandmasters. Seeing Jiang Xiong not even using his dark black saber chi now, instead directly unleashing his blood sea saber chi, the hearts of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners sunk. Dark evil Jiang Xiong, an elite of the evil shifting sect's senior generation, the strongest existence amongst the Essence Spirit martial grandmasters, the strongest as well as youngest late Essence Spirit martial grandmaster. In the vast ocean world, it was customary to list the 10 strongest martial practitioners of each major cultivation level. The evil shifting sect's dark evil, Jiang Xiong, was ranked third amongst the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts. This ranking did not look at one's background or cultivation level. There was only one criterion, and that was one's personal strength. It depended on whether one could fight or not. The reason why Jiang Xiong could be ranked third was because of his outstanding strength and glorious battle achievements. Having risen to fame at a young age, having traversed through trials and tribulations for more than 20 years, stepping on the corpses of countless enemies to get where he was now, his strength could not be doubted. Born of the 6 evil sects, other than being vicious and merciless, he was also unscrupulous, only looking at results. In order to obtain the greatest chance of victory, he did not mind first pretending to chat with Yan Zhaoge, immediately turning hostile and making a move after closing the distance between them. Whether Yan Zhaoge was friend or foe of Changli Mountain, foe of Spirit Rhino Island, from the moment he had seen Yan Zhaoge appear within the barrier, Jiang Xiong had already resolved on killing him. What he was scheming was merely how he could kill this opponent of his. Facing the sudden appearance of the blood-red saber light, Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Amidst his words, Yan Zhaoge formed a sword with his index and middle fingers, tapping out towards the blood-red light. The green sword light suddenly lit up, emitting a long roar that resembled the roar of a dragon. The sword light instantly transformed into the form of a green dragon, meeting Jiang Xiong's saber light head-on. As the two sides clashed in mid-air, that line of blood-red light instantly expanded mightily, transforming into a sea of blood once more. The green dragon was fearless as it entered the sea of blood, riding the winds and breaking through the waves as it advanced, mightily splitting the sea of blood apart. Jiang Xiong's expression did not change as the ferocity within his bloodshot eyes intensified, a cruel smile even appearing on his face. "I was just waiting for you." Within the sea of blood, a mountain of white bones suddenly arose, breaking through the surface of the sea and blocking before the green dragon. Jiang Xiong opened his palm, a white bone saber suddenly appearing within it, overflowing with baleful qi. It was shockingly an extremely high-quality mid-grade spirit artifact. He raised his saber and descended, sweeping along the mountain of bones and the sea of blood as it chopped down towards the green dragon formed of Yan Zhaoge's sword light. The green dragon formed of Yan Zhaoge's sword light did not halt in the slightest as it continued shooting towards Jiang Xiong. As the green dragon collided with the mountain of bones, the sea of blood roiled unceasingly, the mountain of bones shaking intensely as white bones shattered and fell to the ground. However, the green dragon was also sent flying backwards, light exploding as it seemed about to disperse. Jiang Xiong laughed savagely, "Hand over all the treasures within the barrier and Grandpa Xiong will leave you a complete corpse." However, before his words had landed, Yan Zhaoge's sword light had already transformed into another green dragon, continuing to collide with the mountain of bones and the sea of blood. Then, a third, a fourth. Jiang Xiong was stunned as he looked at this opponent before him. It was as though he did not need to return his qi at all as his tyrannical attacks rained down like a tempest, his sword striking out in rapid succession. The numerous dragons linked together like a frenzied tide, ripping apart the sea of blood, smashing apart the mountain of bones. "Of course I know that the move you exchanged with those Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners just now was just a light touch, not having used your full strength." The sea of blood dissipated as Yan Zhaoge strolled out of the barrier, laughing lightly. "Still, even if you used your full strength, it's still nothing much. On the other hand, why don't you take a guess? How much effort do I need to put in to fight a piece of trash like you?" Chapter 498. Yan Zhaoge executed the coiling dragon sleeve with finger-flicking shocking thunder, his sword light resembling a dragon, thunders interlocking as it enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as it attacked towards Jiang Xiong with the momentum of numerous dragons emerging from the sea. The evil shifting sect's martial arts were bold and unrestrained, fierce and vicious. They were adept at fighting head-on attacks. However, if he encountered an opponent that was even fiercer and mightier than him, then it was very easy for him to fall into a disadvantageous position. He would be restrained at every turn, and he would have the feeling that he wouldn't be able to turn the tables no matter how he fought. Each sword of Yan Zhaoge's was faster than the previous, the power within each sword condensed and vigorous to the extreme, with no gaps between them at all, as though there was no need for him to return his qi at all. This caused Jiang Xiong to have the misconception of being simultaneously attacked by multiple Yan Zhaoges at the same time. The ominous glint in his bloodshot eyes grew stronger and stronger, and the expression on his face became more and more serious. The other evil shifting sect martial practitioners as well as Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were similarly taken aback. Amidst their extreme shock, the battle between them was no longer as intense as before. Everyone diverted a considerable portion of their attention as they watched Yan Zhaoge beat Jiang Xiong into constant retreat. All of them were rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Fang Min asked blankly, "Martial Uncle Yang, he seems to be fighting barehanded against Jiang Xiong, who is already controlling a spirit weapon?" Yang Chufan was equally stunned. That's right. However shocked the onlookers were, they could not compare to Jiang Xiong, who was directly facing Yan Zhaoge's sharpness. He clenched his teeth and suddenly held his saber with both hands. The grayish-white bone blade in his hands suddenly shone with a strange light. As Jiang Xiong raised the saber high above his head, a thick murderous aura gathered on the blade in his body. Jiang Xiong's true yuan and baleful qi fused together with his martial Dao saber intent, turning illusory into real, forming a set of bone armor on his body. The bone saber in his hand also became extremely huge, as if it could split the heavens. Black wind and scarlet blood were absorbed into the white bone, causing the white bone's baleful aura to become even more intense. Jiang Xiong let out a muffled roar, his saber chopping down towards Yan Zhaoge once more. The supreme martial art of the evil shifting sect, the gloomy sifting white bone saber, which was superior to the profound dark saber qi and the blood sea saber qi. The ferocious saber move and the baleful aura caused heaven and earth to wail. Looking at this saber, Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he extended a hand, spreading his fingers wide. The sword light transformed into numerous azure dragons that coiled around each other at this moment. It was as if the muscles and tendons of a human body were intertwined to form a huge palm. The shining giant hand directly grabbed Jiang Xiong's bone saber with the momentum of holding up the sky. The baleful aura of the saber wildly destroyed this huge palm, but it was all in vain. The moment the bone saber was grabbed by the giant hand, it was instantly immobilized. It was completely fixed in the air. No matter how hard Jiang Xiong tried, he could not move it at all. Not to mention continuing forward, it was wishful thinking to even withdraw his saber and retreat. Yan Zhaoge's palm that was vast as the heavens and the earth constricted at this moment, as though the heavens and the earth had transformed into a cage. Jiang Xiong was completely unable to extricate himself. Amidst the deep roar, light flashed above Jiang Xiong's head. The 8 spirit flowers shone brightly, as if they were communicating with heaven and earth. His concept was unleashed to the maximum, but he was still like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to advance or retreat. The evil shifting sect martial practitioners were all greatly shocked. One of the 2 late essence spirit martial grandmasters who were attacking the spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners hurriedly separated, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge with his saber, wanting to help Jiang Xiong escape. While the other evil shifting sect martial practitioners were still clashing with Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the others, their minds were already in a state of chaos at this moment. Yang Chufan and the others did not make use of this chance to counterattack as they too looked stunned at the scene before them. It is rumored that when the dark evil Jiang Xiong was in the mid-essence spirit stage, his spirit sprouted, obtaining 9 spirit leaves. When he stepped into the late essence spirit stage afterwards, the 9 leaves blossomed into 8 flowers, being a powerful foundation inferior only to the 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers. Therefore he possesses such great strength. The spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks. From what we have seen today, we know that the rumors are not false. The 3rd of the 10 strongest essence spirit martial grandmasters is well deserved. However, even such a powerful Jiang Xiong, accompanied by a spirit artifact and one with the saber, executing the supreme martial art of the evil shifting sect, the dim shifting white bone saber, was still unable to stand against Yan Zhaoge. Yang Chufan felt bitter. While also at the late essence spirit stage, me and those 2 evil shifting sect martial grandmasters joining forces might not be Jiang Xiong's match. Where exactly did this youth pop out from? The question within their hearts was currently also the question within the hearts of all the evil shifting sect martial practitioners. Yan Zhaoge completely ignored that late essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect who was assaulting him as he appraised the illusory scene of light above Jiang Xiong's head rather interestedly, looking at those 8 spirit flowers. Right, also at the 8 flowers just a little stronger than that Hai Jingjia. Yan Zhaoge laughed. This means that this person should be 9 leaves blossoming 8 flowers, while that Hai Jingjia is 8 leaves blossoming 8 flowers. Yan Zhaoge locked onto Jiang Xiong's dim shifting white bone saber with the heavenly broad creed palm, casually striking out with his other hand, scattering the blood sea saber chi of that evil shifting sect martial grandmaster. I wonder what cultivation base your sect's #1 expert possesses? Is it a martial saint? Yan Zhaoge asked casually, I wonder if he has a sacred artifact? Jiang Xiong's face was covered in sweat, unable to speak. Fang Min now called out, the chief of the evil shifting sect is not a martial saint, and they also don't have a sacred artifact. The group of evil shifting sect martial practitioners roared furiously in unison, that evil shifting sect martial grandmaster staring at Yan Zhaoge, saying in a muffled tone, so what? Our chief is ranked 4th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts, our sect possessing as many experts as there are clouds. We admit that we have underestimated you, underestimating you. However, if you think that you or the power behind you can do anything to our sect, feel free to come at us. If you have the guts, leave us all here today. Yan Zhaoge laughed, you misunderstand. Hearing his words, the faces of Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the others abruptly turned pale, while the evil shifting sect martial practitioners all heaved a sigh of relief, their faces regaining their proud, confident expressions as they felt that their sect's power had intimidated this solitary martial practitioner who had sprung out of nowhere. The more a solitary martial practitioner faced a major sect, the more it would appear that he was alone. While he might not be at a disadvantage here, in order to avoid enraging the seniors and experts of the other side sects, he would often be helpless. It was just that these evil shifting sect martial practitioners did not dare to relax completely. The Spirit Rhino Island that Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the others hailed from was a massive entity that was not inferior to their evil shifting sect in the least. If Spirit Rhino Island protected him, perhaps this youth before them would dare to take the risk out of desperation. Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the others all had the same thought as they wanted to speak up in support of Yan Zhaoge, boosting his courage. However, they heard Yan Zhaoge continue. I asked if your sect has a martial saint and a sacred artifact in order to gain a better understanding of you so that if I were to face your sect in the future, I would be prepared. It has nothing to do with whether or not I kill you now. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, don't think too much. Whether or not your sect has a martial saint, you are already dead men. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge retracted his palm, that massive palm that had condensed sword light and grabbed onto Jiang Xiong's saber retracting as well, dragging Jiang Xiong over. Unable to resist, Jiang Xiong's figure shifted. Yan Zhaoge raised his other palm high into the air, slamming down with it, resembling the collapse of the heavens. Chapter 499. Whether or not your evil shifting sect has a martial saint, a sacred artifact or not, you are all dead for sure today. If you have a martial saint, I won't even be merciful in killing you, much less transcending mortality martial grandmasters and essence talisman martial grandmasters. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm, his tone seemingly casual as it carried no killing intent at all. Still, his palm descended, directly shattering the bone armor on Jiang Xiong's body. Jiang Xiong wanted to struggle, but Yan Zhaoge struck out with another palm, directly smashing his skull apart, white and red everywhere. All the evil shifting sect martial practitioners instantly felt their entire bodies turn icy cold. Not daring to say anything else, they directly turned and fled in all directions. After slaying Jiang Xiong, Yan Zhaoge substituted a sword with his finger, stabbing into the air from afar. Streak after streak of sword light shot out, resembling the stars of the sky, illuminating the north. Sword lights that resembled the rain of a starry river descended from the sky, piercing through one evil shifting sect martial practitioner after another. Corpses fell into the sea one after another, blood spraying into the sky as the surface of the sea down below was quickly dyed dark red. Yan Zhaoge strode forward, instantly arriving beside a late essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect. The other party's cultivation base was not just a level lower than Jiang Xiong's. Yan Zhaoge's sword light transformed into numerous green dragons, easily slaying him. Gazing back, he saw another late essence spirit martial grandmaster fleeing in the opposite direction. After all, he was a late essence spirit martial grandmaster, moving extremely quickly as he had already fled virtually without a trace. Yan Zhaoge's expression was leisurely as he did not give chase as he drew back Heaven Shocker, his true essence transforming into a sharp arrow. The sound of thunder resounded, a purple light shooting out before exploding in the distance. That late essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect instantly perished. Keeping Heaven Shocker, Yan Zhaoge now turned to look at Yang Chufan and the others who were still rather taken aback as he smiled. Let us continue our earlier topic. Can you tell me how to get to Changli Mountain? Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the others were shocked as they looked at Yan Zhaoge before them, feeling rather speechless for a time. Where we are now is the bewildering Maze Sea. We need to head south, passing through the Spirit Rhino Sea where our sect is located before arriving at the directionless sea where Changli Mountain is located. Yang Chufan was the first to react as he answered straightforwardly, while the three seas are adjacent, there is still quite some distance between them. As one of the 6 evil sects, the evil shifting sect was a massive entity just like Spirit Rhino Island of the 7 Pillars of Good. However, Yan Zhaoge had killed the core figure of the evil shifting sect, the rising star of the senior generation, the dark evil, Jianghu, just like that. Shifting sect martial shifting sect martial practitioners that numbered several dozens had not, but Yan had killed them all. Yang Chufan now knew that the young man in front of him was an extremely ruthless person. It was best for him and his group to adapt to the circumstances. There was no lack of lawless desperados in any place. If you were stronger than him, there was naturally no need to say anything. But if you couldn't do anything to him, then it was better to make peace. After all, if you fought, the other party wouldn't care about the sect behind you. The dead could not be revived. If they clashed with this vicious person, even if their sect could avenge them afterwards, they would definitely be at a disadvantage now. Hearing Yang Chufan's words, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly before continuing, "My family and I are often overseas, being rather ignorant of the current experts of this world. I have only heard of the 7 Pillars of Good and the 6 evil sects, but I do not know which sects and which experts are there." The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks. This was not some secret. Any random martial practitioner of the vast ocean world would be able to tell them a thing or two. Finally, it was still Yang Chufan who answered, "The 7 Pillars of Good are Water Crystal Palace, Changli Mountain, the Blood Dragon Sect, Myriad Sword Pool, the Spirit Returning Sect and the Blazing Wind Sect. Our Spirit Rhino Island lineage is also amongst them. The 6 evil sects are the Sacred Evil Sect, the Dragon Slayer Sect, the Brilliant Thunder Sect, Green Snake Island, Soul Shocking Island and the Evil Shifting Sect just now. Amongst them, Water Crystal Palace, the Sacred Evil Sect and the Dragon Slayer Sect all have martial saints, while the Blood Dragon Sect, Myriad Sword Pool and Soul Shocking Island respectively possess the sacred artifacts, the 9 Dragon Fingers, the Floating Sinking Sword and the Soul Shocking Box." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Water Crystal Palace?" Yang Chufan nodded, "That's right." There were some things that he did not say because it would be putting down his sect's might. While they stood on equal footing with the Blood Dragon Sect and Myriad Sword Pool, comparatively speaking, Water Crystal Palace was the most powerful of the 7 Pillars of Good. Yan Zhaoge looked like he was smiling whilst also not as he pursed his lips, not continuing on this topic as he instead asked, "Your sect seems to be rather familiar with Changli Mountain. I wonder if Changli Mountain has produced any new experts in recent years?" He did not directly state Xuefei's name, only seeming to ask very casually. However, Yang Chufan nodded, "If it is Changli Mountain itself, there isn't. However, there is a youth surnamed Shijun, nicknamed the Big Dipper Sword. He is the most famous rising star of the vast ocean world in recent years, hard-pressed to be defeated amongst those of the same age. He is the disciple of a guest elder of Changli Mountain, and it is said that he grew up in Changli Mountain." While Yan Zhaoge did not reveal it on his face, he was rather puzzled within. The person he had actually wanted to ask about was Xuefei. While he knew that little Shijun possessed shocking talent, it had only been over a year since they had last met. How could such a great change have occurred? Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he thought of a possibility, smiling nonchalantly, hard-pressed to be defeated amongst those of the same age? How old is he? Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Yang Chufan pulled back the corners of his mouth. "While he is a little younger than you, even if he is of the same age, he would definitely not be able to compare to you. I heard that Shijun 20 this year, is already an outer aura martial scholar." Yan Zhaoge did not say anything, thinking that it was indeed so. The flow of time in this vast ocean world was different from that of the 8 Extremities world. Thanks to the Eye of the Thunder Emperor and an instant's thunder, with his current cultivation base, he was already able to grasp some of the changes in the flow of time. However, wanting to compare the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds, he would have to spend a long time adapting to the environment of the new world before he could slowly make a comparison. And now, hearing Yang Chufan's words, after making some estimations, Yan Zhaoge came to a general understanding that the flow of time in the vast ocean world was roughly 5 times that of the 8 Extremities world. In other words, a year in the 8 Extremities world would be roughly 5 years here. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge sighed inwardly. To him, to those of Broad Creed Mountain, It had only been over a year since he had parted with Shuefei and Shijun. However, to Shuefei and his disciple, they had already been drifting in this foreign world for many years. Still, hearing Yang Chufan's words, Yin Zhaoge could be considered to have completely set his mind at ease regarding Shuefei and the others. At the very least, they were all still alive, no accidents having happened to them. Also, from the looks of it, they were living pretty well in Changli Mountain. With that, there was no need for him to be anxious. Looking at the people of Spirit Rhino Island before turning to look at the barrier behind him, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Previously, I was busy searching for Changli Mountain. In the end, I passed by a treasure mountain but did not enter, coming out empty-handed. I wonder what exactly is here. Hearing his words, the hearts of Yang Chufan, Fang Min and the others instantly thumped, bitterness appearing on their faces. Chapter 500. Yin Zhaoge was all smiles as he looked at Yang Chufan and the others. Yang Chufan smiled bitterly. We also coincidentally obtained news of the location of the barrier. It was rumored that there were treasures here, so we came to try our luck. We are also not clear on what exactly is here. Seeing you emerge from the barrier, we had still thought that you would be able to tell us a thing or two. Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. You also don't believe that I would emerge from the barrier empty-handed, right? Yang Chufan and the others smiled awkwardly, while Yin Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly. All right, if it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. Since that is so, let's really take a look around. Anyway, I already know how to get to Changli Mountain. Yin Zhaoge leisurely turned, strolling back into the barrier as the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks, smiling bitterly without end. Fang Min smiled bitterly. Forget it. If not for this young Master Yin, we would probably already have perished at the hands of Jiang Xiong and the others. We should be the ones thanking him for saving our lives. Other than her being the granddaughter of Spirit Rhino Island's chief and having been captured alive by Jiang Xiong due to her unique status, the others would have been hard-pressed to survive. Yang Chufan nodded. I don't know how this person entered, but he was originally within the barrier. Whether or not he found any treasures earlier, he was already here before us, not really taking advantage of us. After a pause, Yang Chufan continued. Most importantly, we are also unable to stop him. The other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners beside him all had rather helpless expressions on their faces. Now that he has returned, what do we do? Even if we enter, we won't be able to snatch any treasures from him. Yang Chufan said, this barrier is vast, covering such a vast area. Its depths are hard to predict. Alone, he might not be able to take care of everything. If we enter, we might be able to obtain some fortune. A Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner beside him asked hesitantly, this person is very domineering, also vicious and merciless. If we obtain a fortune, will he snatch it from us? Fang Min said, we have to try. If we obtain it, it is our fate. If we don't, it is our fortune. At the very least, it is better than dying at the hands of the evil shifting sects Jiang Xiong and the others. Yang Chufan said, since it's a fortuitous encounter, it's often not decided by strength alone. If we can fight for it, we will naturally fight for it. He glanced at Fang Min and said, Junior Martial Brother Fang is nearby. Previously he was trapped by Jiang Xiong and the others and couldn't be contacted. Now that he's here, we won't have to worry about this Yen guy forcing himself on us. At the end of the day, this person has helped us. Our Spirit Rhino Island clearly distinguishes between gratitude and enmity. We just have to repay him later on. However, there's no need for us to avoid him every time we see him, or even hide from him when searching for treasures. Hearing his words, the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all nodded. That is how it should be. Fang Min asked curiously, second uncle also came to the bewildering Maze Sea? Yang Chufan said, that's right. He sent a signal and left a message. Let's also enter the barrier. Currently within the barrier, Yin Zhaoge strode amidst the air atop the sea. Temporarily not considering the matter of the Eight Extremities world and also not having to worry about Shijun and Su Fei, Yin Zhaoge now placed all his attention on the barrier before him, gradually having a different feeling about it. Oh, interesting. This enchantment is not ordinary. It covers such a vast area, but it is usually deep and reserved, making it hard for people to detect. It is grand yet subtle. This kind of method is not something a great grandmaster can do. Seeing it, Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. It feels a little like when I entered the old residence of the glacial dragon Marshal Saint back then. Perhaps this is yet another legacy site of a martial saint? Yes, and also a martial saint expert who is proficient in the Tao of barriers and seals. Yan Zhaoge thought as he advanced unceasingly. He would occasionally send out a streak of sword light, shooting straight into the skies. The sword light seemed to vanish into the horizon, but very quickly ripples that resembled water would appear above the seemingly empty sky. Feeling the changes occurring to this barrier as it was shaken, Yan Zhaoge unceasingly adjusted his direction. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners entered the barrier after him, Yan Zhaoge not stopping them. As they tried to follow behind him, Yan Zhaoge smiled, seemingly not minding it at all. However, while his speed seemed leisurely, the more he walked, the more Yang Chufan and the others were unable to keep up with his speed, being left behind by him to the point where they could no longer be seen. After a long period of searching, Yan Zhaoge suddenly halted. Standing within the sky and gazing downwards, there was nothing in the air above the boundless sea, no islands to be seen. After gazing at the surface of the sea down below for a moment, Yan Zhaoge suddenly raised his palm, striking downwards. His true essence condensed into a single line, breaking through the seawater and heading downwards, unceasingly descending before his palm finally landed at the bottom of the sea. Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel an intense rebounding force emanating from the depths of the sea, even causing him to feel a chill in his heart. With this force it can't be wrong. This is the seal left behind by a martial saint. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, looking at the sea down below that had been split apart by his palm force. The seawater dispersed into the surroundings, revealing a massive spirit formation that flickered with radiance at the bottom of the sea. Streams of light circulated on the spirit formation, a powerful force beginning to expand unceasingly into the surroundings, stirring the seawater as a massive whirlpool was gradually formed. With the spirit formation as its center, the whirlpool rotated unceasingly, the seawater within a radius of thousands of kilometers being stirred together, a rather majestic sight to behold. Yan Zhaoge descended, landing within the whirlpool, heading towards the spirit formation at the bottom of the sea. The center of the whirlpool merged with the spirit formation, seemingly piercing through space as a door was formed. As Yan Zhaoge strode through the door, before him was a foreign dimension. This space gave off a feeling of barrenness. As Yan Zhaoge gazed over, all he saw was a blurry scene. He could not feel much abundant spiritual qi, nor did he feel any shocking power, just feeling heavy and heavy. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, his entire body's true essence circulating as streams of clear qi seemed to flow out of his acupoints, next drifting indistinctly as they expanded towards this foreign dimension. Where the clear qi passed, it was like it was one with space as the situation here was displayed to Yan Zhaoge in its entirety. Even with his sensory abilities raised to the maximum, Yan Zhaoge still felt that this place was completely empty, causing him to wonder if he had been a step too late. Even if there were treasures here, they had already been taken away by someone else. Yan Zhaoge's mind jolted slightly as he felt a stream of clear qi seemingly vanishing into the sea, actually losing its connection with him. Not shocked, Yan Zhaoge was instead overjoyed, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he immediately set off in that direction. A moment later, a stone statue appeared before Yan Zhaoge. The stone statue depicted a thin old man seated in the meditative position, alone within this foreign dimension. His surroundings were dark and gloomy with no vegetation, no soil at all. Looking at this stone statue, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, outside of this foreign dimension, within the region of sea that was enveloped by a barrier, Yang Chufan and the others were currently walking on the Great Sea. Suddenly, joyous expressions appeared on their faces. Swiveling their heads, they saw a figure traversing through the air in pursuit of them. His majestic power shook the heavens and the earth, his martial true intent being of Spirit Rhino Island's direct lineage, his cultivation base clearly being that of an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster. Fang Min called out happily, "Second uncle." Chapter 501. That figure came to a halt before the people of Spirit Rhino Island. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s with an authoritative bearing. Fang Xiaohong, the youngest son of Spirit Rhino Island's chief Fang Kan, Fang Min's uncle. Seeing Fang Xiaohong appear here, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, Yang Chufan included, all heaved a sigh of relief. Amongst the newer experts of Spirit Rhino Island's senior generation, Fang Xiaohong was the indisputable number one. He had been a genius whose name had shaken the vast ocean world in the past, now also an elite amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. As compared to his cultivation base, he was still young, but his potential was still limitless. He was slightly older than Jiang Xiong of the Evil Shifting Sect and Hai Jingjie of the Blood Dragon Sect. Back when he had been an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, he had been one of the top 10 Essence Spirit experts, ranking even higher than Jiang Xiong and Hai Jingjie. After he had stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, the rankings of Jiang Xiong and the others had advanced. Fang Xiaohong nodded slightly towards Fang Min before looking at Yang Chu-fan. Senior apprentice brother Yang, what exactly happened? The information you transmitted was too simple. Yang Chu-fan hurriedly explained the situation. A Spirit Rhino Island disciple finally said, Senior apprentice Uncle Fang, that person surnamed Yen has returned, entering the barrier once more. We do not know where he is now. What exactly? Fang Xiaohong said slowly. If there is a treasure, we definitely cannot let him get it. And now it is not a matter of treasure. We have to be careful of this person's schemes. If we can capture him, we will. Otherwise we can also kill him on the spot. Fang Min was rather taken aback. Second uncle, he saved us. Otherwise, facing dark evil Jiang Xiong, we wouldn't even have been able to ask you for help. Little Min, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Xiaohong shook his head, gazing at Yang Chu-fan, Fang Min and the others. Just now you said that the gap in the barrier was not opened by you using the Zhongyuan spirit flag, but by that Yen Zhaoge. Is that correct? The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks before nodding in unison. Fang Xiaohong asked again, then do you know what he used to open the barrier? They shook their heads in unison, Fang Xiaohong snorting, it was the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman. The younger Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had yet to react when Yang Chu-fan involuntarily exclaimed, Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman? Fang Xiaohong nodded with a solemn face. When I came in through the gap, I felt that something was wrong, so I stopped to study it. The remnant aura and traces were the Holy Evil Sect's Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman. It's rumored that the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman is a treasure that the Sacred Evil Sect obtained from unearthing the Great Calamity ruins. Its quantity is limited and one used means one less. Yang Chu-fan muttered to himself. After all, he was a veteran of Jianghu. Although he could not distinguish the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman, he had heard of its existence and use. Fang Xiaohong said, that's right. After so many years, logically speaking, the Holy Evil Sect shouldn't have much left, but such a rare and precious treasure has appeared in this person's hands, which shows that his intentions are not small, and we must guard against him. Yang Chu-fan mumbled, the martial art that person used was very unfamiliar. Fang Xiaohong swept a glance at him. The Sacred Evil Sect has always been mysterious and unfathomable. No one has been able to clearly find out its roots. Fang Min said rather hesitantly, he killed someone of the Evil Shifting Sect at the end of the day, and not just any random disciple at that. It was Dark Evil Jiang Xiong, the Evil Shifting Sect's senior generation expert with the greatest potential. The 6 evil sects often have internal strife, with even those of the same sect killing each other from time to time, much less those of different sections. Fang Xiaohong looked solemnly at Fang Min. The other party clearly wants to gain your trust by injuring himself in order to harm our Spirit Rhino Island. Fang Xiaohong looked at Fang Min, pausing for a moment before secretly sending via sound transmission. I especially suspect that he has specifically come for you, wanting to use you to accomplish his evil deeds. Little Min, you are still too inexperienced. Do not be easily deceived and used by others. Hearing his words, Fang Min's face reddened slightly as she lowered her head. Second uncle, he did not even look at me once. Fang Xiaohong snorted. It is just a small trick. Otherwise, why would he still remain within this barrier? The treasures have long since been looted. Returning and entering the barrier means that he definitely has a follow-up plan. Looking at his niece, his expression eased slightly. Little Min, you have already grown up. Still, you must know that the pugilistic world is dangerous. While our Spirit Rhino Island does not have a martial saint presiding over it, even a martial saint would not dare to lightly step onto our Spirit Rhino Island. In order to destroy our foundations, the enemy will use all sorts of methods. The disciples of our sect must be vigilant at all times. Fang Xiaohong's gaze swept the surrounding region of sea, his expression rather dark. This kid is truly sinister and crafty. Sadly, he made a mistake, not knowing that I once saw the traces of the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman being used elsewhere, thus giving himself away. Yang Chu-fan asked, what do we do now? Fang Xiaohong said, the Sacred Evil Sect's intentions are not small, wanting to harm our spirit rhino island. We naturally cannot just sit here and wait for death. It would be best if we could capture this person alive and figure out his plot. If that is not possible, we will strike first and kill him. Evil and crooked, everyone has the right to slay them. As you say, this kid possessing such a cultivation base at such a young age is truly terrifying. Given a little more time, he will definitely be another sacred evil in the future. He definitely cannot be left alive. Thinking that his scheme has succeeded in deceiving your trust, just as he is feeling pleased with himself, his wariness will instead drop. This would be a great time to slay him. Standing in midair, Fang Xiaohong closed his eyes and carefully felt the spiritual qi flow of the surrounding region of sea. Oh? There is a vortex that has not dissipated for a long time? He opened his eyes. It is very likely to be there. Saying thus, he transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the distance. Within the foreign dimension, Yin Zhaoge was currently seated in the meditative position, facing that stone statue. Streams of clear qi emanated from his body before coiling and landing on that stone statue. The clear qi connected Yin Zhaoge with the stone statue. The acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body shuddered together, causing specks of light to light up on the corresponding acupoints of that stone statue. The specks of light resembled the numerous stars of the universe. As the light lit up, a vigorous feeling of power gradually emanated from the stone statue. That power was extremely terrifying, as even the current Yin Zhaoge felt shocked. Still, he felt even more joy. This really is a good thing. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth. Still, Yin Zhaoge quickly felt that someone else had entered this foreign dimension. His gaze turned cold slightly as the clear qi connected to the stone statue was instantly severed, being retracted within his body as the flickering specks of light on the stone statue dimmed as well. Turning and gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw a few figures enter the foreign dimension. Their leader was a middle-aged man at the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the early essence talisman stage. Beside that middle-aged man was Yang Chufan. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, Yang Chufan hurriedly said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Junior apprentice brother Fang, this is that young master Yin Zhaoge who saved us earlier." The middle-aged man nodded, first bowing towards Yin Zhaoge. "Spirit Rhino Island's Fang Xiaohong thanks this friend for saving my fellow disciples." Chapter 502. Looking at this middle-aged man of the early essence talisman stage before him, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. "Greetings." As the gazes of those of Spirit Rhino Island fell on the stone statue behind Yin Zhaoge, they were all rather taken aback. Fang Xiaohong's gaze swept past the stone statue, not remaining on it as he turned and said to Yin Zhaoge, "If you are free, why not come to my Spirit Rhino Island for a visit, allowing us to express our gratitude?" Yin Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. "I intend to make a trip to Changli Mountain next. If I have the time in the future, I might be able to trouble your clan." Fang Xiaohong said, "Our sect welcomes you with open arms." Looking at the stone statue beside him, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "To tell you the truth, in this foreign dimension, I only found this thing. I am ashamed to say that I still have not completely understood it. It should be something good, but it's obvious that it can't be divided. What does your sect say?" Fang Xiaohong raised his hand and made a pleased gesture. He slowly said, "If it were someone else, our sect would still fight for it. Treasures without an owner should belong to the most capable. There's no such thing as first come, first served. However, your excellency has just saved many of our fellow disciples from the hands of the evil shifting sect, and we are grateful for your excellency's kindness. Since your excellency has arrived first and discovered this treasure first, we have no face to compete with you." As he said this, he retreated, indicating that he would not compete with Yin Zhaoge. Yang Chufan and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who had accompanied him retreated as well. It looked as if it wanted to leave the foreign dimension. Fang Xiaohong said, "We will wait outside. If Sir wishes to head for the directionless sea where Changli Mountain is located, the shortest route would be through our sect's Spirit Rhino Sea. We can travel together. You possess such shocking cultivation at such a young age. Please guide the youths of my Spirit Rhino Island." Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "You are too polite." Seeing the figures of Fang Xiaohong and the others vanish before his eyes, Yin Zhaoge did not continue communicating with the stone statue. Instead, he grabbed it with his power, preparing to first collect this mysterious treasure before leaving this place. As his true essence swept along the stone statue, it just shook a little as Yin Zhaoge wasn't even able to move it with his first strike. With Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base, Even a mountain could be broken apart and uprooted from the ground. However, when he moved the stone statue, he felt as if he was shaking the entire foreign dimension. This feeling was even heavier than when he had taken the true dragon's body at the former residence of the glacial dragon martial saint. Yan Zhaoge's expression didn't change as he exerted even more force, at the same time streams of clear qi emanating from his body, infusing into the acupoints of that stone statue. The entire foreign space trembled slightly, but that heavy stone statue finally left the ground. Yan Zhaoge opened his shadow-shrinking pouch, wanting to keep it within, yet found it extremely difficult. Using the same old method, the pillar of the divine palace once again displayed its effect, suppressing the stone statue. The stone statue actually felt much lighter. But just at this time, light suddenly flickered above Yan Zhaoge's head. Streams of light intertwined, forming a round mirror. In the light of the mirror, a figure appeared. It was Fang Xiaohong who had just left. Fang Xiaohong appeared just inches away from Yan Zhaoge, then struck out towards him with both his palms. Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, spiritual light flash. Borrowing the martial intent that he had secretly left behind, Fang Xiaohong's sneak attack this time had traveled 1,000 miles in an instant, catching everyone off guard. He returned, his palms descending together. Jade light flickered as a massive true martial talisman appeared, profound and indiscernible. However, darkness suddenly obstructed the space between him and Yan Zhaoge. With this, the distance of mere inches became the distance between the heavens and the earth. Fang Xiaohong's heart sank as he changed his stance, streams of jade light circulating as he advanced amidst the darkness. However, the sound of thunder suddenly resounded amidst the boundless darkness. The next moment, the strange white light of thunder filled the air, shooting towards Fang Xiaohong like a tidal wave. Fang Xiaohong was slightly shocked as he hurriedly retracted his palm and retreated, his entire person seeming to transform into a streak of jade light as he shifted within the air. Enveloped by the thunder of eternal night, Yan Zhaoge's figure was indistinctly visible. Oh, Spirit Rhino Island's martial arts also have their unique aspects. Fang Xiaohong knit his brows, striking out towards Yan Zhaoge with one palm while beckoning towards the distant air with his other palm. A mirror light flickered within the air. It was a high-grade spirit artifact. Amidst the surging radiance, Fang Xiaohong's figure flickered as he arrived before Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge placed one hand on the shoulder of the stone statue as he flicked his sleeve with the other, the roar of a dragon resounding as green light flickered within his sleeve. Wielded by Yan Zhaoge, the high-grade spirit artifact, the green abyss sword, transformed into a green dragon, shooting viciously towards Fang Xiaohong's jade light mirror. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster has a high-grade spirit artifact? Fang Xiaohong's heart sunk once more as he completely calmed his mind, unleashing Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm, to the maximum. Executed by Fang Xiaohong, this supreme martial art was incomparably far from Yang Chufan's as compared to the heavens and the earth. Jade light flickered within Fang Xiaohong's eyes, resembling two round mirrors as Yan Zhaoge's sword was reflected within them, as well as the possible variations that might follow. As the true martial talisman circulated, streams of profound aura connected to the surrounding area. Fang Xiaohong transformed into a jade light, evading Yan Zhaoge's sword. Jade light flickered continuously as he analyzed the variations of Yan Zhaoge's sword whilst also looking for its weak points, attempting to counterattack. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, telepathy suppressing the enemy first? His sword stance did not change, his gaze suddenly becoming as deep as the sea. Fang Xiaohong's mind wavered slightly as it was as though a massive spirit turtle had appeared before his eyes, unmoving and unmoving as it lay within the depths of the sea. It was also like the sea's surface was completely still, without any wind or waves at all, without any ripples at all. His high-grade spirit artifact, the Jade Light Mirror, was perfectly compatible with Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm. Unleashing their effects together, it predicted the enemy first, suppressing the enemy and obtaining victory. However, at this moment, his mind was completely empty as he was completely unable to extrapolate Yan Zhaoge's following moves. As Yan Zhaoge executed the coiling dragon sleeve, he also executed the mantra of the stabilizing ocean spirit fist of the 6 spirit demonic fists, instantly leaving Fang Xiaohong helpless. "I don't know why you want to fight with me," Yan Zhaoge said mildly. "Still, I actually don't care about the reason. Don't tell me that it's a misunderstanding or whatever." Before his words had landed, Yan Zhaoge's sword stance changed once more. As the azure dragon flew, it abruptly opened its mouth, roaring. A river of stars tilted as specks of starlight filled the air, enveloping Fang Xiaohong. Yan Zhaoge was no longer using the stabilizing ocean spirit fist now. A spiritual light flickered within Fang Xiaohong's mind as he was able to extrapolate the variations of his sword once more. However, as Yan Zhaoge's sword struck over at this moment, myriad variations seemed to exist within as Fang Xiaohong was completely unable to extrapolate them all. In an instant, Fang Xiaohong was struck by a number of swords. His injuries were not serious. As compared to his body's injuries, what made Fang Xiaohong feel even worse was that he felt as though countless things had been forcibly stuffed into his head, as though they were about to explode. That uncomfortable feeling left Fang Xiaohong wishing that he could retract his cultivation, not daring to use the spirit rhino palm again. Aren't you very good at extrapolating? You can't take it anymore? Yan Zhaoge smiled, having already completely kept the stone statue now. Without the stone statue holding him back, Yan Zhaoge's power erupted mightily, no longer using nimble fighting techniques as he instead directly concentrated his power and launched a frenzied head-on attack. You can't do complicated things. Let's do something simpler then. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge slashed through the air, chopping towards Fang Xiaohong with the momentum of splitting the heavens. Chapter 503. Thank you to the First Encounter with Qingqin Alliance for tipping and updating the first chapter. Please subscribe to the official version, thank you. As Yan Zhaoge slashed out with his sword, the myriad starlights were retracted, seemingly merging into one. As the azure dragon roared, it merged with the starry river. 7 spots of light appeared on the surface of its body, looking like the Big Dipper hanging in the sky. The first move, dragon riding the 7 stars, turned the endless sword light into one, and headed straight for Fang Xiaohong. Fang Xiaohong's mind relaxed slightly. The thousands of changes had all disappeared, leaving only one. His Spirit Rhino Island's Spirit Rhino palm was about projecting variations and analyzing his opponent's next thoughts, unceasingly dispelling the false and retaining the true, obtaining the one or more that were most likely to occur, from which he would consider how to deal with them. Previously, with Yan Zhaoge's myriad sword lights, innumerable possibilities had surged into Fang Xiaohong's mind at the same time. Every single one of them had seemed so realistic, making it hard for him to predict and choose. Now it was much simpler. There was only one type of transformation. It should be said that this sword of Yan Zhaoge's did not intend to change at all. On the other hand, it was precisely this unchanging sword strike that seemed to have transformed the ordinary into the miraculous, and it converged the complicated into the simplest, causing Fang Xiaohong to be unable to deal with it. A powerful force was condensed in the sword, completely breaking through Fang Xiaohong's palm attack. Then the sword stabbed forward, sealing off even his path of retreat. At this moment, Fang Xiaohong felt that he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. He could only take this sword head-on. Faced with Yan Zhaoge's all-conquering sword, the essence talisman condensed of his martial true intent and his true essence began to crack apart inch by inch, seemingly about to shatter. The movement of the sword was clear. But he just couldn't block it. Fang Xiaohong was greatly alarmed. With a fierce roar, his figure abruptly turned, transforming into a ray of light as he charged into the high-grade jade light mirror. At the critical moment, Fang Xiaohong executed the supreme martial art of Spirit Rhino Island once more, spiritual light flashing. The jade light mirror remained where it was, having become Fang Xiaohong's substitute puppet as it shook intensely as it was pressured by Yan Zhaoge's sword light. Fang Xiaohong, however, couldn't care less about that now. I can't leave. Yan Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as he wielded the green abyss sword with his right hand, his left hand having long since been prepared. He spread his fingers, then clenched them into a fist. Within Yan Zhaoge's palm, there seemed to exist a clump of chaos. As he spread his fingers, streams of chaotic air currents spread out and filled the void. When Yan Zhaoge clenched his fist, that region of chaos seemed to have transformed into a black hole. Everything in the surrounding void, whether tangible or intangible, seemed to be pulled by a boundless, immense force as they all flew towards Yan Zhaoge's left palm. In the space in front of him, the jade light mirror shook even more violently. Large amounts of light shot out from the air, shining for no reason. A wisp of jade light was forcibly sucked out of the jade light mirror, revealing Fang Xiaohong's figure once more. That terrifying sword light was already in front of Fang Xiaohong. Fang Xiaohong summoned the jade light mirror to protect himself, but with the sharpness of Yan Zhaoge's sword, where light flickered, fresh blood spurted madly from Fang Xiaohong's body. The sword light that had transformed into an azure dragon shattered Fang Xiaohong's talisman and pierced through his body. The sharp and tyrannical quintessential essence continued to wreak havoc in his body. Fang Xiaohong gritted his teeth and struggled to survive. Now that he already knew that he was not Yan Zhaoge's match, he only wished to be able to flee this place. Fang Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island disciples with lower cultivation bases had already been sent out of the barrier by him, returning to the Spirit Rhino Sea to seek reinforcements. As long as he did not die here, he would have a chance of escaping with his life. However, that sword light that had transformed into an azure dragon did not dissipate after having pierced through his body. Instead, it meandered about, coiling around Fang Xiaohong's body. The dragon's scales stood erect, resembling infinite sword light that surged explosively at the same time, unceasingly blasting towards Fang Xiaohong. Yan Zhaoge's left hand did not cease in its movements. As he clenched his fist, a massive suction force dragged Fang Xiaohong before him. Then Yan Zhaoge's left hand transformed into a bright glazed color, flickering with a golden light as it resembled Vajra. Feeling the terrifying power within Yan Zhaoge's left fist, the shadow of death loomed over Fang Xiaohong's heart. At the same time that Fang Xiaohong appeared to attack Yan Zhaoge, Yang Chu-fan and the other two Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners also appeared at the entrance to the foreign dimension before rushing over in Yan Zhaoge's direction. However, as they neared, they saw a shocking scene. While they had witnessed how Yan Zhaoge had slain Jiang Xiong, they had still not thought that even the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Fang Xiaohong would actually not be Yan Zhaoge's match at all. Why don't you guess? How much strength do I need to use to beat trash like you? Yan Zhaoge's joking words from back then surfaced in their minds as a chill involuntarily shot up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Yang Chu-fan and the others all felt bitter within their hearts. Only now did they know that Yan Zhaoge had not been joking back then. Slaying dark evil Jiang Xiong, who was bolstered by a mid-grade spirit artifact barehanded, Yan Zhaoge had not used his full strength at all. Currently, facing Yan Zhaoge, the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Fang Xiaohong had also been beaten to the point of being completely unable to retaliate. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Yang Chu-fan and the other two from the corner of his eye. He saw that they were currently rushing over towards him, 6 palms and 3 streaks of jade light attacking towards his back. Clearly they wanted to coordinate with Fang Xiaohong. Sadly, they had not thought that Fang Xiaohong would be defeated so quickly. Go! With just a thought from Yan Zhaoge, the Eternal Night Thunder Sword surged with boundless darkness once more, blocking before his opponents. Yang Chu-fan and the others had not thought that the situation would actually turn out like this. Of course, they could not even think about escaping. White thunderbolts exploded, instantly blasting Yang Chu-fan and the other two into disarray. Just struggling to stabilize themselves, they saw Yan Zhaoge execute the Vajra body, his left fist bright as Vajra. Yang Chu-fan hurriedly called out, "Please show mercy. There must be a misunderstanding here." Before his words had landed, Yan Zhaoge's fist had already descended. Fang Xiaohong's eyeballs seemed on the verge of imploding as a boom resounded, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing the blood spurting madly before them, Yang Chu-fan and the other two stared blankly, their mouths agape and tongue-tied as though someone had grabbed them by the neck. Yan Zhaoge now swiveled his head to look at the trio, saying nonchalantly, "Misunderstanding? Speaking of misunderstanding now, what were you doing just now?" A Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner was somewhat unable to control his emotions as he roared sorrowfully, "You killed senior apprentice brother Fang, forming a blood enmity with my Spirit Rhino Island." Yang Chu-fan shook his head repeatedly, an expression of absurd disbelief on his face. "How did the Sacred Evil Sect produce someone like you? You first killed Jiang Xiong and then junior apprentice brother Fang. Even if the Sacred Evil Sect is protecting you, the Evil Shifting Sect and our sect will not let you off." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "While I don't know who this person surnamed Fang is, it looks like his position in your Spirit Rhino Island should not be low. I have already offended the Evil Shifting Sect. If I offend you guys as well, it would undoubtedly be adding hail to snow. Let alone the fact that I want to go to the directionless sea where Changli Mountain is located, I will also have to pass through the Spirit Rhino Sea that your Spirit Rhino Island occupies. You want to say this, don't you?" Yang Chu-fan looked dazedly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he brandished the sword within his hand. "Your logic is not wrong, but this does not mean that I have to endure it when you come to provoke me. Since you like to court death, I'll grant your wish then. Where his sword passed, the light of blood was everywhere. Chapter 504. Thank you to Chin First Encounter for tipping and updating the second chapter. Thank you to other friends who tipped, subscribed, voted for this book and recommended this book. Thank you all. Having slain Fang Xiaohong and the others, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he smacked his lips. Sacred evil sect? How strange. Having already kept the stone statue and checked that there were no other treasures within the foreign dimension, Yan Zhaoge collected the weapons of Fang Xiaohong and the others before leaving this foreign dimension in a calm and unhurried manner. Having arrived on the great sea outside, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Raising his head, he felt that the barrier that enveloped this region of sea was in the midst of gradually dissipating. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. The source of power that created this barrier, supporting its existence all this while, is precisely that stone statue. No other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners could be seen at the entrance of the foreign dimension. Yan Zhaoge knew that other than Yang Chu-fan and the other two who had been brought along by Fang Xiaohong to assist him, the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases seemed to have already left. From this, it could be seen that the other party had decided to besiege him from the very beginning. The training of the younger generation disciples was cancelled to avoid being affected. They left immediately. If he did not leave them here to receive him, he would most likely have gone to contact the other experts of Spirit Rhino Island. Now that he had killed all those from the evil shifting sect, the news would not have leaked out. Since Spirit Rhino Island was unable to contact Fang Xiaohong and the others, they should have already guessed what had happened. In this way, even though the forces of good and evil were at odds with each other, they could still leak information to the evil shifting sect. Being unfamiliar with this place, moving in such a foreign environment, he should be as careful as possible. Having killed those of the evil shifting sect, he should avoid news of it leaking out. Still, Yan Zhaoge would still find it very hard to silence them for no reason at all. However, Fang Xiaohong, Yang Chu-fan, and the others took the initiative to harm him. That was another matter altogether. Yan Zhaoge had no qualms about sending them to hell. As for the possible consequences, weighing that shadow shrinking pouch containing the stone statue, Yan Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought. This thing is interesting. While I am already aware of the current overall situation of the vast ocean world, I am still unclear on many of the details. The bewildering Mei Sea was a danger ground of the vast ocean world, its situation somewhat similar to the marsh of illusory sea of the Eight Extremities world. The difference was that even though the marsh of illusory sea had the word sea in its name, it was actually a swamp on a continent, whereas the bewildering Mei Sea was a vast ocean that was filled with illusions, and it was difficult to determine one's direction, causing one to easily get lost within it. Still, there were still various treasures within the bewildering Mei Sea that attracted the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world to enter and seek them. Yan Zhaoge also encountered some seafarers and martial practitioners within, asking for directions from time to time. Walking and halting, going in circles, Yan Zhaoge had gone in quite a few circles as well, finally gradually exiting the bewildering Mei Sea. During this period of time, although Fu Enshu's injuries had not yet healed, she was slowly waking up. After giving Fu Enshu a general introduction of the reason for their arrival and the current environment, Yan Zhaoge asked the question that had always been on his mind, "Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, what happened back then? How are Junior Sister Feng and the others?" While Fu Enshu's injuries had yet to heal, she could still walk on her own, naturally not having to continue staying within Yan Zhaoge's shadow shrinking pouch. The Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun Clan, Meng Feng, launched a sneak attack on us, and I was separated from Yunxing and Lu Hua. Recalling this, Fu Enshu was also rather resentful. In the process of clashing, I was at a disadvantage, being forced to push Meng Feng along as we were swept into the frenzied tides caused by the Tai Imperial breaking formation sealing the Flame Devils, being heavily injured by them. Meng Feng was a longtime elder of the Sacred Sun Clan of the same generation as Huang Guanglia and Pan Buotai, the Dawn Lord of the first generation of the Seven Reigning Suns. After stepping into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm, Meng Feng had entered secluded cultivation as a Grand Elder, no longer caring about the daily affairs of the clan as the name of the Dawn Lord had also been passed down to others. Unlike Pan Buotai, who was so high profile, Meng Feng usually spent most of his time either cultivating in seclusion at the Sacred Sun Clan's world illuminating peak or in the southern underground palace, not casually leaving the clan. With the East Sea and the Earth domain having simultaneously changed this time, His sudden appearance had not aroused any suspicions. However, the Sacred Sun clan's schemes were not small. This sudden attack had caused Fu Enshu to suffer a loss. While Fu Enshu had stepped into the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, facing the transcending mortality Meng Feng, she was still inevitably not his match. However, Fu Enshu's personality was unyielding and resolute as she had been determined to perish together with her enemy, dragging Meng Feng along as they were engulfed by those frenzied tides that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Martial saints not appearing, transcending mortality was king. In the end, Fu Enshu had been saved by Yan Zhaoge, while Meng Feng had been ripped apart by that terrifying force. A peak martial grandmaster, an expert of the transcending mortality stage, having perished just like that, one could only sigh helplessly. Yan Zhaoge's brows were knit tightly. Other than Meng Feng, were there any other people of the Sacred Sun clan? Could junior apprentice Sister Feng and the others have also been swept into the frenzied tides caused by the power of the seal? Fu Enshu was currently also deeply worried. I am unable to confirm Yunxing and Liu Hua's situation. Logically speaking, the place where I got separated from them was still some distance away from the boundary of the frenzied tides. If they had retreated to the outskirts in time, they should not have been swept within. Yan Zhaoge was silent, letting out a long breath. The Sacred Sun clan was aiming for junior apprentice Sister Feng and the others. Fu Enshu nodded. That's right, I think so too. That is why I went all out in restraining Meng Feng. Yan Zhaoge asked, Senior apprentice Aunt Fu, did you meet Meng Feng by chance? If it was not by chance, how would the people of the Sacred Sun clan have sensed your movements and locked onto your position? The great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler was sent into the 9 underworlds by us, and Huang Guanglia is within the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. While Meng Feng is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, unless he is near to a certain extent, he should not have been able to discover you. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Because of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation seal at the time, the surrounding spiritual qi had completely collapsed, the heavens and the earth having been thrown into chaos. Even if you were very close, Meng Feng probably would not have been able to find you. Even if he could find you, how could he be sure that it was you and not someone else? Yan Zhaoge looked at Fu Enshu. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party should not know at all that our clan's 2 maidens of extreme Yin have come to the East Sea. Junior apprentice Sister Yin's existence should still be kept a secret. Was it junior apprentice Sister Feng who exposed her? Fu Enshu sighed. Liu Hua unintentionally encountered people of the Sacred Sun clan before. For some reason, it seems like they discovered her identity as a maiden of extreme Yin. As for afterwards, Fu Enshu shook her head slightly. The heavens and earth changed greatly, and in the great battle with the Flame Devils, Liu Hua was separated from Yunxing and me for a while. She was saved by a solitary practitioner of the East Sea, and with his help, she found Yunxing and me. In order to keep it a secret, I originally wanted to detain that solitary practitioner first. However, the environment was chaotic at the time, with the Flame Devils also attacking from the side. He managed to escape. Not long after that, the people of the Sacred Sun clan came looking for us. After a great battle, I was separated from Yunxing and Liu Hua. Fu Enshu's gaze turned cold. Thinking back on it now, I'm afraid that the problem lies with that solitary practitioner. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly. Our clan has been growing stronger and stronger in recent years, already gradually returning to the number 1 sacred ground. That solitary practitioner should not have been bought over at the last moment, instead having been a spy of the Sacred Sun clan since a long time ago. Junior apprentice Sister Yin's experience is too shallow. She cannot be entirely blamed for this. Fu Enshu's expression was a little gloomy. What I'm only worried about now is that other than Meng Feng, there were also other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners in the vicinity at the time, acting against Yunxing and Liu Hua. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, Yunxing's bright smile appearing within his mind. Chapter 505. Fu Enshu asked, Zhaoge, how much longer will it take for us to return to the 8 extremities world? Yan Zhaoge said, we will have to wait for the lofty prestige mirror to recover before we have any hope of returning to the 8 extremities world. Still, our chances are very high. He exhaled slowly, saying in a relaxed tone, the time flow of the vast ocean world is not much more than 5 times that of the 8 extremities world. Even if we wait a little longer here, not too much time will actually have passed before we return to the 8 extremities world. Fu Enshu nodded slightly. I will do my best to recuperate and recover as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold. When we return this time, there are some debts that I will have to properly settle with the Sacred Sun clan. Fu Enshu said, right, you only spoke about the matter of the East Sea and this vast ocean world earlier. How are things in the 8 extremities world, the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds? How are Master, the other senior apprentice uncles and second apprentice brother? Hearing Fu Enshu ask this, Yan Zhaoge's gaze dimmed slightly. After informing Fu Enshu of the situation of Yuan Zhengfeng, Fang Zhuan and the others who had gone to the Earth domain, Fu Enshu could not help but feel a little dazed. Master, Yan Zhaoge sighed, Grand Master has experienced many great storms and waves in his life. He will definitely be blessed by the heavens. Fu Enshu nodded slowly, but the worry within her gaze could not be concealed. She and Yuan Zhengfeng were like father and daughter, their relationship even surpassing that of ordinary master and disciple. Having been raised by Yuan Zhengfeng since young, hearing of his situation now, while she consoled herself time and time again, she was still unable to set her mind at ease. As she thought about it, fury and hatred surged within Fu Enshu's gaze. Shenli really deserves to be killed. Her fury instead caused her to sober up from her grief for Yuan Zhengfeng, her thoughts also becoming clear. Frowning, Fu Enshu looked at Yan Zhaoge. Master has been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space. It is unknown when he will be able to return. Junior apprentice brother Yen is temporarily unable to leave sealing the flame devils on the East Sea. Our clan's 2 martial saints are basically no longer here. Also, as you say, the clear chi robe needs to protect senior apprentice brother Fang, and is temporarily unable to use it. While the Sacred Sun clan's East Huang is also trapped within the seal of the East Sea, that scum Shinli having fled in the face of battle, he instead obtained his freedom. We have to be wary of him causing trouble. Yan Zhaoge said, at the final moment when the seal of the East Sea was completed, in order to avoid being crushed to death by the power of the seal, we entered the dimensional passageway together and came to the vast ocean world. The situation over at the 8 extremities world after that is uncertain. However, other than the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Shenli Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin was similarly spared. While Turbid Wave Pavilion has always been strictly neutral, if the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall go too far, Pavilion Lord and will most likely intervene. After all, a situation where a single power dominates is definitely not something that Turbid Wave Pavilion would like to see. The Extreme Een crown is still in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, but Infinite Boundless Mountain also has the Heaven Cleaving Axe. While the Heaven Cleaving Axe has been heavily damaged, as long as it can survive this, it is a force that cannot be overlooked. Moreover, from what I know, Mengwan seems to have been injured as well. Yan Zhaoge said slowly. Finally, with Grand Master not appearing for a long period of time, the news of his disappearance will probably not be able to be concealed. However, with the clear chi robe returning to the mountain, it will be able to intimidate the weak. While the clear chi robe will have to look after second apprentice uncle, while the higher echelon experts of our clan know of this matter, the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not know of it. They will also have some reservations. This way, while Grand Master, the Painting Saint, Father, Huang Guanglia and Jade Sea City Lord Song are temporarily unable to appear in this world, the overall situation of the 8 extremities world, barring any major incidents, is still stable. Yan Zhaoge's tone was resolute and decisive, let alone Mengwan being injured. Even if she is safe and sound, as long as junior apprentice Sister Feng is fine, in the 7th Extreme Een bout, Mengwan will not be able to stop junior apprentice Sister Feng from ascending to the top. Fu Enshu said, you said just now that a major incident? Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he said, there are 3 possible major incidents. Firstly, as mentioned earlier, the Sacred Sun clan may have established a connection with the world beyond worlds. In this great tribulation they lost Huang Guanglia, suffering a great blow to their vitality. If not for the Extreme Een crown in their hands, even the Heavenly Thunder Hall would be able to climb over their heads. Yan Zhaoge analyzed, under such circumstances whether their backer in the world beyond worlds would feel disappointed in them or change his attitude of not interfering all along and lend them a hand is still uncertain now. Fu Enshu nodded, that's right. We have to guard against it. Yan Zhaoge continued, secondly, it is Infinite Boundless Mountain's Heaven Cleaving Axe. Previously, when Jade Sea City's Jade Sea Pillheart Sword was forged and the chaos in the East Sea and Hell had yet to occur, the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall joined hands to attack Jade Sea City. I was already worried that the other side would openly attack Jade Sea City while secretly plotting against the heaven-cleaving axe. Fu Manchu nodded. I also specifically reminded Infinite Boundless Mountain earlier that Master and Junior Apprentice Brother Yen were also wary of being diverted by the other side. Yen Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Afterwards, because of the chaos in hell, the two sides temporarily stopped fighting and made peace. However, in the East Sea this time, Infinite Boundless Mountain's #1 expert, Chu Yen, was heavily injured and returned to the mountain in advance, leaving the heaven-cleaving axe in the East Sea. While it is also controlled by Infinite Boundless Mountain's transcending mortality martial grandmasters, with this sacred artifact having been heavily damaged at the end of the day, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall might be able to make use of it. If the heaven-cleaving axe falls into the hands of the other side, with 1+1-, the balance of the situation might be broken. Fu Manchu sighed. This is also something that can't be helped. After all, having to concentrate as much power as possible on dealing with the Flame Devils earlier, the only fear was that there might not be enough experts. Yen Zhaoge chuckled. The Sacred Sun Clan really has their own little schemes in mind. The third thing that we have to guard against is a change in the mindset of Turbid Wave Pavilion. At this point, Yen Zhaoge put his hand to his forehead. After Father transcended mortality and entered sainthood, he is truly invincible in the Eight Extremities world, even being able to challenge the combined forces of others alone. Adding on Grand Master and the Clear Chi Robe, our clan is virtually about to return to the peak era of the Exalted Heaven Shaker. Now, even if Grand Master is temporarily missing as long as Father is here, our clan is indisputably the #1 sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world. Fu Manchu's expression was also a little strange now. Junior Apprentice Brother Yen still has the possibility of improving. At that time he will be able to sweep through the entire world single-handedly. Exchanging glances, the two didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Under such circumstances, while Yen Di was currently temporarily unable to extricate himself from the seal of the East Sea, it was really hard to predict what Turbid Wave Pavilion would think of this. Yen Zhaoge said, if we want to return to the Eight Extremities world, we still need time. Thinking about this now is also useless. We can only hope that the situation in the Eight Extremities world is stable and that Junior Apprentice Sister Feng and the others are safe. As long as there are no internal problems, we should be able to get through this peacefully. Fu Manchu looked at Yen Zhaoge. That's right. Thinking about this now is also useless. Still, you said earlier that Shuefei and Shijun are both here. Let's go see them, trying to bring them back to the Eight Extremities world together. However, according to what you said, having offended these two local bullies, would it be disadvantageous to Shuefei and the others? Chapter 506. Due to various reasons, the young Fu Manchu had been a true little devil king, a Broad Creed Mountain disciple who caused the most headaches amongst her peers. At that time, the person she had feared the most had not been Yuan Zhengfeng, who was like her master and father. Instead, it had been her eldest apprentice brother Shi Tai. It was only in front of the strict and serious Shi Tai that Fu Manchu would restrain herself greatly. However, Fu Manchu did not feel any resentment towards Shi Tai. On the contrary, he was one of the closest to her amongst her fellow disciples. Fu Manchu was both respectful and fearful of this eldest apprentice brother of hers. In the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Shi Tai had perished for the clan, causing Fu Manchu to feel incomparably sad. Fu Manchu had been worried about Su Fei and Shijun's whereabouts in the vast ocean world previously. Now that she knew that she and Yen Zhaoge were currently in the vast ocean world, Fu Manchu was naturally very concerned about their situation. Yen Zhaoge said, "You can rest easy, Senior Apprentice Aunt. Over this period of time, I have also interacted quite a bit with the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, understanding some things. While Changli Mountain is not one of the top existences amongst the 7 pillars of good, they are not to be taken lightly. Their strength is not inferior to that of Spirit Rhino Island or the Evil Shifting Sect." Yen Zhaoge said slowly, "Of the 7 pillars of good, Water Crystal Palace is the strongest. However, the Blood Dragon Sect and Myriad Sword Pool both have the ability to contend with them. These 3 powers are in a tripartite balance. Because the other 4 sects do not have martial saints or sacred artifacts, they are comparatively weaker. Still, they all possess considerable strength and foundation." Hearing his words, Fu Manchu nodded. "It is more or less the same as the situation over in our Eight Extremities world." Yen Zhaoge continued, "Even as the 3 powers of Water Crystal Palace keep each other in check, They are also fighting to rope in Changli Mountain, Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Returning Sect and the Blazing Wind Sect. While maintaining their independence, Changli Mountain and the other three powers are more or less biased towards one another. Amongst them, Spirit Rhino Island is biased towards Myriad Sword Pool, the Blazing Wind Sect is biased towards the Blood Dragon Sect, while Changli Mountain and the Spirit Returning Sect are both biased towards Water Crystal Palace. The loose alliance formed by these three forces is the strongest. While the other two forces are guarding against each other, they seem to be working together to fight 4 against 3. No one can do anything to the other. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he spread his hands apart. There are still the 6 evil sects outside. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these 7 pillars of good would not cause too much of a commotion. Of course, there is also disharmony amongst the evil sects, with the conflict even more intense. I heard that senior apprentice brothers Su and little Juner's current situation at Changli Mountain is still all right. When I came into contact with those from Spirit Rhino Island earlier, I only said that I was heading towards Changli Mountain. They probably wouldn't suspect senior apprentice brothers Su and the others. Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. However, through comparing our martial arts, the other party might be able to see the similarities. Fu Enshu said, if it's Tai Ching Qigong, unless it leaves an obvious mark in someone else's body, it's not so easy to compare. Other than the basic martial arts, among the more advanced martial arts in our sect, you don't know the great heaven and earth sword style, and the other martial arts that you cultivate, Shuefei and the others don't know. The only similarity is the 7-star sword. Yan Zhaoge recalled for a moment before smiling. Coincidentally, I used the 7-star sword once, not leaving anyone alive at the scene. Fu Enshu waved her hands. It's fine then. Yan Zhaoge said, Spirit Rhino Island cannot control Changli Mountain, but that Yang Chufan and the others seem to have slandered me as a member of the Sacred Evil Sect, even saying so with such certainty. I wonder where their confidence comes from. The Sacred Evil Sect is one of the 6 evil sects. Involving the conflict between good and evil, Spirit Rhino Island and Myriad Sword Pool would have an excuse to make a fuss. Fu Enshu gazed at the distant Great Sea. Whatever the case, let's first hurry to Changli Mountain. I heard you mention just now that the fastest direct route to Changli Mountain is through the territory of Spirit Rhino Island? Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right. The directionless sea where Changli Mountain is located is precisely separated from the bewildering Maze Sea by the Spirit Rhino Sea. If we do not go through the Spirit Rhino Sea, we will have to make a detour through the Flying Turtle Sea. Fu Enshu's brows were knit tightly. You said just now that the chief of Spirit Rhino Island is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster? If he is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, it would be very difficult. The one you killed was his son, and he would definitely want to put his life on the line. Currently, the Spirit Rhino Sea should already be under lockdown, with Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners everywhere. While she was a competitive person, Fu Enshu was able to clearly recognize the situation and the strength of both sides. Yan Zhaoge smiled. If I really had to say, I heard that Spirit Rhino Island has 2 transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Chief Fang Qin is ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality martial grandmasters of this vast ocean world. Hearing his words, Fu Enshu's brows were knit even more tightly. However, carefully looking at Yan Zhaoge's expression, her heart suddenly jolted. I just broke through into the late Essence Talisman stage not long ago, and it is impossible for me to break through into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm within a short period of time. Moreover, my injuries have yet to recover, affecting my strength as well. You have a way, just say it. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. To tell you the truth, I currently also don't have a very good way. Still, I might have one in a couple of days. Fu Enshu asked curiously, you are about to break through into the Essence Talisman martial grandmaster realm? I know that you are like Yan Di, a heaven-defying genius with shocking strength at the same cultivation level. Even at such a high cultivation level, you still possess abilities that far surpass those of the same generation. However, you are already able to stand against a transcending mortality martial grandmaster at the early Essence Talisman stage? Or is it that you are able to consecutively jump several cultivation levels within a short period of time? Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Speaking of which, I have to thank the people of Spirit Rhino Island. I obtained a good thing in this bewildering Maze Sea. However, if I want to be of use, I still have to go to a place and make some preparations. Yan Zhaoge pointed into the distance. The direction we are currently heading in is precisely that place. We are not heading directly towards Changli Mountain, instead deviating slightly from that direction. However, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping firewood. Now that there are fewer detours, it will be a flat stretch of land afterwards. Fu Wenchu's gaze flickered. Oh, what place? Yan Zhaoge answered. The place where the spirit rhino sea, the flying turtle sea and the bewildering maze sea intersect is known as the Deep Abyss Corridor. I asked about it from the vast ocean world martial practitioners who are traversing this bewildering maze sea. There is something I want there which can be considered a pleasant surprise. Fu Wenchu said, this matter cannot be delayed then. Let's speed up. The two were currently already not far from the deep sea corridor. As they sped forward, Yan Zhaoge estimated the distance and felt that it should be in the vicinity. Let's go. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he led the way into the depths of the sea. Fu Wenchu naturally had no objections as she let Yan Zhaoge lead the way. As the two dived downwards, they could vaguely see a trench at the bottom of the sea. In this place, there were endless turbid currents coming from three directions and converging here. Ha! Yan Zhaoge and Fu Wenchu exchanged glances, discovering that other than them, there were already quite a few martial practitioners gathered here. There were Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners amongst them, but their cultivation bases were not very high. At the very least, it would be impossible for them to surround and capture Yan Zhaoge. Also, other than Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, there were also people of other sections. With everyone gathered here, it was as though they were all participating in a grand event. Chapter 507. The Deep Sea Corridor was located at the intersection of the Spirit Rhino Sea, Flying Turtle Sea and Bewildering Maze Sea. Three completely different tidal vortexes stirred up the strange miasma in the deep sea and gathered here, forming a unique polluted undercurrent. The vast ocean world was formed from a small amount of land and a great deal of oceans. In other places, there were also places where the three seas intersected. However, this polluted undercurrent could only be found at the intersection of the Spirit Rhino, Flying Turtle, and Bewildering Maze seas. It was a unique landform. However, this deep filthy undercurrent was extremely filthy. To a martial artist there was no benefit to it. Therefore, most of the time, even if a martial artist entered the sea, they would not be willing to approach this place. Now that so many people had gathered, Yan Zhaoge felt rather puzzled. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? The polluted undercurrent formed a huge whirlpool. At the center of the whirlpool there was no seawater, forming a large vacuum zone. At this moment, everyone gathered in the open space discussing spiritedly. Li Sheng finally couldn't hold it in any longer and wants to challenge Zhang Haoqing. A battle between the top two of the Essence Spirit top 10 powerhouses has not been seen for a long time. Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, the two leaders of good and evil, are finally going to clash head-on. I wonder, will the Blue Dragon Zhang Haoqing truly be number one, or will the previous number two, Heaven-Slaying Pillar, Li Sheng, prevail? Don't underestimate Li Sheng. Although he's bloodthirsty, he's not a reckless person. He might have reached the final bottleneck by challenging Zhang Haoqing this time, and wants to make use of this to break through to the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Who would dare to underestimate him just because he has 9 leaves and 9 flowers? Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge gradually understood that a battle was about to commence here. The two parties to the arranged battle were the two peak Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters of the current vast ocean world. Just like Water Crystal Palace's position amongst the 7 pillars of good, the Dragon Slayer sect had always been recognized as the number one sect amongst the 6 evil sects. The name of this sect simultaneously offended Water Crystal Palace and the Blood Dragon sect. They could virtually be considered to be mortal enemies. In the ranking of the top 10 martial artists, it was inevitable that some of them had not fought against each other before. The ranking was based on their past comprehensive battle records and the strength they had displayed in actual combat. There would definitely be people who wouldn't accept this. The loser would not accept the outcome of the battle and would train hard for many years in order to wash away the humiliation. Not to mention the fact that they had never fought before, yet they were suppressed by someone else. How many martial artists could endure this? A fierce battle was about to unfold in front of them. Yan Zhaoge blinked, not paying too much attention to it as he just found it interesting. That Jiang Xiong of the evil shifting sect whom I killed seemed to be ranked 3rd, right? He smiled and shook his head. He passed through the vortex and arrived above the clearing. On one side is the Spirit Rhino Sea and on the other is the Flying Turtle Sea. Both are our righteous path's territory. That Li Xing sure is courageous. He actually dared to challenge us here. Behind him is the bewildering Maze Sea. If an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster wants to kill him, he can just retreat into the bewildering Maze Sea. The Dragon Slayer sect will definitely send experts over as well. The cause of this matter was that a young disciple of the Dragon Slayer sect had a conflict with a young disciple of Water Crystal Palace nearby in the first place, suffering some losses. Knowing that Zhang Haoqing was here, Li Xing immediately came looking for trouble. As they spoke, they noticed that Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu had appeared. At first they had not paid much attention to it. After all, there were many solitary martial practitioners, and no one would be able to recognize all of them. However, thinking about it carefully, they all felt that Yan Zhaoge looked familiar. This was especially so for the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who abruptly stared. "It's you?" Yan Zhaoge's image of light had naturally been preserved by those who had returned to Spirit Rhino Island back then. With no news of Fang Xiaohong, Yang Chufan and the others at all, those of Spirit Rhino Island felt that they had most likely already met with a mishap. Over the past few days, Spirit Rhino Island had been searching for Yan Zhaoge everywhere, with the Spirit Rhino Sea being completely under lockdown. Seeing Yan Zhaoge now, they instantly recognized him. Seeing the reactions of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, the others gradually realized, could it be that person who killed Dark Evil, Jiang Xiong? Hearing their discussions, Yan Zhaoge's expression remained leisurely as he just glanced at those of Spirit Rhino Island, seemingly smiling whilst also not. The other party had indeed not intended to keep it a secret. Having spread the news that he had slaughtered those of the Evil Shifting sect, the Evil Shifting sect must have already begun searching for him. As for the matter of Fang Xiaohong and the others, in order to avoid losing face, there was no need to announce it so early on. After all, Spirit Rhino Island still had a bit of hope as they had yet to see their corpses. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's calm expression, the others were instantly unable to remain calm. That was the dark evil Jiang Xiong, a Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of the vast ocean world, someone who was likely inferior only to the Blue Dragon Zhang Haoqing and the Heaven-Slaying Pillar, Li Xing. Without a martial saint or a sacred artifact, the Evil Shifting sect's reputation could not compare to the Dragon Slayer sect, the Sacred Evil sect and soul-shocking island of the 6 evil sects, nor could it compare to Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool and the Blood Dragon sect of the 7 Pillars of Good. But Dark Fiend Jiang Xiong was ranked 3rd among the 10 strongest Essence Spirit martial artists. Moreover, he was extremely young and had great potential to be unearthed. The entire Evil Shifting sect had high hopes for him. Yet, news from Spirit Rhino Island had spread that such an expert of the senior generation had perished in the hands of a youth. How would this not cause the Evil Shifting sect to go mad, causing the entire vast ocean world to look over? Especially shocking was the fact that, according to the words of Spirit Rhino Island, this youth was a descendant of the Sacred Evil sect. Of the 7 Pillars of Good and the 6 evil sects, the most mysterious was the Sacred Evil sect. They were few in number, but whenever someone appeared, it would shake the heavens and the earth. Their chief, the Sacred Evil sect, was one of the few martial saint experts of the vast ocean world, being especially mysterious. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged glances, all feeling their scalps turn numb. Someone secretly sent a sound transmission to the martial practitioners of other sects beside them. He is very likely the new sacred son of the Sacred Evil sect. Good and evil are irreconcilable. Let's join forces and slay him. Possessing such a powerful cultivation base at such a young age is simply unheard of. Even the Sacred Evil sect is probably inferior to him. If he is allowed to grow, the consequences in the future would be unimaginable. Due to its geographical location, other than the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, most of the people here were those of the Spirit Returning sect who ruled over the Flying Turtle Sea. The Spirit Returning sect martial practitioners frowned as they looked at Yan Zhaoge. Are you sure that he used the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman? The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner said anxiously. The barrier has already vanished, but it definitely cannot be wrong. Also, while the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman is limited with his cultivation base, his position in the Sacred Evil sect is definitely second only to that of the Sacred Evil sect. He definitely has more on him. The Spirit Returning sect martial practitioner smiled bitterly. We originally only came to watch the show, not having the ability to take him down. He glanced lightly at Fu Enshu from the corner of his eye. Moreover, that person beside him, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner, said, "Later, Water Crystal Palace will definitely send people to suppress Zhang Haoqing. While the Dragon Slayer sect might also come, it is likely that they will not help either side. We have already sent word back that their chief will be arriving very soon. You should also contact the experts of your sect, lest this fella hides back into the bewildering maze sea." Hearing that the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, Fang Can, was coming personally, the expression of this spirit-returning sect martial practitioner changed slightly as he began considering this seriously. Their exchange of glances fell into the eyes of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, who asked mildly, "Clear the area?" Yan Zhaoge shrugged, "No need. Anyway, there will still be people from Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect coming over later. And whatever I want to do, they won't be able to stop me. Whether they stay or chase them away, there is no difference at all." Chapter 508. Fu Enshu looked at the surrounding polluted undercurrents and then at Yan Zhaoge, not understanding what Yan Zhaoge wanted to do. Yan Zhaoge smiled, flying into the air as he approached the polluted undercurrents. He extended a palm forward, streams of true essence agglomerating to form a massive vortex. The earth-devouring burner was enveloped by this vortex, merging within the polluted undercurrents, which instantly began to fluctuate slightly. Yan Zhaoge did not stop after sending his true essence into the polluted undercurrents. Instead, he shifted the earth-devouring burner with a unique rhythm. Accompanied by his movements, the frequency of the movements of the polluted undercurrents gradually turned from irregular to traceable, nearing that of Yan Zhaoge's shifting of the earth-devouring burner. Seeing this, the surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt shocked. How is he able to control the polluted undercurrents? Amidst their shock, they all felt perplexed. What exactly is this person doing? Due to the fame of Yan Zhaoge having slain dark evil Jiang Xiong, no one here dared to approach now, as they could only watch from the side with uncomprehending expressions on their faces. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners looked first at Yan Zhaoge and then at Fu Enshu, similarly not daring to speak as they even began to retreat stealthily, attempting to leave this place. Fu Enshu's cultivation base was much higher than theirs. Even injured, the vast ocean world martial practitioners present were also very hard-pressed to determine her exact cultivation base. However, she did not conceal her aura at all. They could more or less tell that she was already an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster expert. Seeing Fu Enshu, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners felt like they had found the reason why Fang Xiaohong had never returned. They wanted to retreat, but were also curious about Yan Zhaoge's current actions. Gazing carefully, they saw that the massive vortex formed of the polluted undercurrents was growing more and more unstable as it shook intensely within the Great Sea, resembling a tall building on the verge of collapse. The surrounding seawater was also roiling unceasingly, the undercurrents surging beneath the surface of the sea as great waves rose and fell on the surface of the sea. Looking down from above the sea, one would be able to see that the area where the three seas intersected, which had already not been peaceful in the first place, was currently surging with turbid waves that surged to the heavens. Beneath the sea, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm, but his gaze was very focused as he observed the changes of the polluted undercurrents before him whilst recalling the special technique within his mind. True essence swept up the earth-devouring burner, moving in and out of the polluted undercurrent. Even now, this thing was still extremely mysterious. Yan Zhaoge was still unable to wield it of his own accord. As Yan Zhaoge's cultivation increased day by day, unceasingly analyzing and researching this treasure, he discovered that this thing was very likely incomplete, actually being a portion of a complete treasure that had been split apart. However, this earth-devouring burner was still marvelous. When some kind of power attacked it, it would unleash that marvelous devouring power. Things were dead while people were alive. While the power of the earth-devouring burner was very passive, Yan Zhaoge had always been attempting to turn it into an active one. The polluted undercurrents converged, continuously crashing into the people and objects that entered. When the earth-devouring burner entered, it would be attacked by the deep pollution undercurrent. At that time, the power of the deep pollution undercurrent would be devoured by the earth-devouring burner. Yan Zhaoge sent the earth-devouring burner in for a moment before retrieving it and sending it in again. The polluted undercurrents, which were already unstable to begin with, were constantly changing in strength. Gradually, through controlling the frequency at which the earth-devouring burner entered, Yan Zhaoge began grasping the frequency at which the polluted undercurrents fluctuated in strength. Yan Zhaoge calmed himself down, persisting in this. As time passed, the changes in the polluted undercurrents also gradually expanded from a rather small area before him to encompass the entire region of the vast region of sea, until finally, the vast polluted undercurrents in the vicinity were all undergoing the same changes. Watching this from the side, Fu Wenxu's gaze flickered slightly. The undercurrents of the three seas are all congregated here, pressing and merging together to form this polluted undercurrent. Wanting to change the rhythm of its pulsation, just relying on strength alone would require twice the effort for half the result. Zhaoge's movements have their own unique rhythm within, thus achieving twice the result with half the effort. The rhythm of the entire polluted undercurrent has changed. It is just that with such a change, what would be the result of its current rhythm? As Fu Wenxu was thinking, her eyes suddenly lit up. At the bottom of the polluted whirlpool formed of the undercurrents of the three seas, light was actually gradually lighting up. That light was gentle yet not blazing, bright yet not piercing to the eyes, as it instead caused one to feel joyful and tranquil upon seeing it. Gradually, amidst this gentle light, droplets that resembled raindrops formed, landing in the surrounding seawater and sprinkling about, not merging with the surrounding seawater as they looked exceptionally distinct, resembling oil dripping into water. Those droplets that resembled raindrops were clear and bright, clear and gentle. While they were small, they were exceptionally eye-catching amidst the dim darkness of the sea. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners discovered this strange change as well, all feeling greatly astonished. Some closed their eyes, carefully feeling the spiritual qi contained within those droplets. Sniffing lightly, they could even smell a faint fragrance that caused their hearts to relax and their spirits to be refreshed. Everyone exchanged looks, only feeling that it was not just the whirlpool formed of the polluted undercurrents up above. Even the surrounding seawater that was not polluted seemed unclean in comparison to these water droplets as well. Those water droplets seemed to be the cleanest existence in this world, as all other streams of water appeared turbid and dirty before them. Fu Wenxu was rather taken aback. Sweet pouring raindrops? Yan Zhaoge smiled. Compared to true sweet pouring raindrops, it is still quite lacking. Still, with our current conditions, it is already very hard to come by. Looking at those clean and clear water droplets as well, Fu Wenxu clicked her tongue in wonder. Sweet pouring raindrops were treasures that had existed before the Great Calamity. Fu Wenxu did not know whether they existed elsewhere after the Great Calamity, but they did not exist in the Eight Extremities world, as they had already become legendary objects recorded in ancient texts. The purest sweet pouring raindrops of legend were the bane of all filthy and evil things, being able to cleanse all filthy and filthy things under the heavens, even having a suppressive effect on the 9 underworld's devils. Other than that, it was rumored that the sweet pouring raindrops had other unique, miraculous uses that were worthy of praise. It was just that Fu Wenxu had not thought that she would actually see them here today. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Even before the Great Calamity, sweet pouring raindrops were also extremely rare. With too many wolves and not enough meat, what could be done then? Some experts researched out a method to turn something rotten into something miraculous, creating peace amidst the filth, as they used the polluted undercurrents to create the sweet pouring raindrop. While there was some difference in quality, it was still a great feat. When I saw it earlier, I only took it to be the work of an eccentric person, not taking it to heart. After all, not just the sweet pouring raindrops, even the polluted undercurrents could not be seen. Never would I have thought that there would actually be a polluted undercurrent in this vast ocean world. Hearing this news in the bewildering May Sea, I immediately rushed over here. Amidst his words, those sweet pouring raindrops increased in quantity, unceasingly congregating, condensing yet not dispersing, as a thin, clear stream actually gradually formed at the bottom of the sea. Looking at that clear stream that resembled a white line at the bottom of the sea, Fu Wenxu sighed in admiration as she asked, "Still, what do you intend to do with this thing?" Chapter 509. Yan Zhaoge was similarly gazing at that clear stream of water. Hearing Fu Wenxu's question, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "For the things I obtained in the bewildering May Sea to be of use as soon as possible, it will all depend on these sweet pouring raindrops." As he said this, Yan Zhaoge's movements did not cease, as he was still unceasingly stirring up the undercurrents of the deep sea. In the end, the dirty flow gradually receded, and the undercurrents of the three seas converged and merged into a faint glowing whirlpool. At the bottom of the whirlpool, The sweet pouring raindrops turned into a gurgling stream that flowed quietly on the seabed, extending into the distance. Even though Yan Zhaoge had kept the earth-devouring burner, no longer stirring the great sea, this water vein still continued to flow. Fu Enshu stared at the water vein formed by the sweet pouring raindrops, and her heart jolted slightly. The direction of the flow of this water vein seems to be stuck at the boundary between the Spirit Rhino Sea and the Flying Turtle Sea. Looking first at the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners and then at the Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners on the other side, she asked Yan Zhaoge, "You scoundrel, setting a trap for someone else again?" Yan Zhaoge's expression turned serious. "Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, what are you saying? I have a use for this water vein now, but it will be fine after I am done with it. This is formed due to the geography and environment of this place and I can't take it with me. Leaving it here can also be considered as benefiting others, not having come to this vast ocean world in vain." Fu Enshu shot him a sidelong glance as Yan Zhaoge chuckled, saying that I am a descendant of some sacred evil sect, that Spirit Rhino Island is just saying it. This water vein is actually here. Would the Spirit Returning Sect give it to Spirit Rhino Island? Yan Zhaoge said, "From what I know, the mainstream artifact forging technique of the vast ocean world is the quenching of refined copper. This sweet pouring rain dew is very beneficial to it. However, the water veins that originate from the confluence of the three seas cannot be separated. If one wishes to draw water from within, a special container would be required. Otherwise, they would not be able to bring it away even if they wanted to. I have previously inquired about it, and there is no such thing in the vast ocean world. The people here can only come to the water vein if they want to use it." Fu Enshu frowned slightly. "The two families can also reach an agreement to share a water vein. According to your words, this sweet pouring raindrops can raise the artifact forging standards of Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect. This will allow them to gradually grow stronger, which will instead be beneficial to Spirit Rhino Island." Yan Zhaoge nodded. While that is true, the actual situation might not be so ideal. It's common for two villages to fight over a water source in the countryside. No one would easily let go of a resource that's stuck at the border. A win-win situation is a better choice, but as long as there is a chance, people will always want to monopolize it. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. "Moreover, when I enter the water later, a great amount of its essence will be consumed. After I use it, the remaining part will gradually lose its power. Unless I do it again after a certain period of time, the clear stream will gradually dry up and degenerate back into the dirty stream." However, that period of time was already sufficient for the Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect to clash. Even if the remaining portion of that period of time fell into the hands of the Spirit Rhino Island, it would still not be enough for them to make a huge leap forward. Fu Enshu shook her head and laughed. "You're full of evil tricks." Yan Zhaoge coughed dryly. "Senior Apprentice, and I am a righteous person." Looking at that clear stream, the nearby vast ocean world martial practitioners were all somewhat spellbound for a time. Whether it was the 7 pillars of good or the 6 evil sects, they were all great sects with long histories and legacies. Like Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan of the 8 Extremities world, they had all unearthed the legacies of their predecessors from before the Great Calamity, combining it with their own comprehensions to finally open up a new path. These great sects all possessed extraordinary knowledge and experience as they diligently unearthed the legacies of their predecessors, gathering all sorts of information on before the Great Calamity. While they had not personally seen the sweet pouring raindrops before, the various sects of the vast ocean world had more or less heard of their unique characteristics and miraculous uses. Seeing Yan Zhaoge actually turn the sea into sweet pouring raindrops at this moment, everyone felt greatly shocked. Meanwhile, after carefully seeing the direction of the water vein, the people of Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect were all shocked. Their thoughts inevitably surged. If they could possess this water vein for a long period of time, the increase in their strength would be obvious. Generally speaking, the closer the various sects were to each other, the more conflicts there would be. Being neighbors, it was easier for conflicts to arise. Of the 7 pillars of good, it was not without reason that Spirit Rhino Island was close to Myriad Sword Pool and the Spirit Returning Sect was close to Water Crystal Palace. The Spirit Rhino Sea and the Flying Turtle Sea were neighbors, and the relationship between Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect had never been very harmonious. It could even be said that these two powers had enmity with each other. When there was no longer the threat of the 6 evil sects, there was no lack of conflict between them. Now that such a water vein had appeared on the border of the two seas, it was inevitable that many thoughts would arise between the two sides. Exchanging glances, they seemed to be able to see the same thing in each other's gazes. This could very well be a scheme of the sacred evil sect, sowing discord. Let's not let the evil devil see us as a joke, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner laughed towards the heavens. The Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioner laughed dryly. That is only natural. It was just that only they themselves knew what they were thinking. This was especially so for those of the Spirit Returning Sect. Looking first at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, then looking at those of Spirit Rhino Island, they could not help but mutter to themselves. Whether or not Yan Zhaoge and the others were descendants of the sacred evil sect of the six evil sects was still something that could not be completely confirmed. This was just Spirit Rhino Island's side of the story. Perhaps they were experts from beyond the seas who Spirit Rhino Island had a grudge with but wanted to drag others along with them. The Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners gradually came up with a plan. With Yan Zhaoge and the others clashing with Spirit Rhino Island, the other side just happened to not have the strength to contend for the sweet pouring rain-dew water vein with them. Seeing the flickering gazes of the Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners could not help but curse inwardly. However, they also had their own wishful thinking. Their island chief Fang Can, having immediately rushed over upon receiving the news, he would definitely arrive faster than the unprepared chief of the Spirit Returning Sect. At that time, after taking care of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, their Spirit Rhino Island would also gain the initiative here at the sweet pouring rain-dew water vein. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, they thought hatefully, "I'll let you be arrogant for a while." Yan Zhaoge was currently not concerned about what the Spirit Returning Sect and Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were thinking as he nodded towards Fu Enshu, "Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, please wait a moment." Fu Enshu said, "Go ahead and do it. Although I am injured, I can still protect you." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "It's fine, I won't need long." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge's figure flickered, his entire person seeming to transform into a streak of light as he merged within that clear stream of water that was clearly divided within the seawater. Entering the water, with the sweet pouring raindrops on his body, Yan Zhaoge also felt refreshed. Releasing the shadow-shrinking pouch, he moved the pillar of the divine palace away. The stone statue he had obtained from the bewildering maze sea's barrier instantly flew out. Streams of clear qi flew out from the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body, infusing into the various corresponding acupoints on the body of that stone statue. At the same time, the sweet pouring raindrops were also enveloped within the clear qi, flowing into the stone statue together. The stone statue trembled slightly. As time passed, the surface of the stone statue gradually cracked, revealing a jade-like luster. Chapter 510. Everyone, please subscribe to the original version. Thank you. Yan Zhaoge transformed into a streak of light, merging within the clear current formed of the sweet pouring raindrops, instantly vanishing without a trace. Everyone present was taken aback. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had initially thought that Yan Zhaoge had made use of the power of the water vein to sneak away. However, seeing Fu Enshu remain unmoving where she was, they denied their earlier guess. Carefully observing that clear current, they could vaguely see two figures within. Two figures? The group of people looked at each other in dismay and were somewhat puzzled. The water formed of the sweet pouring raindrops was clear and transparent, incomparably clean. However, those two figures seemed to have completely transformed into streaks of light as only their outlines could be seen amidst the water, not their exact features. Looking at the sweet pouring raindrops, the vast ocean world martial practitioners were greatly tempted, yet dared not approach. Let alone Yan Zhaoge's situation being unclear within the water, they were also helpless against Fu Enshu, who stood by the side, not daring to act rashly. As time passed, the vortex that flickered with radiance up above still unceasingly formed the sweet pouring raindrops, while the two figures within the water vein grew increasingly blurry. After who knew how long before the vast ocean world martial practitioners could react, Fu Enshu's eyes first twitched slightly. She gazed into the distance, feeling the spiritual qi flow of the sea over there. After a long time, the vast ocean world martial practitioners who were waiting here all felt the changes in that direction as well. The Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners were the first to reveal looks of joy. While the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were less joyful, they all revealed looks of relief on their faces as well. The martial practitioners of the other powers and those of the forces of good all revealed looks of joy on their faces, while those who were close to the forces of evil had obscure expressions on their faces. The solitary martial practitioners were all excited, because the show that they had all been anticipating was finally about to officially begin. In the distance, the seawater surged, undercurrents surging and waves roiling as a few massive beings could vaguely be seen approaching. When they could clearly be seen, they were several massive scaly dragons, their scales either black or blue. As their scales pulsed, an extremely vigorous, majestic power of chi and blood emanated from their bodies. At the head of the group was a crimson flood dragon. Its body seemed to glow with fire, and as it leaped about in the depths of the sea, it was a dazzling sight. What caused the vast ocean world martial practitioners who had come to spectate the battle to feel pressured was that these massive scaly dragons were all equivalent to martial experts, and experts who had reached the level of essence spirit martial grandmasters at that. The other party did not need to send many people. Just this group of flood dragons was a force to be reckoned with. 1 red, 4 black and 4 blue, the 9 flood dragons lined up and advanced side by side. They broke through the waves and arrived at the deep sea corridor. Not looking at anything else, just looking at those 9 massive flood dragons, all the vast ocean world martial practitioners present knew the identity of the newcomer. One of the 7 pillars of good, Water Crystal Palace. On the backs of the 9 flood dragons sat cultivators dressed in ocean blue robes. There were both men and women. Fu Wenshu's gaze did not look at anyone else, only looking at an old man on the back of that scarlet serpent. That old man was the Grand Elder of Water Crystal Palace who was leading the team this time, a veteran martial grandmaster expert. The old man stood there like a blue ocean. It was as if he was boundless and immeasurable, making it difficult to fathom his depth. Seeing this old man, many of the spectators bowed towards him. "Greetings, Elder Dong." Elder Dong nodded slightly, seeming to sense something as he gazed towards Fu Wenshu as well. Feeling that she looked very unfamiliar, he could not help but knit his brows slightly. Fu Wenshu then looked at the blue-robed man beside that Elder Dong. His long hair was completely ocean blue as well, his expression calm. This person was naturally one of the contenders for today's battle, the blue dragon Zhang Haoqing, who hailed from Water Crystal Palace and was currently ranked first amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts of the vast ocean world. On the backs of the other scaly dragons were other Water Crystal Palace martial practitioners. Amongst them were youngsters with comparatively lower cultivation bases who had been brought along by their seniors to broaden their horizons. With Fu Wenshu's cultivation base, she too appraised Zhang Haoqing carefully. Late essence spirit stage 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers. Even in the 8 extremities world, such figures were few and far between. The number of manifested spirit flowers displayed a martial practitioner's current strength to a certain extent, at the same time also displaying their future potential. Of course, their current strength and hidden potential did not mean that they would definitely be superior to others in the future. Still, as compared to martial practitioners with 8 leaves blossoming 8 flowers or 9 leaves blossoming 8 flowers, Zhang Haoqing with 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers had a higher starting point, his chances of success being greater. Him currently occupying the throne of first amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts was already proof of this. Fu Wenshu appraised Zhang Haoqing for a moment before retracting her gaze, looking in the direction of the bewildering maze sea. That Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong looked curiously at the sweet pouring raindrops and Fu Wenshu before also gazing in the direction of the bewildering maze sea. After a moment, a piercing killing intent emanated from the direction of the bewildering maze sea. The formless saber intent broke apart the seawater, a crevice directly splitting open within the great sea as the seawater parted to the sides, a path appearing in the middle. A group of black-clothed martial practitioners walked over from the distance, their terrifying auras seemingly transforming into a formless, massive blade that opened up a path before them. Only after they had passed did the seawater close up once more, regaining its original state. The people of the Dragon Slayer sect have come as well. The people of good present all felt solemn, while the devil martial practitioners felt exhilarated. The leader of the black-clothed group was a black-clothed middle-aged man who had a long beard and a saber by his waist, his aura not any weaker than that of Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong in the slightest. Beside him was a tall black-clothed martial practitioner. Seeing this person, Zhang Haoqing nodded mildly. Li Sheng. The tall black-clothed martial practitioner was the heaven-slaying pillar, Li Sheng, who had challenged Zhang Haoqing to a battle today, the current second-ranked figure amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts of the vast ocean world. Beside Li Sheng were similarly many Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners. While there were conflicts between good and evil in the vast ocean world from time to time, the current situation was relatively mild. However, a battle between experts on the level of Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng was not something to be trifled with. Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect both viewed it with great importance, their respective longtime experts holding down the fort. The gazes of the Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners that looked at Li Sheng were filled with confidence. Led by their clan's longtime elder, the group of Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners halted, while Li Sheng continued to advance, surpassing them. As Li Sheng advanced, numerous black saber lights surged around him, flickering amidst space. Wherever the saber lights passed, the scenes at the bottom of the sea seemed to shatter, appearing exceptionally terrifying. Boundless killing intent and viciousness caused everyone present to feel like they were about to suffocate. Looking at that terrifying saber light, everyone simultaneously inhaled a breath of cold air. No wonder he challenged Zhang Haoqing. So he has already mastered the sixth saber of the Seven Seas Dragon-Slaying Saber, the Shattering Annihilation Saber. The supreme martial art of the Dragon Slayer sect, the Seven Seas Dragon-Slaying Saber, was rumored to have a total of 7 sabers, the final one of which could only be mastered by martial saints. It was with this final saber that the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect had rampaged the Seven Seas, slaughtering all life forms. In the great battle that year, he had even relied on this saber to suppress the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, being acclaimed as the #1 expert of the vast ocean world. Other than this final saber, the strongest saber of the Seven Seas Dragon-Slaying Saber was the sixth saber. It had always been believed that only Essence Talisman martial grandmasters could master it. However, Li Sheng, who was clearly still at the late Essence Spirit stage, had mastered this saber, virtually cheating in a battle against those below the Essence Talisman stage. Everyone could not help but feel shocked. Looking at Li Sheng, Zhang Haoqing took out an item. Seeing this, Li Sheng's pupils instantly dilated slightly. Chapter 511. Seeing that Li Sheng had successfully mastered the sixth saber of the Seven Seas Dragon-Slaying Saber, the Shattering Annihilation Saber, even the expression of Water Crystal Palace's elder Dong turned solemn and serious. Both sides could be considered to have come to know each other's strength. The people of Water Crystal Palace were well aware of what this saber entailed. The Water Crystal Palace martial practitioners who had followed Zhang Haoqing here, elder Dong included, when they were at the late Essence Spirit stage, felt that they would be doomed if they were to face the current Li Sheng. While he was still at the late Essence Spirit stage, he was a truly powerful opponent. Let alone the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts, even if it had been the top 10 Essence Spirit experts of any era of the vast ocean world, the current Li Sheng would be a strong contender for first place. Still, while the people of Water Crystal Palace were shocked, they were not worried. Facing Li Sheng, Zhang Haoqing slowly took out an item. Everyone present who knew the origin of the item immediately paled. It was not forbidden for weapons and treasures to be used in battle. Therefore, if Zhang Haoqing were to take out a powerful treasure now, no one would actually be too surprised. At most, they would say that he was lacking in confidence when facing Li Sheng. However, what Zhang Haoqing had taken out now was a sword. Everyone knew that Water Crystal Palace did not cultivate in the Tao of the sword. It was not that Zhang Haoqing had secretly learned some supreme sword art through a fortuitous encounter. He indeed did not use the sword. This sword was his spoil of battle. A mid-grade spirit artifact was not especially precious to major sects like the 7 Pillars of Good and the 6 Evil sects. However, those who recognized the spirit artifact all knew that the original owner of the sword, the sea-flipping owl Leng Kuan, was a rather famous expert amongst solitary practitioners, an early Essence Talisman martial grandmaster. There were lawless fugitives everywhere who did not care about their opponent's background, only seeking to enjoy themselves before them. Leng Kuan was one of the best amongst them. To a martial practitioner like Leng Kuan, as long as the sword was, so was the person. And now that his accompanying weapon had fallen into Zhang Haoqing's hands, the result was obvious. It was said that the higher one's cultivation base, the smaller the gap between martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, the greater the gap between martial practitioners of different cultivation levels. However, there would always be a few amongst the few, geniuses amongst geniuses, experts amongst experts, who had the ability to surpass the norm. Whether it was Zhang Haoqing or Li Sheng, they were both such figures. Of the current top 10 strongest Essence Spirit martial artists, there had always been a clear gap between the two of them and the others from the third place onwards. But even so, the fact that Zhang Haoqing was able to kill the early Essence Talisman stage Lung Kuan with his late Essence Spirit cultivation still left everyone shocked. After all, the difficulty of killing an opponent and seizing their weapon was different from simply defeating them. Even though Lung Kuan was a solitary practitioner, and his foundation was not as solid as that of martial arts sacred grounds like Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, he was still an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster through and through. Li while to Lung Li Cloud Li Long Chen that Lung, Chen Xing, Li Zhang Li Chen Feng, Li Zhang Kama, Chen while it was indeed shocking for him to be able to cultivate a supreme martial art that others could not, in terms of actual combat, solid battle results were still the most convincing. Even the Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners had solemn expressions on their faces as they sighed unwillingly, as expected of the number one of the 10 strongest Essence Spirit martial practitioners. As soon as the two sides had appeared, the atmosphere had already reached a fever pitch. The spirits of the other martial practitioners present were greatly boosted as well. It was not that there were no battles between martial practitioners who were stronger than Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng. However, it was rather rare for the first and second ranked of the 10 strongest Essence Spirit martial practitioners to have a direct battle, perhaps even a battle to the death. It would not be difficult for those with higher cultivation bases to defeat Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng. However, at the level of Essence Spirit martial grandmasters, the battle before them virtually signified the pinnacle of competition. Especially when the two were both 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers, and were respectively from the two great martial arts sacred grounds of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, it made this battle even more so. Even Fu Enshu was extremely interested. However, as she stood there, the experts of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect all turned to look at her. The polluted undercurrents of the deep-sea corridor where the 3 seas intersected in the past had disappeared, and the sweet pouring raindrops that they had never seen before had actually appeared instead caused their hearts to pound. Within the water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops, those 2 indistinct figures also attracted their attention. While the attention of Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng was primarily focused on their opponents, they could not help but pay attention to the unexpected situation before them. Some martial practitioners who were familiar with them hurriedly came forward to explain the situation. Hearing their words, the martial practitioners of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect all frowned. The leader of Water Crystal Palace, Elder Dong, looked at Fu Enshu, asking in a heavy tone, "Are you of the Sacred Evil sect?" Fu Enshu's expression was indifferent. "I just heard of this sect from the mouths of others a few days ago." Elder Dong and the others all frowned as they pondered, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner hurriedly saying, "That youth who was together with her broke through the powerful barrier of the bewildering Mei Sea with the blood ghost heavenly talisman of the Sacred Evil sect. Our clan's senior apprentice Uncle Fong personally confirmed it. It cannot be wrong." Hearing their words, Fu Enshu was not angered as she just smiled. Elder Dong asked, "Are you talking about Fong Xiaohong? Where is he?" That Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner pursed his lips. It was precisely because senior apprentice Uncle Fong discovered that the youth had given himself away that he was silenced by these demons of the Sacred Evil sect. "Senior apprentice Uncle Yu, what should we do?" A Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioner approached the leading elder, asking him quietly. The leading elder of the Dragon Slayer sect shook his head. "Wait and see." The Sacred Evil sect was mysterious and strange. While it was one of the 6 evil sects, the other evil sects were extremely wary of it as well. Li Sheng spoke for the first time since having appeared, his voice cold as a saber. "Killing a Jiang Xiong does not count for much." Zhang Haoqing gazed at the figure within the water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops as he said, "But it is said that he is only in his 20s. Li Sheng said coldly, "I do not care whether he is of the Sacred Evil sect or not. I have come here to battle with you, to see who is the true number 1 expert of the vast ocean world of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm. After battling with you, if I do not die, I will naturally have to meet him." Zhang Haoqing said, "Being able to kill Jiang Xiong already proves that he has the qualifications to battle with you and me. I have actually never heard of such a person before. I would like to exchange blows with him first." Li Sheng's expression turned cold. Zhang Haoqing continued, "His presence here will also affect our battle. The 3 of us should be the strongest of the vast ocean world's Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, right? There is no need to trouble the long-time elders of the Essence Talisman stage, just exchanging pointers with each other." His voice was condensed with his true essence as he sent it towards the water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops. "What do you say?" Before his words had landed, a light laugh suddenly resounded from within the water vein. "Are you sure that you have come here to seek abuse? Why bother?" The next moment, light surged from within the water vein, flickering unceasingly as Yan Zhaoge's figure slowly rose up amidst the radiance. Li Sheng was greatly enraged upon hearing his words. Zhang Haoqing knit his brows as well, gazing over, yet both of them were rendered dazed on the spot. Everyone present was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. A silhouette surfaced above Yan Zhaoge's head, 10 spirit leaves appearing, a spirit flower swaying above each of them. Chapter 512. The vast ocean world martial practitioners were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers? To the people here, this was a scene that only existed in legends. Ever since the Great Calamity, such a thing had never appeared in the vast ocean world. Even in the great thousand worlds of pre-Great Calamity times, 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers martial practitioners had also been legendary existences. Seeing this scene, Fu Wenshu was also taken aback. In the entire history of the 8 extremities world of post-Great Calamity times, other than Yendi, he is the second. Thinking carefully, she discovered that even compared to Yendi, Yan Zhaoge was also so different. While the runes inscribed on Yendi's 10 leaves and 10 flowers were profound and indiscernible, they were all clear and distinct. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge's 10th leaf and 10th flower manifested the phenomenon of chaos, even deeper and more profound. Looking at Yan Zhaoge now, the vast ocean world martial practitioners even felt a fear towards the unknown arising within their hearts. This was especially so for the martial practitioners other than Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng. Looking first at Yan Zhaoge and then at Zhang and Li, their hearts were all unsettled. 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers martial practitioners are already so powerful, presiding arrogantly over all others of the same generation. Then, what kind of existence would 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers martial practitioners be? Regaining their wits, Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng's gazes simultaneously turned blazing hot as they looked at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's current expression was calm like a clear stream formed of raindrops, no ripples visible at all. In coming to this deep-sea corridor, I have my own matters to attend to. Before coming here, I did not know about the arranged battle between the two of you. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. Even now, I have no intention of interfering in your battle. If you want to contend for the number 1 position among Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, you can just fight your own battles. Why come looking for me? Zhang Haoqing said mildly, yet you are currently in the deep-sea corridor where we are about to duel. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I am indeed just passing by, staying here temporarily. After I have completed my matters, I will naturally leave. Not having completed my matters, it would not be good for me to leave. But the truth is, me staying in this water vein will not affect your fight. If you really want to decide who is the number 1 origin spirit, you can fight on your own. It doesn't matter if I'm here or not. Li Sheng took a step forward, and the saber light around him retracted completely. However, the baleful aura and killing intent around him became even sharper and more resolute. I underestimated you earlier. I didn't expect you to have such a deep foundation. However, the 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers technique might not necessarily be able to defeat my 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers technique. I wanted to make a move just now because you were in the way. But now, compared to Zhang Haoqing, I want to fight you more. Yan Zhaoge blinked. Why bother? There is actually no true enmity or conflict between the two of us. Instead, I am a little interested in watching this arranged battle of yours from the sidelines. He was indeed interested in watching the battle between Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng from the sidelines. The fact that the two sides were not lacking in strength was just one aspect of it. The key was that such a scene had evoked some distant memories of Yan Zhaoge's, causing him to erupt with a little mischievous interest. The night of the bright moon, the decisive battle at the summit of the Forbidden City or something like that. How stylish, how flashy. He too wanted to have the chance to participate in such an incomparable battle that would be the focus of the entire world's attention. His gaze moving between Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, Yan Zhaoge said rather excitedly, there is no first place in the arts, no second place in the martial arts. The top 2 of the 10 strongest Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters have never clashed with each other before, their rankings having always been determined by others, and having always been disputed. Now we finally have a chance to clash. The victor of this decisive battle in the deep-sea corridor will be the indisputable #1 expert of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters. From then on, there will no longer be any dispute, the title fully deserving of it. Both of you belong to good and evil. In this battle, you will be able to bring out the momentum of your side, seeing whether it is evil that cannot triumph over good, or the Tao that declines, the devils that grow. If the results of this battle are spread, it will definitely become a legendary story of the vast ocean world. From what I can see, your strength is indeed not bad. If you do not die young, you will definitely become legendary hegemons of these heavens and earth in the future. Today's battle will also become a part of your legend. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. Such a good thing. What need is there to complicate matters? Li Sheng strode forward once more, his sharp saber chi beginning to lock onto Yan Zhaoge. Not battling with you, how can I be considered #1? However, just as his saber chi locked onto Yan Zhaoge's movements, Yan Zhaoge's gaze abruptly lit up, piercing his eyes to the point of pain. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, honestly speaking, your reactions have caused me to think even more highly of you. Martial practitioners are all unconvinced of others, let alone an opponent at the same cultivation level? Who is stronger and who is weaker can only be decided after fighting. It is only normal that you are unconvinced of me. But you seem to have misunderstood something? Amidst his words, the silhouette of the spirit flower above Yan Zhaoge's head swayed, the profound runes gradually showing signs of merging. Everyone was simultaneously taken aback. This is the sign of him forming his own true essence talisman, becoming an essence talisman martial grandmaster. Raising his head to look at the silhouetted spirit leaf and flower above his head, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, manifesting the spirit flower and spirit leaf is not because I want to fight. Instead, it is because I am about to make a breakthrough in my cultivation level. Looking at the two of you exchanging blows, I am a little interested. Personally, exchanging blows with the two of you, I am not that interested. You actually don't have to care about me because I will soon no longer be an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. Even without battling with me, you will still be able to determine the #1 Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng both felt suffocated. Looking at the rather dazed Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, Yan Zhaoge smiled. I am someone who generally doesn't do things like pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Occasionally, I might play around with it, but most of the time I wouldn't do it. The wolf wants to eat the tiger, pretending to be a pig, causing the tiger to be careless. This is very normal. The dragon wants to eat the tiger, why must one pretend to be a pig? His tone was mild, but everyone present felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing it. Zhang Haoqing was silent for a moment before he finally strode forward, saying in a heavy tone, Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haoqing. Please guide me. Li Sheng sucked in a deep breath, a brilliant light erupting from his eyes. I heard that your name is Yan Zhaoge? Surnamed Yan, there is enmity between us now. This Li wants to stop you from becoming an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. The enmity of obstructing one's Tao is akin to killing one's parents. Li Sheng roared explosively, with such great enmity, it should be enough for you to fight, right? Looking at Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, Yan Zhaoge instead revealed a look of admiration within his gaze. The merging of the runes above his head shockingly came to a temporary halt. Nodding approvingly, Yan Zhaoge extended his hand and made a pleased gesture towards the two. Your hearts towards the martial Tao are resolute and pure. Good, let us have a match then. While he was clearly much younger than Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, currently also at the late Essence Spirit stage, looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, everyone could not help but feel as though they were looking at a great mountain. Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong and the Dragon Slayer sect's Elder Yu were both long-time martial grandmaster experts, at the Essence Talisman martial grandmaster level. Initially, they had also been vaguely angered by Yan Zhaoge's words and actions, only having not made a move due to Fu Enchu's existence. Now, however, their expressions had all turned grave to the extreme as they looked at the temporarily merging runes above Yan Zhaoge's head. Breaking through to the next cultivation level was done in a single spurt. Many times, luck and fortuitous encounters were even more important. However, who had ever been like Yan Zhaoge, breaking through on a whim, halting on a whim? Yan Zhaoge's halting did not mean that he had failed, nor did it mean that he had given up on the chance before him. Instead, as long as he was willing, he could continue at any time. Wielding something heavy as though it were light like this, how could it still be measured by the late Essence Spirit stage? Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Even Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters like Elder Dong and the others felt a deep, unfathomable shock well up within their hearts. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.